Well, hello and welcome to Friday night of the Australian Online Supercar Series. AOSC11 is about to get underway tonight, and it's back to the endurance format, 650 Ks. Dual drivers in this one will be coming from Suzuka, Japan tonight. All thanks to our sponsors, of course, Jinx Shifters, RaceKraft Simulations, SimRings.com, Acuta Industries, AJ Insurance Services, Race Circuit Art Australia, Track Cams for Gourmets, of course, who've given us some fantastic views tonight, and of course, Team 126 Racing from the United States, who are sharing all the great broadcast over there. It's race 199 in the AOSC history. I'm Matty Kavanagh, and joining me tonight is Daniel Leet and Matthew Norris. Welcome to the commentators box, boys.
Good evening, mate. Great to be here for another round, and looking really forward to seeing how the 650Ks of Suzuka are going to play out tonight. It's a tricky circuit, and going to be very challenging for the guys to work that strategy call out.
Yeah, it is a long one tonight. It's track length 5.75 kilometres, the Grand Prix layout, as we have seen. We haven't taken the short tracks. It's the big one. About 2 minutes to get around in qualifying times, maybe in the low 2 minutes when we get into race pace, Norrie. What are we going to look at in terms of degradation of tyres, pit stop strategies tonight?
Well, it's an endurance race, isn't it? So we've got the long format going here tonight. It's about drivers and their stints and making sure they tick all those boxes, because you've got to make sure you've got all the criteria done. Drivers' maximum laps is 73, and they've got to swap out 3 times. Now, giving your laps per tank is only 24. You can do the math on that one. They're going to have to stop a couple of times and make sure they take full fuel, tyres, and make it to the end. You would want to reverse this strategy.
Yeah, a couple of tricky sections too, Dan, when we go through it. I mean, the snake section there when we go around the back, which is pretty much turns 3 to 7. I mean, getting through there is very tricky, and you're right on the edge of the tyre, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could even almost go all the way back to turn 1, because it's a long, almost double right-hander that you've got to work your way through 1 and 2 to set yourself up through the slingshot up through the S's. And it all changes. Every corner is slightly different. A little bit more radius early on through 3 and 4, opens out a little more through 5 and 6. And then the big tricky one is to drive up through 7, up the top of the hill before you head up towards the Degners. And you put a lot of load into those tyres through there, and we know Suzuka generally very high usage on the tyres as well. So that's going to all come into it later on.
Yeah, we've also got that tricky hairpin at turn number 11 to get around. I mean, it isn't the easiest circuit. And right towards the back, just before you go into pit entry there, turn 16 now, that little section there is quite hard on the brakes. Get in there and turn it through. Not a lot of room if you're going to take a dive down the inside either. So maybe we'll see some contact at the Casio triangle there. We'll wait to see exactly what happens. But it is a big track, 5.75 kilometres, as we said. 111 laps tonight as well. So, it's going to take a fair bit of endurance. We know there's 2 drivers. We're going to be racing for about 3 hours, depending on safety cars. We'll see how we go. My prediction, every endurance, we've got to have at least 1 safety car, guys, don't we?
Yes, absolutely.
It's good to see Corey Shepherd back. Now, he did not make it here last week. He wasn't in the race. We know he's been doing the Supercar E-Series as well, Corey Shepherd, but did not make it to the race last week. Was leading the championship, leading into that race in round number 7. He is now second in the championship. Adam Briggs has just gone past him after last week, where Briggsy managed to get himself up on the podium in 2nd position. So Corey Shepherd's back this week. He's teamed up with Brian Borg, who through a bit of luck last week, ended up getting the number 1 on the podium.
He drove a really good race there at Barcelona, and another circuit tonight with Suzuka very similar to that in that we spoke about with the tyres, a lot of load down that right side of the car. So these guys are in a good stead, and we know obviously just how quick Corey Shepherd has been this season. But for these guys, it's not going to be an easy one for them. We've also got James Scott back in the Altus Esports car as well, so good to have him back. And I mean, he's similarly another driver who's been away with the E-Series as well. Has come back in though for the endurance rounds. He's been very competitive early on in this championship.
Yeah, he hasn't he? And tonight, of course, we see Jordan Ross, who's had a bit of an up and down season there, got himself involved in some incidents, which has caused him to go further down. In fact, with a familiar person who had the same sort of luck as Tom Friend. Now, they've joined up in the 143 tonight, but they've had some really good luck, haven't they, Norrie? And they've had some really bad luck, both these drivers. But once they get the time to get the strategy right, they could be right up at the pointy end come the end of 111 laps.
You know that I've teamed up with Tom myself, and he's a strategy maestro. He can sort of pull a strategy out of a box, and that's how they're going to run. But yeah, both him and Jordan have had some unlucky races, and they just need to not walk under a ladder, or not see a black cat, or not smash a mirror, and they'll be right. They should be on for a good result, being up there in P3 at the minute.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see Aaron Dodd back here tonight. I haven't seen him come into our session as yet for qualifying. As you can see, Corey up top at the moment. Scott not too far behind him. Mind you, 3/10 is a big gap for those 2 guys. We need to watch out for that one. Briggsy obviously is going to get up there with Daiso. They're going to join up in the Phoenix Smokers, of course, for Mustang. Can't wait to see them out, all thanks to DPR and simrigs.com as well. But they're a great team together, and normally we do see them 3 and 5 in the championship. At the moment, though, it's a little bit different with we see, obviously, Briggsy on the top. And unfortunately, Daiso, although he had some good luck earlier in the season and did get himself a win, unfortunately, he had some issues there a couple of rounds ago there with power that went out of him, and last week he just caught up in a lot of traffic. But some really impressive things from last week was, of course, Aaron Dodd, who managed to get third on the podium, and Todd Hayne, who's sort of been lurking just outside the top 10 come the start of the season. A new name that we've seen, the Hayne brothers, but Todd Hayne been working his way into that top 10, and to just miss out on the podium last week, maybe the brothers can get it together tonight, and just maybe we can see them on a podium as well.
Well, I mean, if qualifying is anything to go by, they're in a good position at the moment. As it stands, they're starting out at 8th at this provisional point in time, and looking very good. So, as we've seen through the course of the season so far, Taipan Esports have come on strong. And think of what we saw from them last season. Not quite thereabouts with the setup, but whatever they found in the off season has really paid dividends for them, and they're punching well above their weight at the moment, and really starting to take it to the guys up front.
Yeah, I do like that. We're starting to see those new names in, because obviously we've got some strong teams. Premier Racing Team have quite a few entries there, and we see Brian Borg and Corey Shepard up number 1 at the moment. Borgie back behind the wheel at the moment, getting some laps done. But they're a 1:59. They're the only car that's breaking below the 2-minute time to get around this track. James Scott not too far behind and closing that gap down there, still at 0.3 of a second at the moment, but wait for that. They'll do a fair bit of work on that. He'll probably bring that out late in the session. As you can see, Jordan Ross up there and teamed up with Tom Freer now. Rick Kuznetsov, part of the Premier Racing Team, in 4th position. Now, last week, again, had himself in a podium position, but unfortunately got entangled in a little bit of racing incident there and pushed him back a few spots and didn't end up getting on that podium last time. We saw him back in 10th position at the last race at Barcelona. If it comes together, I said this last week, and I stick by it. We've seen Rick Kuznetsov get right up there. Now, he qualified number 1 last week. Didn't quite make it there in the end. It just didn't get the race done. Maybe, he got a little bit tired towards the end of the race. I'm not sure. Got involved in that race incident. If he can have a great race and get somewhere in the top 4 in qualifying, he's another name that we could see really challenge for those podium positions.
Absolutely. I mean, he drove a very strong qualifying last time out, was very good off the front of the grid, and as you say, it was only that little unfortunate issue towards the back end of the race that really saw him drop down. But another one of those drivers, we first saw him on the scene last season, and again, just continuing to progress further and further, right on board there with James Scott down through the Degners. We saw I think it might have been a Synergy car going off at the end there, but Rick Kuznetsov, and again, another one of those Premier drivers that are really punching well above their weight at the moment.
And Norrie, when we look at pit stop strategy here tonight, how important do you think it will be for some of the guys who don't qualify? Obviously, we normally see the top 5 or 6 qualifiers. They're gonna watch the leader go tonight. But with the guys down the back, is there an alternate strategy they can probably attempt to maybe get an advantage in this race?
You can try and back end the race. By that I mean filling up early and running home with a fresh set of tyres. And you could sort of shorten your fuel stop. But otherwise mostly the main strategy, which is to sort of run long and pit at the end of your stints, the main one to run with tonight, that's probably going to be the best way to get through.
Well, it's going to be an interesting race, and it always is when we have 650 kilometres to get around, because we've got 2 drivers, which means, we normally have someone might be a little bit faster than the other, and depending on what group of drivers they want to stick with, whether they're going to start the race, whether they're going to come in as a second stint, whether we're going to see back-to-back stints. Obviously some rules around that when we get through, and we will have to watch our drivers. Of course, 2 fast repairs tonight being a 650k race. Incident limits have been raised, and we have to have those 3 driver swaps. So very interesting how they're going to go through that, whether we're going to see a double stint from anyone, or they'll just change the driver out each time as they go around. We'll have to wait and see tonight. It's going to be an exciting race from Suzuka, Japan, 5.75 kilometres, of course, race 199 in AOSC history. We're almost at that 200 mark, guys. It's going to be next week when we come from Daytona Road Circuit, and that's another enduro, but a single drive one, 300k. So exciting point in the AOSC history to almost hit that 200 race mark. We're nearly there, but tonight at Suzuka, Japan, the Grand Prix layout, 650Ks, round 8, and we are halfway through the season come the end of tonight, guys, and Having a look at the championship points, very, very interesting to see some new names in there. But to see Corey Shepherd up the top and to not see James Scott leading is interesting this season. It's great. He was so close last season. He was always biting at the heels of James Scott. James Scott hasn't come to all of these short events. He's mainly only stuck with these endurance ones in this season. So will we see Corey Shepherd get his first AOSC championship? Brian Borg, his teammate tonight, sitting behind him in third position. You know, could Borgie come back with all that experience, or can Adam Briggs bring this home? He's leading by 20 points, guys. 20 slim points.
And 20 points is not much, but it's, you know, that the closeness and competitiveness that we've seen throughout the last few seasons at AOSC, it always works its way out to the second to last, the final race to crown our champion. Now, the other interesting thing too, and we didn't touch on it quickly before, was out of all the past races that we've had here, there's only one driver in the field, still in the field tonight, who's taken a race win, and that's Jordan Ross, and he's only just languishing down there in fourth position. So if he gets a good run, as you say, teamed up with Tom Free tonight, he might surprise you and jump himself up maybe a position if he can.
It'll be interesting to watch those guys. I reckon they are a great team together, and it just, I think they have. You're right. A black cat went in front of them. They've walked under a ladder or something, because we've just seen some really unlucky moments throughout the series for both those drivers. And tonight, I think, you know, if they can qualify really well, which looks like they are in third position at the moment, maybe, just maybe, they can pull it together and pull their luck, and maybe that will get them through to the end. Just checking on our drive of the day points as well. Of course, we've got a pedal set to give away, all thanks to RaceKraft Simulations and simrigs.com. A great pedal set there. You can see on all of our social media from simrigs.com, and I would love to get my hands on that one, and maybe that might help me get a little bit faster out there. Rob Bowden and Adam Briggs leading that one, and of course we do put some points for the drive of the day points at the end of each race to see not necessarily who's won, but maybe someone who's had an outstanding moment, had an issue in qualifying but managed to get back through the field. Maybe, you know, uncharacteristic, they've just managed to get up on a podium where we normally see them, you know, sort of in around the position 10 mark or something, you know. So it's great to just give some reward to those drivers who have an outstanding moment in each race, rather than just through the entire series. We see people get better and better each race as well, like we see the Hayne guys, brothers. They are just improving each week. So, you know, we've got actually Todd Hayne up there on 4 points in fourth position with Corey Shepherd. So it's great initiative there from simrigs.com and RaceKraft Simulations from WA to put that out, drive of the day, and we will be giving a pedal set away at the end of the series. Can't wait to see who might just take that one out, and there's quite a few names who have picked up some points there. There's probably about 18 people in the mix at the moment, so we'll see how that goes at the end of the season. Of course, the Jinx Shifters race number 8 for season 11 at Suzuka, the 650, is underway at the moment. Our qualifying session, we are 28 minutes in, so not too long left, and we will find out who is going to start off the front. Jackson Suzlin Harlow is teamed up, obviously, with James Scott here tonight. Yeah, so that'll be very interesting. He's starting off position number 2 at the moment is where they are.
And I'm a little surprised too that these guys a couple of tenths off the pace at the moment as well. It's a little uncharacteristic for Altus, and you know, Jackson and James not quite finding the pace they need. We're on board there with Harlow coming up through 7, just runs that car a little wide out over the gravel. So very tricky for the guys to come up there. And you know, as we said in the starting comments, one of those tricky spots of this circuit to keep an eye on as the course of the race unfolds. And then again, right here up into the hairpin. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what the guys do. Maybe for Jackson, this will be about just cleaning those tyres off, come up for the one final crack to get up and maybe claim top spot.
Well, actually, a piece of trivia for you both. They're not actually in Altus colours, they're in Synergy colours.
Yeah, which Jackson Harlow did change over to, didn't he? So obviously racing under that banner. Have improved their time, though. I mean, in saying that, Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd have gone a 1:59.77. They were 1:59.9 before. So Jackson Harlow and James Scott have matched the previous qualifying time that the Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd had before. They went a 1:59.97. So they have been improving. It's just that Borg and Shepherd are also improving. Cut that down to 2 tenths per second. That was almost 4 tenths before. So we'll have to wait and see. Freya's just behind him with Jordan Ross, so they'll start off the second row at this point with Rick Kuznetsov alongside. So that'll be another duo that's going to be interesting to watch as we head down to that turn number 1. Our first corner is going to be very tricky now. Norrie, I did have a look at the pit entry, pit exit situation on this track. And of course, pit entry doesn't seem too bad. You come through that little chicane there, that really tight chicane, you're going to pull off to the right. So probably a good time to get out of the way of a car behind you. But when we re-enter, the car's going to come down the inside of turn number 1. It's going to be very interesting. We have, you know, like we have seen before, different speed cars coming out of pit lane and whether they're going to challenge to that first corner.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Cav. It's really tight when you turn into the first corner. You've got that really tight apex to get around there. If you've got a car exiting pit lane, you've really got to watch it on the outside, being the flying car, but being the rejoining car, you've got to have a great deal of wisdom about you, because if you merge too soon or come across that line, you're going to end someone's race.
All right, looks like our qualifying session has ended, and it is Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd who are going to be number 1 on this one from the Premier Racing team. They hold on to it in the final moments of that qualifying. Jackson Harlow and James Scott will be on the number 2 position there, so on the front row alongside. They will have the inside line, though, there, which might be a little bit of an advantage there. Brian Borg's still out there doing some times. We do see the yellow sector times. I don't think he is going to challenge there for that number 1 position. He's already got it. Doesn't really matter. Tom Freer and Jordan Roscoe in the 143 look like they are going to be in 3rd position on the 2nd row, with Rick Kuznetsov right behind them. Now, will Rick Kuznetsov have the night that he was chasing last week? He started off the front row last week, and like we say, he almost made it, as we see the RaceKraft Simulations. Brian Borg just having a bit of fun. Maybe we can get him some virtual drifting. Maybe we can do a virtual drifting series in the off-season for those few weeks. But Borg, you're going to bring that car in there too from the Premier Racing team, pull that up to stumps, and that will reset us to get ready for our race tonight. We have another look at that. 111 laps it is here tonight at Suzuka, Japan. Fantastic track too, down with a lot of history there. They've changed it, you know, over the years, but a very popular track, this one as well.
It is. I mean, it's steeped in a huge amount of history. It's been visited by not only Formula One, you got the Suzuka 12 or 24 hour, I believe it is, for the motorbikes going around there. We get the MotoGP out, or have had the MotoGP there in the past as well. So, yeah, a very synonymous circuit with some fantastic racing. Had some big incidents there for all those who want to think back to Prost and Senna down into the Casio Triangle. That was one probably not to be looked too greatly upon, and hopefully we don't see something like that tonight. But yeah, it's a very classic GP style layout, and one that's really going to challenge all of these guys to work their way through tonight.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how it unfolds tonight, how we go into that first corner. Of course, our qualifying results will be up in just a second. Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd now, will they continue? Corey Shepherd's had a great run this season, and can he bring it home? Missed out on last week. He's been in that Supercar E Series, taught him a lot of things, I think, because they're very, very aggressive in that series, and he's been on the podium 5 out of 6 races that he has attended. So with Brian Borg winning last week, maybe he's coming onto a winning stint. Brian Borg and Jackson Harlow, though, will start things off on the front row of the grid with Tom Freer and Rick Kuznetsov behind him. Adam Briggs and Sean Lindsell, so both the DPR cars on row number 3. Michael Whiting and Todd Hayne back in row 4. Nicholas Timors and Sebastian Flock will take out row number 5. Brenton Hobson and Geordie Sydney will be 11 and 12 in row number 6. Then we go to Rob Bowden and Jamie McKnight on row 7, Kyle Stokes and Matthew Brunt in row 8, Shane Clark and Alex Court in row number 9, Adam Blocker and Anthony Jewell in row 10, Matthew Monday and Cameron Dance in 11, row number 11. Thomas Hinds and will come out of position number 23 on the final row there. So Thomas Hinds, and that's a name we wouldn't expect to see down from the Henry James race. And we know last season when we spoke to him on our pre-race show that he was very keen to qualify a little bit better, but we know throughout the race though, he's normally qualifies around the position 10 mark, and we see him work his way through the pack. And to start way down the back, the Henry James Racing team will be looking to improve and expect them to move up a number of positions. Only 23 teams tonight. In saying that is going to be 46 drivers. And having a little bit of a look on our series so far, we do have over 90 drivers who have competed. Almost 100 drivers I've got on my table here have competed throughout the series. For season number 11, all thanks to AOSC and, of course, Jinx Shifters. RaceKraft Simulations 2 over in WA, and if you do live in the Western Australia, go and see Johnny and the boys over there. They will set you up. They've got a great, fantastic facility you can go and check out. Maybe get involved, have a go, and I know they get involved in a number of race series, but great to be on board with AOSC and, of course, joining up with simrigs.com to give away that great pedal set for drive of the day. Waiting for all of our drivers to come out onto the grid now, though. Waiting for the lights to come up. Brian Borg on that front row with Jackson Harlow alongside. They're the two that are going to kick it off. We're not going to put Corey Shepherd, the young gun, out there. Watch for row number 2. Where can this go? The lights are coming up. We're waiting for him to go out, and the race gets underway. You can see the flame shoot out of Borgie's exhaust there, and he's up on the two-step trying to get that car. And look at the back. How will we see Thomas Hemsley make his way through a lot of positions going? Borgie gets defensive. We watch though, Tom Freer goes round the outside, tries to put the 143 into a better position, holds on to that third one. Andrew Dyson though has done a nice move there in the Phoenix Smokers car, moves into position number 4, gets past Rick Kuznetsov really early in this race. So they start to sort of single file now for our top 10. You look in the background there, they're still too wide though. Matt Thompson, Michael Taliancic now fighting out for position number 10. He normally starts right down the back, Mickey T. This time though, he started out of position 12, made 2 positions already. As you can see him there, looks like he's going to hold on to that one too. He's definitely cemented that position 10 now. Matt Thompson will need to watch out for Brent Hobson in the background, who's moving around the outside, looking for any little bit of a gap, putting the pressure on early. 111 laps here tonight, guys, and already we got someone off in the background. Who was that?
It looked like Kokoschki and Ward having a little bit of a drop down there, and that will hurt him a little bit, but he'll be able to recover and get back on. So 134 now drops to the tail of the field, and plenty of time for him to work his way back through.
Jackson Harlow didn't waste any time though. He's already taken over the lead with Brian Borg. He just wants that fresh air out in front, but he's going to have to watch because Brian Borg will try and stay there and draft as much off him with the aero so he can just stay with him in this race at the moment. That's all he needs to do. Obviously, Corey Shepard, we know he's a little bit faster than Borg. Normally, we see that. That is very regular. Corey Shepard, a great young talent when it comes to the sim racing, and we'll wait to see him get behind the seat and take on James Scott. So if Borgie can just stay with Jackson Harlow, we're going to see a great fight from these two out in front. Tom Freer just behind, he's holding on to position. Dyson needs to watch out. Rick Kuznetsov looks quite fast behind him and hasn't managed to get out in front. And oh no, we see people locked up there. Is that Freer? Borgie's locked the brakes up and he'll have to leave the course and he'll readdress that one. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see where race control come into this one, where they'll let him redress this one. Tom Freer now moves into position number 2, and you can see that. We'll check out the replay this time though as Jackson Harlow there comes in there. Borgie just looks like, did he hit a wheel off there, guys?
Yep, wheel off curb.
It's really hard, isn't it, when you hit that grass or a bit of dirt, especially with the setup here. Just grab one wheel of grass and the car will get sideways very quickly, and then you see what happens there. Looks like Tom Freer now, is he pulling up as well after Borgie made a bit of contact with him? Has he been asked to redress something as well? I'm just going to check with race control, maybe we can get a result on that one.
Well, I think you'll find too there for Freer, he will cop a bit of a slowdown penalty as a result of that one as well. So we'll see how this one unfolds. But those two drivers now nose to tail, and a little bit of a touch up there from Hobson on the back of Borg as the guys crest their way up out of turn 7 there. So that's not going to really be too comfortable there for Borg, and he's starting to get the cage rattled just a little bit.
And now with Tom Freer in front, I'm sure after giving that a little bit of a nudge, he's not going to do any favours, or he's not fun at all. Jackson Harlow, though, gets, well, you know, a bit of relief there now. He's got a bit of room there. There's not going to be that aero there dragging him back or worrying about someone trying to get the slipstream under him when we do hit those little straights there, and the backstroke we can keep up a fair bit of speed there. Dyso, though, he's in a podium position very early in the race, so I can't see that lasting. He'll be working hard in the Phoenix Smokers, and be interested to see whether he's handed the tongs over to Briggsy maybe to cut the meat up there for half time when they do the driver change.
More than likely, a bit of beer and meat to get yourself through there, and they settle into their rhythm now. Rick Kuznetsov right on the tail of those guys sitting there in the 3rd spot. Further down the field, have a look at Rob Bowden as he goes through, and a little further up, Kidman on Michael Taliancic down into 130R. That's a tricky spot, and around the outside there, we've got another one of the Singy cars involved in that. That was Freer trying to make a big move and picks up both of them on the run into the triangle. What a fantastic job from that.
That's Tom Van Gisbergen there. That's all that is. Just take the risky move on the outside. Got a wheel up on the grass too, but on the straight, look at Brian Borg now. It looks like he's going to try and make a move. Check out a bit of a replay on Tom Freer. What a move this was. Not afraid to put it all on the line. He sees these two battling it out. He knows they're going to lose a little bit of pace there, and just drives around the outside, gets right up on the curbing. A touch of dust. He gets the move done under brakes here too, and Michael Taliancic on the outside will have to give up that position, and that's the replay there. All thanks to RaceKraft Simulations, of course, our Jinx Shifters. Race number 8 here for season 11 underway. We're only 3 laps in. Brian Borg has managed to go past David Kimmon. He got that done, but Michael Taliancic wasn't going to let that happen this time. So Brian Borg goes through trying to follow Tom Freer. Remembering they were out in position 2 and 3, and of course Brian Borg, that moment there where he got out in the grass, got sideways, made contact with Tom Freer, Both of them getting a bit of a slowdown. Cross. A bit of contact there now in the 33 car, which is Kyle Stokes there. So he's already carrying. Now remember, there's only 2 fast repairs tonight, guys. So a little bit of panel damage on the doors, probably not going to worry you. But how long will it be till we see a bonnet missing?
Oh, at this rate, it's not going to be long. I reckon we'll lose a boot lid in here soon as well.
We've seen quite a few people struggle this season, haven't we, without movements, Nori? I mean, it does take a fair bit of aero off the car, doesn't it?
It takes a bit off, not much that you'd notice in the real world, but here they do get knocked around a little bit. But yeah, the amount of nose to bumper contact we've seen tonight, I'm quite surprised that there isn't one missing already.
And we haven't had our safety car yet, but don't worry, we've got over 100 laps left. What do we got? About 108 laps left, because we see a bit of move. Sean Lindsell there down the, Ken Ladder down the Alco Holder DPR car. Does a bit of a dive down here. It's not pretty hard going yet. Oh, he goes side by side through. That Dyson there heads off there looking for a move on the inside there. Dyson stays on the outside, doesn't let him, and that is a tight section, isn't it, Norrie? I mean, very hard to get a manoeuvre done if you don't get the inside line on the right hand. There's not much room to go side by side through that section.
No, not at all. And to be able to do it and get it done cleanly, and you know, that move was just incredible.
Crisscross looking for Dyson there, because Nenzov gets down the inside going into turn number 1. Nice move there. And although we see Dyson go a little bit wide trying to do the crisscross, does not get that move done and will go back to 3rd position now. Although he has made a 2-position gain so far in these first 4 laps of the race. Todd Hayne just behind him. We spoke about the Hayne brothers. Are they coming? Is the train coming tonight? The Hayne train. He's improving every week. Last week he just missed out at number 4 position. Didn't quite make it on the podium. I tell you what, the brothers, what a celebration it would be if they get their first podium in AOSC tonight. We'll have to see how they go. They just need to hold on there very early in this race. Everyone just settling down now into their positions. And we can see some of the gaps starting to open up. And let's hope that possibly we'll see a few of those gaps start to get tight in the race. Jackson Harlow, though, was opening himself up to a 3.2 second gap. And James got to be pretty happy to get in the car right then. Hopefully he's in some clean air. We see a couple of other moves getting done down the inside here. I'm just having a look who that is behind. That might be, is that Matt Thompson going past? We're seeing no. That's just having a look at guys going here on the outside there. Okay, Thomas Higgins. Oh no, on the grass. Up the wheels too. Hard on the brakes, managed to get it back straight again, but he's going to lose a number of positions there, starting right off the back of the grid tonight, which is not a position he's probably used to being in. We know he's not really in the top 3 very often, but normally sort of in the mid-pack there, around position 10 to 15 we see him start. So unfortunately starting off the back row there, and a little bit of a mistake there. Very easily done, isn't it, guys? Tonight we've seen so many people just get that one wheel off, and if you're in a braking situation, locks that wheel up very quickly.
We've got a few of those moves happening tonight where people are just dropping wheels and in the wrong spot, getting a bit uncoordinated through the corner. As we see Borg finding a pass on Talianchich that lap, so making the progress for Brian Borg.
Watch out for Brent Hobson too. Mickey T needs to be worried because he's made his way through. David Kimley just going back in the field a little bit now, but Tom Freer very aggressive. Look at him trying to get the move done on Michael Whiting in the Fishy Motorsports entry. Tom Freer all over every mirror, right mirror, left mirror, rear mirror. Whiting can't get away from him. He's, well, what do we say? Tom Freer's got him hook, line and sinker. Can he pull him up though? This is it. You can get him in the plate, can he make a move done? Tom Freer probably looking at the tyres. With that amount of aggression, Norrie, we know the temperature will go up in the tyres and the degradation factor will come into that one. So at what point does Tom Freer just hang back for a second and just give those tyres a bit of a rest?
You've met him, haven't you, Cav? He never hangs back. it's always all or nothing with Tom Freer. He's going to keep going, but he is quite savvy on the strategy, so he will back off at some point. Probably 3 or 4 laps of pressure if the move's not done.
Michael Talianchich is normally very quick through the pack here, and I do notice tonight a few people started off very strong. But now we can start to settle down. Maybe he's used a little bit of those tires. But Brent Hobson, Synergy Sim Racing, getting in the groove, and it looks like the grip is coming to him. He's caught right up to Michael Talianchich, so maybe he can just take a little bit of a dive on him in the next lap or two. Kim in there just backing off as well. Going backwards, Rob Bowden now in a bit of a line behind him. You can see on the inside Matt Thompson having a look, Christian Smart and Kyle Stokes on the back of this one. Stokes looks like he might go past Christian Smart as they head down this back straight. And it looks like he will get that done, so Kyle Stokes will go up one position there to position number 14 past Christian Smart. So leading this little train, David Kimmon into Shoot Sim Racing. And he is just, everyone, I don't know if everybody's got the pace to go past at the moment, but Rob Bowden just looks like he's waiting for his moment there in the Tank SRT entry. Maybe he'll have a go at the end of this straight, the number 10 car there. You can see him right behind Kimmon now, see if he can get under that slipstream, under the rear wing. Stokes having a little bit of a look. Got the privateer Matt Thompson in the middle. He goes very wide, Thompson there. Stokes is going to have a look on the inside of this one though as we come up to a left-hander though, turn number 3. He's got the run into this one, Thompson. Oh, just right up on the curb, now they make contact too. Contact again too, the inside of Stokes. He'll go through. And unfortunately then we will see Thompson and Cameron Dance will also go through on that one and will rejoin back in position number 16.
Brilliant save from Thompson though to not completely lose it on the grass. Most unexperienced drivers would lose it instantly, but that was quite well controlled.
Yeah, so Thompson getting better and better each week. Another one who is definitely showing some skills with more time behind the wheel of the sim as he gets around. So Christian Smart in 14th position at the moment. We go back to the start, David Kimmon and well, it looks like Brent Hobson is in front, out in front a fair bit. Rob Bowden needs to catch up to him and he puts a bit of a move on there. He might have made a little bit of contact there. See a little bit of war wounds in the background there. Bowden just can't get this move done though. He's looking everywhere too in the Tank SRT entry. Will he have another go down here?
He just needs to go to the post office, buy a stamp and send it.
I think he, oh, here we go. He's going to have a now, Rob Bowden. A little bit of a squiggle and mistake. A car to go wide and maybe he'll have a go at this one. But at the moment though, he's still stuck behind David Kimmon who's holding him out and shoots him racing into.
Well, we've already seen it once tonight up the Casio Triangle. Will we see another one from Rob Bowden here? He's right on the back tail, but look at Stokes. He's got a huge run through there and he's really forced Bowden now very defensive. Bowden's still not able to get that move done. Picks up the curve and slots in again, but Stokes is on a bit of a charge and that was all really set up from that wiggle we saw from Bowden on the exit of spoon there.
Not much good Rick Vents off Andrew Dyson too actually out at the start. So those guys are locked in a little bit of battle there for P2. They're back to Ken Ladder in the alcohol and DPR. Going there with Tom Freer. Let's check out a bit of a replay here where he's lost a number of positions there, Ken Ladder. Comes under brakes, goes through, oh there you go, he's had to go through a bit of a straight in there and he'll have to rejoin of course. Then he will get a slowdown from race control as well, which is why we're seeing him move back and Tom Freer catch up. So yeah, that's unfortunate for Ken Ladder, but very easily done. And I mean, what's the risk if you get over that curving sideways, Dan? You can spin the car out, you're still going to cop a penalty, or you just straighten up, go through and just accept it.
Well, yeah, I think the lesser of two evils in that sort of situation, probably just straighten up, run it long, and then just take the time penalty that you're going to get as a result of it. If you try and get the car squared away, you're going to risk a bigger off. And I mean, these cars don't quite have the same braking performance that, say, a GT3 does. You're better part of valor just to take the hit and get back underway. It is a huge run for these guys to still get themselves home. We're only lap 7 of 111 laps here tonight, so plenty of time for them to make that up. You throw a safety car in the mix as well, and it's going to negate any of those penalties.
You say that naughty S word.
Yep.
Safety car. Let's see when and where and if we get it tonight. Of course, it will only come out tonight. We don't have a scheduled safety car. You're only going to get a safety car if race control deems that it must come out. So we'll wait and see whether we do get one tonight. And we have seen some races where we were almost sure we were going to get one due to the track layout, and we didn't on one race. So you just never know, but safety cars breed safety cars. So once we see one, how many will we see tonight? We'll have to see that one. Looks like we're going to see Kyle Stokes got past Rob Bowden, which was a fair bit of a risk, and this is where you get stuck behind David Kimmon. Everyone behind you catches up and they start putting that pressure on, and Rob Bowden had to be aggressive towards Kimmon, but also had to be defensive towards Kyle Stokes, and unfortunately Kyle Stokes has managed to get that move done, and Rob Bowden now going to try and take advantage of that, come down the inside as well. Doesn't quite want to get that aggressive with the nose. Maybe he does now. Kimmon pushed wide. Bowden going to go through. Watch out in the background too. Christian Smart. looking for this one. Does he get it done over Kimmin? No, Kimmin slots back in, and we'll see Smart stay in that 14th position. But Rob Bowden does manage to get by, following Kyle Stokes, who's pushed through a couple of positions now, up 4 from where he started in position number 11, started out of 15. Locke Talianchi still in position number 10. Brent Hobson in position number 9. Brian Borg back in position 8 with Tom Free in position 7. Ken Ladder in position 6 still. Michael Whiting up in position 5. Todd Hayne in position 4. Andrew Dyson in 3rd. Rick Kuznetsov in 2nd, and in 1st place at the moment with a 4-second lead over the rest of the field. Jackson Harlow teamed up with James Scott tonight. So this battle is the one we are watching at the moment, and as we said before, Kyle Stokes managed to get past Rob Bowden, and then he managed to get past Dave Kimmin. Took Bowden with him too. Bowden got right under the wing, but Kimmin's still holding out the rest of the field there. Christian Smart, Cameron Dan, and Matt Thompson, Privateer. They're still holding them out, and they will be looking to get past, of course, our team RaceKraft Motorsports, just on the back of that train as well, Alex Newton. A fair bit of damage. Can't make out of course, the RaceKraft Simulations logo on the left-hand side of that car. There's quite a lot of damage there and missing the logo, but hopefully maybe during one of the pit stops to save them up and they'll get the pass repair and get that car looking trim and sharp again.
And while we were watching that too, we did see a moment there too, as well, for David Kidman running wide between 13 and 14 in the spoon curve there. That put him down a position as well now behind Christian Smart. And Smart teamed up tonight with Mr. Jamie Knight, good driver pairing for those two, and they're looking to work their way up as this one progresses on. Interestingly though, as we watch these guys run around, Stokes has been able to get a nice little bit of an advantage now over Rob Bowden, who's very, very defensive, running all the way out to the wall. And this gap's starting to stretch a little bit now, 1.3 seconds in favour of Stokes.
Yeah, he's just starting to pull away a little bit, isn't he? And Rob Bowden's going to have to watch out, because as the others go past him, they're going to start catching up to him and really put some pressure on him as well. So he's holding a tall position. It's going to be hard. Christian Smart's all over the back of him. He's every mirror. Can't get past him. That's all he can see is the Too Easy Finance car. It's just a matter of when he's going to make a move, isn't it? He just needs to stay with him, not miss the braking markers, stay behind Rob Bowden, use the draft a little bit. Now he's got to watch out as well, Christian Smart, because Cameron Dance doesn't look, he's looking pretty pacey behind him as well, and has closed that gap down. This is the problem when you start to get that third car. The third car is going to be nice to you and say, you know what, I'm going to just let you get the pass done, I'm going to follow you through, or whether they take advantage of you being slowed down and make that move early. Here we go, move now. Bowden makes a fair bit of room there for Christian Smart. It cuts it off though. I thought Smart might have had the move done that time, Dad.
Yeah, he was very close to getting it done. Just didn't quite have the pace, but you know, we've seen guys already in that third position tonight make some big moves down through 130R in towards the hairpin there. Oh, sorry, into the triangle. So could this be a chance for Smart to get a move on? Looks like Christian Smart's been able to get a nice bit of drive out of turn 14 there. He'll be looking to set Bowden up, who is going to have to be cautious here because he's looking like maybe those tyres just starting to go a little bit off that car at this early point of the race.
Oh, in the background, oh, sideways. I tell you what, Matt Thompson, he's held on to that one though. I think he managed to hold on to that. I thought that was going to be, wasn't going to be that nice is what I should say. I didn't think he was going to pull that one off in the background, but Dave Kimmin now behind him. And Thomas Hinds made his way after that brake lock up early where he got to wheel out in the grass and lock the brakes up. Bit of a move here, has to be defensive on the inside for Christian Smart. Cameron Dance is going to look around the outside. He's definitely having a look, and it looks like he might get this one done. Great Christian Smart to give him room. Dan's going to be on the inside line this time, and now they go to the right-hander. Dan's get pushed to the outside through the snakes. I mean, hard section there to try and make a move, isn't it? Left, right, left, right, left, right. It's pretty good from both those drivers, though, Norrie, and I love the fact that they are giving each other driving room to make it happen.
It's an incredibly good feeling when you can go door to door with someone and know that you're not going to put each other in the fence. And that's fantastic driving from both of those guys to keep it, you know, keep it clean and keep the pace consistent. They didn't lose out to anyone and they kept going with each other. So that's fantastic driving.
I didn't think there was much room to overtake there full stop, let alone have two cars side by side. So I don't think anyone's going to get past. It gets under brakes here and a bit of a Dive there from Christian Smart. Doesn't have a dive to the inside, but later on the break seems to break the marker, but it doesn't make contact. You go around. This has given Rob Bowden, though, a little bit of breathing room to tank SRT entry. So he's just opened up a tiny bit of a gap this time and a bit of sigh of relief there for him.
Yeah, and depending on how those tyres are looking, might be short-lived. So he's going to really need to try and just smooth that run out, get the tyres back underneath him, and then get on with business again. As Smart with a big wiggle on the exit of 14. He's not done with this fight yet. Looking for that move to still get back through on Dance. Right behind those guys as well. Matt Thompson has not gone away either. After that little wiggle we saw from him a handful of laps ago where he kind of got shifted sideways, he's worked his way back into this fight as well and looking very, very good. And a little further back as well, we've got Alex Court and Steve Kokoschki having a battle up into the triangle. And Kokoschki's going to get this move done and dusted and going to gain the position there in the 1, 3, 4.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised tonight how many people have made that move with that little Casio triangle. So quite a few people have willing to put on the line there and just push it through. Ken Latta, though, in 6th position, holding on, and Tom Freer looks like he's slowly closing that little bit of a gap down. Maybe just let those tyres have a little bit of a breather, and Brian Borg's caught up to him as another move here. Court comes back on the inside there of Kokoschki, and joining this little fight is going to be Alex Newton in the background, the Team RaceKraft Motorsport entry. Which car does he follow, though? Where do you go, guys? You're going through the snake section there. He keeps, you know, putting his faith in each drive, though. The big long left-hander now. It looks like he's going to go down the inside. Sideways there, though, we see for Kokoschki. Court now, loses one. Newton has to drop back. Court makes it back through again. This is giving Kokoschki a bit of a break now. Really holding on to that position. Needs to be careful. Goes wide. Tries to get as much run out of that corner as possible. Go around the back section there. And that's a nice little move there, I think, for Kokoschki to get that one back. Court, unfortunately, though, now caught up in that battle with Newton.
And I think for Newton too, that was a fantastic bit of driving, trying to pick those lines very reminiscent of NASCAR, except obviously we're doing it on a street, on a road course tonight, and just trying to place that car. It's, as you can see, much easier to do when you're on your own. You can really pick your driving line of where you want to attack. But for those two in front of him, again, just as we saw before, able to still give plenty of room on the run up through the hill there, and see both cars work their way through it, which is fantastic. Even though they're not up the front, still battling as hard as ever down in the midfield. We're right on board here with Tom Freer now. He's got Brian Borg behind him, and for Borg, it's been a bit of a night that was so far. He came off pole position there, down 5 or 6 spots down into 8th position, and a bit of a recovery drive for these guys early on. Michael
Whiting's just leading this little bit of a train, as we can see. And not too much in it there, so they are sort of spaced out slightly, but Michael Whiting leading that over Ken Latta. Now we go back and Kokoschki, and well, they're going to stay in this one, aren't you? Kokoschki and Court. Court managed to make his way back through in the JP Sim Shed entry, and he has got that move done over Kokoschki. He needs to watch out for Alex Newton from Motorsport behind. So Alex Court in front of this one. It looks like Kokoschki's not going to be able to challenge him as they go through the snake section here. Court's really come back with a fair bit of pace there to make that gap up. Maybe we did see maybe Kokoschki there just gets a little bit loose. You've got to worry about this left-hander here, right out in that right-hand tyre, pushing the car there. A lot of curb usage as well. Really getting up on 2 wheels as they go over there. Then this one, it's a fast right-hander now. You've got to go through this kink, head down to the tight hairpin. Oh, sideways in the background there, though, for Matt Thompson. That car is loose. I don't know what setup he's got in that one, Dan, but tell you what, we've seen him slide that car out quite a bit tonight.
We have. He's very quick on the wheel, must be said. He did a good job to save that one and not see it go around. But yeah, that's not the first time tonight those guys are struggling a little bit. Maybe looking at some bar options of what they can do to try and settle the rear of that car. And you know, we don't know how many laps they've been able to get on lighter tanks of fuel. We're going to be burning through a fair bit of the fuel at this point of the race, or this point of the stint, sorry. So these cars are going to be very different to drive from what we saw early on. And you know, we're now seeing it with a lot of drivers starting to really struggle a little bit. We just saw Michael Whiting getting a big wiggle out of the Casio triangle there, and this is now going to put him down a potential position there with Ken Latta sending one up the inside. So tyre life and management is really starting to play into its own now.
The rear of that Thompson car has been looser than a Woolworths shopping trolley. They're going to need to fix that when they stop.
Yeah. That's a new one. I really like that one. That will get used later in the series, I'm sure. Whiting gives up that position to Ken Latta. Now he's been leading this pack for quite some time, and look at this. He's going to put the pressure back on Ken Latta. Wasn't happy about giving up that position, but it was his entry onto the main straight there where that car got loose and made a mistake, and that's how Ken Latta managed to get by. But there's just a train of guys and very experienced racers behind him who I think, were very aggressive after some incidents at the start of the race and probably being conservative on tyres at the moment. I would have thought Tom Free and Brian Borg would have had the pace there to maybe challenge this. Brent Hobson now looks a little bit racy on the outside of Brian Borg, going to challenge him, pushes the car sideways, and Michael Taliancic not going to take advantage of that one. Now he's another one, Mickey T, who's very fast, but I think, like you say now, we are starting to see the tyre wear come in. The car obviously is changing with a lot of fuel loads, and these guys aren't pushing their luck at the moment, remembering 111 laps, and we've only just clocked through 12 complete laps. We're on the 13th lap, so still, 98 laps, 99 laps left. Great, there's no point to risk it at the moment, because even with Jackson Harlow out in front now, and he is 5 seconds in front of Rick Kuznetsov, so it's nearly at the 5 seconds, 4.6 seconds. So with that huge gap that Harlow's got, that can all change with one mistake, whether you're going to do a pit stop error or that dreaded S-word safety car.
Well, that's exactly it. We've got to keep an eye on that, and the rate we're going with, the way these guys are pressing, we may see the dreaded S-word a little sooner than we'd like to see, because we saw another big wiggle in the background as the guys head through 130R. They were able to save that one, so no harm, no foul there. But while that's continuing on, it's only going to continue to take life out of these tyres. And surprisingly, after getting behind the wheel of these things the last few weeks, really noticed that early stint pace where the tyres are very switched on. There's a big plateau and drop in that mid phase, but then once you get to the back end of the tyre life, it really starts to fall away very, very quickly, and that's really going to challenge these guys and what they can do. And we know with the way iRacing have got things set up at the moment, short of making some bar adjustments, the only thing they've got left in the toolbox after the fact is the tyre pressures. And no, how much do you think the guys have got in that?
Not a lot. If you're going to change them too drastically, you're going to really upset the balance of the car, and then you need holistic setup changes, because that's a Whiting in the lead.
Poor old Whiting there gets the car sideways. So check out a bit of a replay here, thanks to RaceKraft Simulations. Turns in a bit of curb there and just gets those wheels out under brakes. There you go. Does a nice job to pull that up, actually. Does the right thing too. Doesn't try and come back into the circuit there where he couldn't make contact with someone. Just pulls back in behind Michael Taliancic and decides to get the race on. Now, I was watching in the background of this 6-car group there. You can see Kyle Stokes now coming on the back of Michael Whiting. He was half a second faster, not last lap. He was half a second faster than the whole group in front of him. So he is quietly in the background, just been chipping away at that gap.
Running wide for court, and he's just invited Stephen Kokoschki right on through.
These two having a great little battle down in position number 18 at the moment. Kokoschki and Court. And Court has another look down the inside there and decides not to do it this time there. And Kokoschki late on the brakes, grabs a little bit of dirt on the corner on the way through, just over the curbing. Get to pull this one up too as they head down to that little Casio triangle there. Don't want to grab too much curb there, really unsettles the car. You've got to change the direction, change the weight of the car as well. So you want to be very smooth. That's very defensive here though from Kokoschki. Takes the inside line along the wall. Where is Court? Will he come around the outside? Is he going to try this one, the crisscross? Goes to, oh no, they're rubbing some panels there. That's very wide. Crisscross. Doesn't decide to do it. The outside, the left-hander coming up the snake section though. Will we see two wide as they both go through? The wheels make contact this time though. Court will get through. Kokoschki has to just pull back a little bit after that wheel contact. And in the background, Alex Newton Can't believe his luck. These guys could be driving away, I think, at the moment. But Newton just watching him having this great battle in front of him.
Yeah, he was really able to close back out once that contact sort of started to ensue it. And I almost thought we were on for a repeat of what we'd seen a couple of laps earlier with those guys going almost side by side up through the S's. And fortunately for Court, he was able to sneak that one through a little further up the field from those guys. Dance and Thomas still getting in it. Actually, sorry, it's Thomas and Smart getting into the months. Again, these guys are fighting over that 14th position. Nothing separating them as they run up through to Spoon Corner. We'll see whether Smart's able to get one down the inside or whether he's going to be setting it up for the run through 130R. But the car looking very formidable at the moment, right in behind these guys as well. Thomas ends up coming off the back of the grid, finds himself now up in 16th position. So it's been a good early drive from him as well.
Yeah, this backstretch trying to use a little bit of aero there. Can he drag him through? It looks like he's going to have a go. Christian Smart down the inside. Through the left hand, it's very fast through here. Gives him a bit of a bump and nudge on the outside. In the meantime, Thomas Hinds is looking everywhere for a gap. He's thinking, I'm going to take full advantage here, though. The Casio triangle, very, very, very tight. Hinds cautiously just puts the nose in there, but decides to pull out of that one and driving away. Matt Thompson will survive that one, but the back of that car, loose as fast is what they say, don't they? Loose as fast.
It is. Just make sure you wear the brown pants for a run through 130 if you have a bit of a moment there.
Oh, no contact there. Thomas Hinds grabs a wheel or something, throws him off, pulls up just before the tyre barrier. Nice stop there, but Hinds, Christian Smart and him make this little bit of contact, and David Kimmin now comes around the back.
He was lucky to rejoin where he did, because that could have been quite unsafe.
That could have been, yeah, it could have been very, very unsafe. But yeah, Hinds, look, you know, on the outside, and when you make wheel-to-wheel contact like that, I mean, Hinds was very lucky that car didn't back into a wall and maybe get stuck or fall the safety car.
Well, it wasn't far, I don't think, from getting the safety car. We might duck back to a replay. We'll have another look at it from a different angle just to see how that one unfolded, because for Hinds, again, very, very fortunate not to find the wall. But as we jump on board on the bonnet with Hinds, we'll have a look. So he gets a big lunge down the inside, tries to make the corner, just not enough room permitted on the inside there for Smart, and unfortunately just finds himself in the weeds. But again, very good job to not find the tyre barrier, and very quick to get that car back on the road. But he's going to have a lot of work to do now with David Kidman right in behind.
Yeah, this back straight, though, Ken Ladder needs to watch out. Tom Freer now starting to apply that pressure once again. Has a little bit of a look there. Puts himself in the mirror and says, I'm here, knock, knock. Grabs a little bit of grass too. Tom Freer, lucky the car was straight, not under braking, so he will get that car pulled up. Gives him a little bit of gap though. That time, Brian Borg now right up on the back of Tom Freer. At this point, Norrie, what do you do if you're Borgie? We know Tom Freer has the pace. Do you get stuck in a battle with him, or do you just encourage Tom Freer to really put that pressure on the Ken Ladder and keep that pace with the leaders?
Well, if we're looking from a championship perspective, you put the pressure on. If we're looking from an enjoyment perspective of this race, you watch Tom Freer run a little bit wide through that corner and really put the pressure on. Because if you put the pressure on Tom, he's going to be putting the pressure on further up ahead to Ladder, and that's what you're going to need to make a spicy race.
It's a spicy. Oh, we haven't had the spicy meatballs in this round, mate. Where are they?
We left them at Monza.
We left them at Monza. Oh, they were great meatballs. We look tonight, as you can see, Brian Borg on the back of Tom Freer. Now these guys earlier in the race, a little bit of an incident there, and Brian Borg went wide. I had to redress that one. They made contact. Tom Freer then cut the corner, and then he got pulled back, a little bit of a time penalty on that one. That's why we see them further down than we thought we would, because obviously Brian Borg started off the front row of this grid. Tom Freer was in third position on the second row. And they need to watch out though. Brenton Hobson behind them, the JK Signs entry. We've seen him with some great pace throughout the season. If they've got the car set up right tonight, he will definitely put a lot of pressure on them in this race. They'll need to watch out.
Well, Hobbo and Sinji, we know they're very good endurance specialists, so look for them to work their way through, and with the pressure that he's applying here at the moment, there is every chance for the move to come through. The other thing to keep in, while Freer and Borg are battling, this is second, third, and, well, fourth if you count Jordan Ross in that one. In the battle for the championship, these guys are fighting over at the moment. So this could have big ramifications if there is any contact that ensues from it.
That's right. So you've got the real championship implications there that do impose on Corey Shepherd's championship. You've got to remember that Briggs is the other driver in this fight, and Dyson's actually further up the road in third. So he could be on for a good haul of points. This is Jackson Sluice and Harlow. A couple of wheels in the AstroTurf, that one. So he's borrowing a bit from the road, and he's charging away at the front of the field, isn't he, Dan?
He's driving a fantastic race at the moment. The gap hovering around 3.5 to 4 seconds at the moment. It's currently sitting 3.9, and they're doing it very, very easy at the moment. Rick Kazetsov is matching on pace at the moment. Last time, 2/10 quicker than Jackson in that car, and actually matched mirror for mirror with Daiso there as well. Both those guys doing 202.6s last time by. So still plenty of pace in these cars for them, and they'll definitely be looking to try and minimise that gap that Jackson's been able to do. But for Jackson, he's driven a faultless race so far.
This is the pressure we're seeing from Brian Borg on the back of Tom Freer on the back of Stephen Ken Ladder, and he is really pushing this one along. It's fantastic to see Brian get the mongrel about him. He's got to get a bit of pace into him to get these championship points. He was on pole and he's gone back to P7, so he's got to claw this one back.
Definitely, he's in with a good turn here through turn 14, gets onto the back straight very, very nicely. A little bit of an advantage for Freer as they head up to 130R. Kenny try and pull something out of the hat here and maybe get around the outside. We'll wait to see how it is on the brakes before they tip in. Whether he's able to gain just a little bit, he does slightly use all that road and then some as he comes through. He's thinking about the run into the hairpin, into the chicane. Just has to pull the nose of the Premier Racing entry back just at the last minute there to avoid the contact, but he can make it pretty clear for Borg at the moment. He is looking to get this move completed sooner rather than later.
For sure, you saw the glint in his eye. That was definitely a move that was on until he ducked the nose back away. So he looks like he's got a bit of a pace advantage here over Tom Freer at the moment. He needs to get this move done as we look to close into the snake section. Oh, he's just got the glint. He wants the move, and you can just see it's on. It's willing, it's happening.
Surprisingly as well, while these guys continue to battle, they're not starting to put much pressure on Ladder. The gap to Ladder is still a couple of tenths up the road from these two as they work their way up through 7, the long left-hander that puts a huge amount of load on that outside right tyre to head up towards the Degners. And while these guys go, Ladder's just going to be able to slip that DPR entry just a little further forward, give himself that little bit of breathing room in the event there is something wrong. But hats off to Freer at the moment. He's doing a phenomenal job to hold off the pressure being applied to him by Brian.
Yeah, Tom's always been incredible at the strategy, and the racing has never been far behind. He's been incredible.
So no, we just saw a little bit of contact on the run into the hairpin there for Borg, and he's now dropped a couple of car lengths back because we're going to allow Hobson to get in for a run here and give Tom just that little bit of air now to try and just reset and get himself back underway.
And that's going to relieve the battle that we were watching, but you see that battle behind Brian Borg brewing. You've got Brent Hobson and Michael Talley just trying to make their way through on that one.
Now, while he's got that little bit of pressure off from behind, he's going to turn the tension up onto Ladder here, up through 130R again into the triangle. Good run from these guys, just single file running through there, using plenty of curb. The cars look good as they come over there. If anything, maybe just a little off on that fast suspension tweak for Freer there. The car picking up the wheel a second time as they work their way through there. So that could come into play later on. As we have a look here at Alex Court on David Kidman. Kidman goes a long way around there, claims another position now. That puts him back into the 17th spot. Alex Court dropping back into 18th position. I wonder if there's a little bit of trouble for these guys, Norrie. The pace has seemingly fallen off quite a bit lately.
Yeah, it looked like Court just backed out of that one just a bit and sort of handed the move over. So Alex Newton's now just joined the pit lane, so maybe there's a bit of a problem back there.
So Newton, the first of our drivers to come in, or actually the second of our drivers to come in for a stop tonight. He is in that car. We'll wait to see what the stop time for him is. The other driver that's come in earlier on, the 134, Matthew Brunt, now behind the wheel of that one. So it was a 31-second stop for those guys. We're also hearing Shane Clark has come through the lane as well for a stop. So it's getting thereabouts for the first of our stoppers to start coming through, Norrie. And it'd be interesting to see who, and especially this train here, decides to blink first and maybe utilise that undercut.
Yeah, well, the maximum laps you're going to get to a tank is about 24. So they're about the pit stop window now, or approaching it. So we should be getting close to these pit stops. And you're absolutely right there, Dan. It's going to be who blinks first.
Carlo, though, pick this one out, and he's got a very has been cut down a little bit by Kuznetsov out to 3.3 seconds as they come around. So there's your race leader just going past the start-finish line, and then you see Kuznetsov with Dyson right on the back now. At this point, Dyson just in that position waiting for Briggs to join us. A bit of a streak at the moment. Been having some fantastic race finishes, so just holding on to that one there. Then we go back to Todd Hayne in 4th position, and then it's this little gap, and we go back to what we can throw a blanket over, about 6 cars here. Ken Latta, Tom Freer, Brian Borg, Brent Hobson, Michael Teleantis, and Michael Whiting just at the back of that one. So you see there though that Ken Latta doing everything he can. Tom Freer just putting that pressure on there and looking. Just inviting him to make an error. I tell you what, if you're letting it sideways there for a moment there, trying to push the car, Tom Freer's not close enough to make an advantage of it though. Brian Borg in the background needs to watch out for Brent Hobson, because Hobbo, well, he's another one, just lurking. Michael Teleantis doesn't look like he's trying to apply the pressure. He might be waiting for a mistake to happen in front of him, because he looks pretty content in that position. Doesn't look like he's not putting the nose in there and trying to force his way through at the moment. Brenton Hobson's just poking around and just having a little bit of a look every time we see Brian Borg go wide. So Hobbo's putting the pressure on there on Borgie, but Michael Teleantis sitting back and just waiting for his opportunities to come to him. We see Tom Freer though in the JK signs entry. Here we go in the exit of the hairpin. Can he get right up behind Ladder? They're going to go around the big right-hander before they go to the splitting curve. Real acceleration around here. Try and draft. Hobson's using it against Borgie. Will he have a duck down the inside? Not under brakes this time. Not going to have a go.
I think Taliancic and Whiting at the back of this pack are really just waiting for these front 4 cars to take each other out, because it is just that tight at the front.
Yeah, I am with you. I believe you're right there. If you want to get yourself involved, and here we go. Freer has a big look down on Ladder. He's not going to take the move down the back straight as they go through the left hand of the 130R. Casio Triangle, though, we've seen a few people this one. Brian Borg has to get defensive. Here we go. Dyson looks like he's going to make a move on Rick Kuznetsov. Decides not to. Doesn't quite have the car pace there. Kuznetsov there keeps it tight, though, through turn number 1, through the first corner. They are closing this gap down, though, to Harlow in front. Look at that. That is right down now. Under 1 second. That was blown out to over 4 seconds before. So I don't know why we're seeing Harlow lose this pace at the moment. Maybe he's just trying to conserve some tyres. Last lap round he did a 2:05. The other guys are doing 2:02s.
Yeah, I don't know what fell him on that last lap, but that 2:05 is a massive time differential. We're having a look back at the replay to see if we can see what's unfolded here. He gets a little bit of a wiggle, locks the brakes on the run into the triangle. He's able to pull it up. So that was the time delta lost there, and you can just see Kuznetsov working through the background along with Brett Hobson as well. So just running it a little deep on the brakes there, all it took to wipe that bit of an advantage out that he had. Further back though, this battle has been raging on for the better part of 20 minutes now, watching these guys continue to work their way through. Hobson very busy on the wheel work in the synergy entry there as he tries to close that gap back up to Brian Borg. Switch back up to this battle for second position. Daiso all over the back of Kuznetsov. You reckon he can smell the meat coming in the Phoenix Smoker there? He's trying to get that car in the lane sooner rather than later.
Yeah, well, and I spoke about Rick Kuznetsov's had some really good qualifying throughout the season. He's had some really good starts to a race. He's had some really good finishes to a race, but it hasn't come together in one race for him to put all those components together to get himself on the podium. Now, Daiso just keeps applying that pressure. If he's smart and he knows that, just keep applying that pressure because, you know, maybe Kuznetsov will make that little mistake and you don't need to put your car at risk getting too late under brakes. Just keep applying that pressure to Kuznetsov. In the background, though, Tom Frere's doing the same thing. He's going to try and force a move here. Puts the JK Signs entry down into the triangle, though, but Ladder stays on the inside there. This one's going to be interesting. Forky might take advantage. Frere gets a little bit sideways, must get the front, has to get defensive, gets sideways as well. Wow, Borgie's got a bit of a run though. Is he going to try and make a move on Tom Frere on this one? You think he would if he get the run down here? Have a look under brakes. Frere goes defensive, cuts him off too. Borgie just decides to pull out of that one there. Doesn't want to get involved.
Sends it down the inside.
So Christian Smart and Brenton Hobson have both boxed in this lap, so that's them out of this game.
And Borg's managed to pull that position off on Frere with the run down into turn 1 there. So that's a big dive. And that now promotes him up into 6th spot with now Ken Ladder in front. Telly Jancic has tried to make a move on that one as well, guys. He's all over the back of Frere now as they head up through 7.
Well, Hobbo's pulled out of that one, hasn't he? They go on the pit straight with the undercut. But you saw a moment like that, he probably would have wished he'd stayed out there and just done one more lap now. Because Kuznetsov, though, with all the pace to try and catch up to Harlow. And Dyson just, well, he's hanging in there, really. Going along with Kuznetsov. Harlow's really dropped off the pace again, another half a second on the last lap. So despite that error, maybe he's just chewed up a little bit of tyre wear there and pinching him under brakes. Be interesting to see whether he decides that it's time to come in and let James Scott take the wheel after this one, especially coming up well and truly in that tyre window now when it comes to pit stops. Kuznetsov there, has a look on the inside, going to go. Daiso's going to follow him through. Covers it off though there for Harlow, make sure there is not a gap there. Goes wide, Kuznetsov has a look, can't get it done. Harden right there, they go 3-2 wide. Daiso though goes around the outside now, he's on the inside, gets a run. Look at a race contact. How good was that? Room for both of them, and Dyson gets another move done.
That was fantastic scrap from all three of those guys down through 130R into the triangle. And well, we saw some big contact there for Harlow. He did well to keep that car straight as we saw Kuznetsov get into the back of him. And Daiso with the big move around the outside on the first part of the triangle picks that one off and gets himself up into 2nd position. I think it might have been a little bit of a missed opportunity for Jackson Harlow there to come in and get the pit stop done, because that car is really starting to fall into the clutches quite heavily now of the two preceding.
It's like bumper cars back there with those guys, but this is where the action is. It's Borg from Frere, from Taljancic, chasing after Ken Ladder.
And how good has Ladder done in this one? He's managed to stay at the front. Despite all the attempts they've had, Tom Frere to go past him and the train behind him getting closer and closer together with the pressure, Ladder has go past. Harlow's, something's happened there. Daiso's back as well. It's going to be interesting. Let's grab a replay of this one though. Harlow out front, Daiso in 2nd now. He made that position up to 2nd. Watch Harlow this time. Daiso has a little look on the move inside. Harlow goes wide. Daiso goes with him there. He's just followed the car in front.
Well, he's made contact with the left rear quarter there of Jackson Harlow and redressed almost straight away there. He's pulled in behind and Kuznetsov with the big advantage. Slips one down the inside as we see the bumping cars still continuing down the back straight here in towards 130R. They're not done with that at all, but Kuznetsov's going to be able to start extending a little bit of an advantage. Dyson back down the outside, trying to make this move again. Harlow's just going to cover him off, push him a little bit wide, holds on to that 2nd position. When are we going to see these guys come in? Because these tyres are not going to be lasting much longer. And right on cue, Harlow in, Kuznetsov in, Dyson one more time.
See how far Kuznetsov was on the line, slid the thing in sideways.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised about Harlow. The pace that he's lost in the last few laps is very, very noticeable. I mean, we have seen out. Very interesting from him, mind you. Daiso last week.
So Dyson, Borg, Free, Italian, and Whiting are all staying out this lap, so they're going to be running on the dregs to get in the next lap. But it'll be interesting to see if they can use the pace advantage of staying out on circuit and not having those degraded tyres to get into the stop.
Where top 3 and 5 will come out in relation to obviously Brenton Hobson later, because he pulled in a couple of laps ago there to see if he can maybe do that undercut. And I'm just trying to have a look at where he's ended up. Obviously, they've changed drivers. So, yeah, he's changed out. And Michael Schrader's come in. So they're backing in 18th position, but working their way through in the number 88 car. So we've really got to watch and see what the difference is going to be there. I'm sure Jordan Ross is chomping at the bit to get behind the 143 car and get into that one as well. Get involved in that one. Michael Whiting's still out there as well. Michael Taliancic, Tom Freer, Brian Borg, Andrew Dyson all the way up to the front. So Dyson now with quite a substantial lead over the rest of the pack there. You can see that 20 seconds in front of the group behind him.
You just seeing in the chat, Brenton Hobson's out, jumped in to have a quick chat in the YouTube chat there. He's knackered after that first stint, and well-deserved run from him there. He's now got Schreier on board. James Scott's taken over the number 1 entry after Susan Harlow's vacated the driver's seat there. Schreier's in the 88, as we said. Dylan Thompson's back on board the Fisher Motorsports entry. Adam Hayne is in. We saw Jamie McKnight also get on board the 027 as Dyson now comes in. Will we see Adam Briggs now take control of the 72 machine?
I think Briggs has got it. I mean, he's had time to get the meat on and smoke it in the Phoenix Smoker. So now it's time for for Dyson to take over, I think. We'll see if we get Briggs on. He's had a great run. Borg pulls in now. Everybody coming past is now coming in. And a hell of an oily rag will just be keeping those cars going at the moment. But you can see it's Thomas Freeman who has taken the wheel. His nets off and is technically the leader of this race. So, when we consider that the cars in front are either in the pits or have not pitted yet, Michael Taliancic is another one who's decided to go another lap. So really on there and running that fuel tank really, really dry on this one. So Thomas Freeman is your lead this race. I would say after pit stop, that's why we're looking at this one out in front. And James Scott now behind the wheel of the Commodore there, all thanks to Logitech G AOSC Esports. Be looking to take the number 1 position back as soon as possible.
Scott should get this move done here on the run up into 1. Nice and easy, just slips that one through. Taliancic, I was going to say, had a fantastic drive in the back of that 6-car train that we were seeing. We didn't see him pick up any of the moves that we were watching the other guys fighting for there, just sitting behind, minimising the fuel consumption in the supercar there, and really getting good advantage from it. He's still got to come down the lane, but has himself a fair advantage. And when you consider the guys are taking on average 45 seconds, this is going to be a net game for him when he comes back out on circuit.
Definitely going to be in the top 4, top 5 when he finishes his stop if he maintains that advantage.
Just having a look at Zayko. James Scott now back in front. The 2 cars in front of him is Michael Taliancic and Cameron Dan. They're not pit stop yet, so we'll have to wait and see that. Looks like Adam Payne, the Type N Esports car, has lost a little bit of ground there. Just having a look at the pit stop time. Looks like taking another 3 or 4 seconds in that pit stop as well. So that could have really hurt them in a couple of positions there. We'll wait to see. Maybe that's a bit of a strategy towards the end, taking a little bit more. Gordon Ross come back out in front of Borgie, so well in front of Corey Shepherd. So, the teammate swap positions again. The same cars are going to be battling. It is just their co-drivers who are going to be continuing that battle now. So Adam Hayne leading in front, and it's not going to be long. Jordan Ross and Corey Shepherd are not going to wait. They are going to try to push past Adam Hayne. And at this point, Norrie, what do you do? Do you get involved in this fight between these 2 very experienced drivers, or is this at the point where you just think, maybe I'll just let these 2 go by and battle it out, and I'll get back behind them and wait for an opportunity?
Well, any race driver goes for it. So you go for it. But you've got to pick your battles and choose them wisely. Sitting in behind this group here, you could make a better pace if you just do what Taliancic has done and stay behind these guys and fuel save for this stint. But any driver will want to take the move. We see it go down the inside, and a whole lot of positions lost there for
Dylan Thomas in the Fishing Motorsport. He got heavy over brakes there, and he decided he was going to get out of the way, and now it's pulled into the pit. So coming in for his first pit stop as well. So now that everyone's gone through their pit stop cycles, we are back to our official raceman's there, and Jordan Ross goes wide this time, and Corey Shepherd takes full advantage of that one. Don't have to ask him twice, sees a gap and puts his nose in that one. Next person on his list is Adam Hayne, the Taipan Esports entry just in front. And we'll be looking to put the RaceKraft Simulations. Doesn't have the Mr. Antenna on this weekend. Joined up with Brian Borg. He's got the RaceKraft Simulations livery on, all thanks to Isuzu trucks as well. Watch him really tail Adam Hayne around at the moment. Get on board with Geordie Sydney, who's got himself into this little pack race there. Damien Johnson just in front, so we're in position number 10 at the moment. Looking at position number 9 just in front of us. Go back to the battle though, which is the battle now for 5th position. Adam Hayne, his brother Todd Hayne was in 4th position for a lot of the start of this race. They had another good qualifying session there. Shepherd has a look at the hairpin. Going to be hard to pull the car up at this point under brakes there, and Hayne does a nice job, just holds onto his race line. Shepherd's not going to take advantage of that one, but look how close he is. The Herod Performance Mustang behind him throws a bit of dirt and mud up into the radiator. Can that slow him down?
Well, I don't think it'll slow him down too much, but keep an eye on Ross in behind while Shepherd's considering where he can get past the Haynes Taipan Esports entry there. Ross has just taken the preferred racing line. He's really closing in on that little bit of an advantage, able to carry some more momentum, and it's going to help him, especially in these big runs down in towards Cassia Triangle. Will potentially see a move from these guys as they head in there now. Looking back off the back of Hayne, he has a nice turn in, gets a little bit of curve there. This runs very, very right. A little defensive early on. Shepherd, magical under brakes, closes that right down, and thinks about an opportunity there. So between the two guys, I'd say that probably the braking advantage at the moment in favour of Shepherd. The straight line performance in favour of Hayne right now. What's happened to Michael Stray? He's back in the lane as well. That's a very unscheduled pit stop for those guys.
So the
Going to be good for Brent Hobson.
safety car was called, but the safety car hasn't appeared.
Interesting.
So Shreya might have taken that pit stop thinking he's going to get net gain out of a safety car, and that has not happened. Well, they have backed off now. They have backed off, so...
They've run on some very fresh tyres, so maybe we do have a safety car out on track and just waiting for the leader to come around. Maybe we can get on board with James Scott to see if he is caught up with the safety car, but the Acute Industries safety car is out on track. We are in round number 8, AOSC11, and of course it is at Suzuka, Japan today, a very historic track. 650 kilometres it is, so 650 kilometres endurance race. That means we've got co-drivers, 2 drivers in these cars tonight. You'll see the names jumping around, swapping it, and our first Acute Industries safety car is out for the night. The safety cars breed safety cars sometimes, don't they, Norrie?
That's the plan.
That's the plan. So the only one I think trying to take advantage on is Shreya, who's coming to the pits and having a bit of a look. Now, James Scott came back out of the pits to rejoin the race in 2nd position and has immediately got that job done over Thomas Freeman. He did not wait very long, 1 lap before he wanted to take that lead back. Adam Briggs now teamed up with Daiso tonight, and he is slotted back into 3rd position right behind them as well. Then it goes back to Adam Hayne, who has got a hard-charging Corey Shepherd behind him, and Jordan Ross, who made a little bit of an error there and let Corey Shepherd pass, is right behind him. So it's going to be a very interesting restart to this one. And I'm just wanting to see Geordie Sydney's now got in the wheel of the Mickey T car in 9th position. So another very fast driver to team up with Michael Taliantich. So I'm just having a look at, we go down as well. Jamie Dyke back in 20th position now. Stephen Kokoschki's still in the car. Looks like we've seen a few people who've done a bit of a change as well. Who else we got there? Damien Johnson in the 33 in 8th position, doing a nice job. Sean Lindsell in 7th position, the alcohol DPR entry. But no surprise to see James Scott, who has just been dominant when it comes to the endurance racing this season. Hasn't really done a lot of our short sprint races, our 150-kilometre ones. He's really stuck just with the endurance races there for James Scott. He's still got a fair bit of points when it comes to the championship at the moment. So, let's having a look here. Obviously, he's sitting in 7th position in our championship. He's had 3 wins from. Well, actually, he did come to 1 short one. So, at our Nürburgring, the 650, he took it out with his co-driver Sam Blacklock. Then he's the Red Bull Ring, which was another 650. He just got outside the podium there after some issues there. Imola, he come to a 150-kilometre race there, and he got the win there. And the Twin Rig Montague 300-kilometre race, the single driver one enduro, he got the win there as well. So he didn't come to our Barcelona last week, but he's back in with the Suzuka 650, and of course Jackson Harlow, his teammate here tonight. Will they get another win? They did look very dominant there till the tyres really went off for Harlow, and we've seen an uncharacteristic error from him, and then we saw a few slow laps which brought Rick Kuznetsov and of course Andrew Dyson into the mix, and you can see their teammates now, they've swapped drivers. James Scott now back in that Commodore in the lead with Thomas Freeman and Adam Briggs taking control of those 2 cars behind.
See the safety car continuing on. One final lap. We've just ticked over the first hour mark on the race. 29 laps in the book so far, and guys, it's been pretty entertaining opening stint from everyone out there. We saw the opening issues for Brian Borg and Tom Freer having a bit of a bumble, and that dropped them back down the order, and were able to really put on a solid fight to come back through. And as you said, the guys out front having that little bit of an issue for Harlow and falling back into the clutches there.
Of course, we couldn't do these fantastic broadcasts and race without fantastic sponsors and partners when it comes to this, which is, of course, Jinx Shifters, who have been on board for a number of years now, do some fantastic products, all those billet-made shifters, brake bias adjusters, and getting into some, what are they called, real shifters now. So doing some shifters for real-life cars as well. Check out Jinx Shifters on all your social media platforms. RaceKraft Simulations over in Western Australia. Johnny and the boys, mate, fantastic facility. Go down. They got all the gear. They team up with simrigs.com to supply a lot of pedal sets and things like that. So they do some fantastic gear over in Western Australia and involved in a number of things. Simrigs.com, mate, they stand on their own. If you need something for your sim, if you want a rig, want some pedal sets, go and talk to the guys there. They do a fantastic job. AJ Insurance Services, business insurance, whether you use insurance break. If you want to check your insurance, whether you're getting value for money, go check them out. Track Hands for Gourmets, we get some great views we can see in our broadcast. A couple of extras you don't normally see on iRacing. Race Circuit Art Australia, who do all of our trophies and cut those out for us. Secura Industries, especially when you do that high-risk stuff, go and check them out. They got everything, telecommunications, all that stuff. When it comes to safety, of course, Team 126 Racing out of the US of A. And over there broadcasting. And I haven't seen Edie in the race tonight too. We haven't had the team in there, unfortunately. They haven't managed, they maybe didn't get a second driver to get in. But hopefully those guys are watching over in the United States. It'll be, what will it be? It'll be Thursday over there at the moment. So they'll be a little bit behind us.
Safety car ending this lap.
There you go. Track temperature there, 29 degrees, is it, out there at the moment? So not too bad when we talk about tide degradation, down really 29 degrees compared to what we saw a little bit warmer temperatures in our last race.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was very warm Barcelona. Early on at the start of this one, we saw 32 degrees track temp out there, and as you say, dropping down a little bit further as this race progresses. So that is going to come into be a big benefit for these guys as the cycle continues on. We just heard there over race control, safety car is in. It's going to start pulling away. So look for Damon Wood to put the pedal to the metal in the AMG and get back underway. James Scott will take control of the field. Very familiar spot for him to be out front.
Yeah, we're looking for some fresh air, and he is the king of the restart, isn't he? He is very quick on the restart. So we will we'll see where he's going to start off. If we have a look at our driver's briefing there. They can start with the Casio Triangle to get things underway, and look at him go. Gets the pace straight away onto the main straight. Look at the gap he's opened up already for James Scott over Thomas Freeman and Adam Briggs. Opens up, he's not going to be under any threat there. Briggsy right under the rear, puts the nose down, takes an early dive there. We're on cold, well, the tyres would have cooled down a bit, the brakes would have cooled down a bit. He's on the inside now. Can he get the run there for Briggsy? Thomas Freeman now on the inside as they head into the snake section. And they go through just in the background there. Now Adam Hayne needs to watch out for Corey Shepard. They all catch up too. And he gets the move done for Briggs. Freeman moves back, but it slows him down and brings Hayne into this one. Corey Shepard and Jordan Ross You can throw a tea towel over these 5 at the moment. Just off the back of that one, you can see Sean Lindsell as well. Just a little bit of a gap back to him, and he is obviously in 7th position. Damien Johnson, Geordie Sydney, Cameron Danson behind them. But we're checking out this little battle now. It's position number 2. Adam Briggs at the front of the Phoenix Smokers. He put an early move on Thomas Freeman in turn number 1. It took a couple of corners before he could cement that position now, but we can see Thomas Freeman now in that 3rd position. Adam Hayne right behind him with the Taipan Esports, and Corey Shepherd is filling every mirror that Adam Hayne has. Doesn't matter whether it's his right mirror, his left mirror, or his rear vision mirror. He's all over it. Corey Shepherd, RaceKraft Simulations entry teamed up with Brian Borg here tonight from Premier Racing Team. Jordan Ross made a little bit of an error there, gave Corey Shepherd that position a little bit earlier, probably about 4 laps ago, for the safety car. And now he's just holding back. Maybe look to see if he can follow Shepherd through. Here we go, he does a bit of a move and he gets the run down the back straight. We've got this fast left-hander to go through. He gets up right up on the curb on the outside is Hayne. He doesn't just give this position up though, they head into this little Casio triangle. Biggle under brakes there, Ross gives him a little nudge. Corey Shepherd doesn't get a nudge. Ross, move that is, gets that position back. And Adam Hayne, well, as long as these guys want to fight it out behind him, it just helps him in this race.
Absolutely, and we saw that at the end of the first stint there. He was able to stay clear of that battling going on and work his way forward. Ross, though, now down the inside. He's going to slip another position up into 4th position here. Corey Shepherd not able to make that move, but I can guarantee you the red mist will have descended in Corey Shepherd's eyes after that little bit of contact between himself and Ross up there in the triangle.
Yeah, Ross has really just waited, didn't he, for this restart? I mean, when he came out on those tyres before and went a little bit wide, made a mistake, and really regrouped after the safety car. It's good to see that he could get back to that and really, what we say, regroup to make those moves done. It's pushed Adam Hayne back to 5th position, and Corey Shepherd, the Premier Racing Team, now just resetting, looking for that moment where he's going to try and make this move and get past. We know he's probably definitely the faster car of these two. Here on the hairpin though, he can't get it done there. If you're looking at Ross up in the distance thinking, I do not want to let him get away. Tell you what, they're looking at the front. James Scott leading this one, although he has not been here for a number of races, mainly only did the Enduros 4 races that he's attended out of 7 so far. So he's 7th in the championship, James Scott, but not in contention really at this point, unless he wants to stay on and things fall in place. But Adam Briggs is leading by 20 points over Corey Shepherd. So at the moment, this is a really good result for him and Andrew Dyson. Dyson's dropped back a little bit in the championship. Oh no, who's in the background? Is that Geordie City? Was it? Just have a look. Or was it Damien? I think it was Damien Johnson in the background. I'm going to go with Damien Johnson, who lost the number. Yeah. Check out a bit of a replay here as they head down the back straight. It's a fast left-hander here. Yeah, it is the number 33, Damien Johnson. Drops the wheel, does it on his own there, locks it up. How much does he brush the wall? Not that car too, and manages to pull it back in and pulls back into the racing line too, and doesn't affect anyone else with that. Tell you what, Damien Johnson. In the meantime, Corey Shepherd's gone past Adam Hayne to make that move. And Gordon Ross has just raced away and caught right up to the back now of Thomas Freeman. So he has made a big gap over Corey Shepherd. So maybe a bit of fresh air for Corey Shepherd. Let's see how fast he is now that he's got behind Adam Hayne. Let's check out a replay though of the move of Corey Shepherd there of Hayne. While we're looking in the background there, that took our eye. Shepherd got it down there going to the Casio triangle under brakes, and Hayne doesn't put up too much of a fight at that point when he knows he's got him. So that was a nice move there from Corey Shepherd. But yeah, now he's got a little bit of air there. Look how close he has already gone to Jordan Ross. So we'll check out some of the times though up on our screen. Check out purple second time, second number 3. So really out in front.
Brilliant diversion from Damien Johnson too. We missed the move.
Yeah. He's always trying to steal the limelight. That's all it is.
This is Thomas Freeman. He's under a real pressure cooker moment at the minute because he's got Jordan Ross, a seasoned campaigner, right on his klaxon, and he's about to go through.
Well, that was a nice move, wasn't it? That was a really, really, really good move. The safety car has done him wonders. I mean, a couple of... Oh, who's that Lindsay background? Yeah, Sean Lindsay in the 554 car, the alcohol and DPR entry. Check out a bit of a replay. He comes around. Another one, oh yeah, under brakes. Don't want to get a wheel on the grass there, and he's done a nice job just to slide that in. Take the alternative track there and regress one as well. And Jordan Ross, this is a replay of the move he's done here. Oh, they make a little bit of contact there. He goes wide. Well, that was a replay of the move there, and that might say something. Ah, here we go. Kokoschki. And I'm just having a look at Nicholas Timor's tonight. Seeing that with Nicholas Timor's, obviously in 621, Kokoschki and him. That's some big contact.
That writes a bit more of the story.
Fortunately for both of those guys, where that incident occurred, they're not that far from pit entry as well. So it's not like they got to try and get a lap around here with really crook cars. They can get them in quick, get them repaired. But race control's not going to take a shining eye on that one. I'm sure it'll definitely get their attention. We'll wait to see how that one unfolds. Keep an eye here. Jordan Ross, James and Corey Shepherd continuing on that fight. Freeman closing in a little bit further behind. They've managed to drop Adam Haynes since getting through, but the battle for third spot really starting to heat up. And for Shepherd here, he's got the advantage of having his teammate in behind. If he's able to get through, might be able to pull him along for the run as well.
Well, you reckon with Thomas Freeman, you reckon his teammates sitting in the pits just thinking, I want to get back behind the wheel. I don't want to give this one up.
He'd have to be. There's still plenty of time for him to get back in so, as this one unfolds. Though, as we watch the guys up in third position, just having a continued effort here. Shepherd looking at all the options to try and get through on Ross there, not able to make it through that time by.
Well, it's not going to make it easy for him either at all. He's definitely got the elbows out already. Be interested to see how much blocking he wants to do or how defensive he wants to be, because we know how much that takes off your race pace. Corey Shepherd, big under brakes here too as they go into the turn number one. And Ross there, yeah, he loses that position there, moves back. Now, what do you do here? Just try and stay with Corey Shepherd. Don't try and race him maybe. Just hold on for the ride there and let him pull you up to Adam Briggs, who's in front and second position there. James Scott now leading us out by 3.8 seconds. So where Jackson Harlow had that almost 4-second gap coming 20 laps into this race, it looks like Scott's already starting to push that out as we go into lap number 34 at the moment. We go back to Briggs, who's about 3 seconds in front of Corey Shepherd. So they're quite spaced out there. It's going to take a number of laps there for Shepherd and Ross to reel him in.
Yeah, they're going to need to be very quick and almost, in a way, work together. As much as they're fighting for positions and championship points, they've got to work together if they want to get up towards Briggs and Scott there. Further back, looking at Dyke and Jewel having a bit of a moment there up in through the first part of the Degners there. Jewel getting very out of shape and almost making contact with Dyke. Barton in the back of this fight here, looking to make a bit of a move on that one. And also along with him, David Kidman on board the 717 as well, still hanging into this battle.
Yeah, he's definitely wanting to stay in this one, isn't he? Scott Barton, though, the After Dark Sim Racing Orange. They seem to have the car set up not too bad tonight. We've seen his teammate have a few moves down there, but in front is Anthony Jewell, the Team RaceKraft Motorsport entry, and great supporters of the Jinx Shifters AOSC as well. RaceKraft, so it's great to see that they've got a couple of cars in the race here. We're in the season, really, taking part in AOSC11, and of course we are at the halfway point of the season, round number 8 of 16. Here at Suzuka, Japan, it's a big track here tonight, 5.75 kilometres, so it's not a short one to get around. It takes 2 minutes to get around. In race pace, maybe a second or two more. We qualifying, we did see those 159, so it's a big track to get around. has its moments too. There's a little complexity in this one, especially going through the snakes, the hairpin, a couple other sections. There's some high speed right on the outer limits of the tyre corners, and it's a fantastic track. Did a few laps with myself this week and really enjoyed it. So the guys here tonight, 650 k's, 111 laps. Kinman in the background with a big brake lock up there as he tried to make a move on Scott Barton. Doesn't get it done. Well, Scott Barton now will get that move done and move up to 16th position past Anthony Jordan, the Team RaceKraft Motorsports entry. The Kinman's unfortunately there, that lock-up's going to hurt him, and that's going to hurt his tyre as well. Be interesting to see how that changes maybe their pit stop strategy. He's taking a bit of life off that tyre.
Yeah, I think he'll get away with that one. It shouldn't hurt him too much early on in the race. Later on, however, it might come back to hurt him a bit more. These guys continuing that run up round 7 into the Degners again, and Kidman just again, Jules stuck in that awkward position on the inside, has to use a lot of that curve. That's going to almost surely cause some damage underneath that car and maybe start to impede a little bit of the straight line speed. The Kidman's now going to get the move done as see Jewel there try for the crisscross, not quite close enough to get that one pulled off.
Richard Tan in the background of the power. Out of the USA, I believe, Richard Tam is. So good to see him joining us from the United States. If I didn't get that right, but Richard Tam there from Power Motorsports just kept reaping up in the back of this battle in 19th position, and be very different if he's been driving something different to get into it. The supercars, I don't know how many laps he's done, but mate, the supercars are aren't they? Teamed up with Adam Blocker tonight, of course, Richard Tam, but they're coming right on the back of Anthony Jewell and the Team RaceKraft Motorsports entry, and he's looking down the main straight. Is he going to have a go here? Oh no, Jewell just blocks him there, puts the elbows up, gets very, very defensive. Tam will go to the outside here. Maybe he can get the inside line and run this down the inside. Careful you don't excite the tyres too much coming out of that turn number 1. It's very easy to spin the tyres and won't set you up here for the snakes, the big S's as they go through. Here we go, Tan having another run. Just setting the car up. They'll get to a point in this track after they go through the S's. See a long left-hander, a little bit of a straighter kick to the right, and you get another sharp right-hand corner. Not going to get the chance to have a look on this one. Curb. Look at the driving. Oh no, he almost gets the car sideways there, both of them. Wheel out in front for Jewel. Tan gets the car sideways, doesn't get the run he wants. Look at the drive here though, Tan. Nice one through the hairpin. Good run out. Jewel's got him covered at this point. Really going to show up his long right-hander. Can he hold on? Who gets the best drive down this section? Who has... Well, who's going to have it to try and get through? It looks like Tan's going to have a bit of a dive on the inside here. Jewel, though, different line. Comes a little bit wider, tries to cut down the inside, but Tan's got his nose there. Makes a little bit of room for himself as they head down to the Casio Triangle. Will they have the courage to go side by side as they come into this one? Jewel gets on the brakes early. Tan decides he can run this one out a little bit on this one and will get that position there. Moves himself up into 18th position now. Good to see him behind the wheel of a supercar. I'd like to actually have a bit of a chat with them, see how they find it compared to some of the other cars. I do know you get something like the GT3s or even the Formula, the open wheeler style cars. Good car is a big, heavy car. It's a handful to get around as well. A bit trickier to drive if you just get into iRacing and you're typical Aussie and think I'm going to get behind a supercar and have a bit of difficulty driving them. I can tell you that is because they are difficult cars to drive. You really need to understand the setup when it comes to them as well as we go back. Thomas Freeman just behind him now, so he's managed to get that position done. James Scott still leading us now, broken out to almost 5 seconds lead over Adam Briggs. So he is just freaking away at the moment. Look at the last laps there, another 0.3 of a second where Scott pulls the gap out at the front. So definitely has a very fast car tonight, James Scott, using all his ability to just extend that lead, and hopefully that will put him into a great pit stop strategy coming on later on in the race. Of course, on lap number 37, 36 laps have been completed. Lap 37 now of this 111 lap race. So we're really just past a third way marker of this one. We have a nice move there from Matt Monday, is it? Oh no, spins the car up, gets it sideways, and Anthony Jewell manages to go through there without making any contact and causing any issues there. So Monday took a big dive there, but very fast in that hairpin and a big lock-up.
Yeah, the initial part of that was really, really good there as he tried to get through, just didn't quite get the grip to hold on there. Have a look at Knight. He's having a good steer so far. Teamed up with Christian Smart. We saw Smart having a really, really good run early on in the piece. These guys, though, working their way through. Damien Johnston, after that issue, after the restart there, fellas, is right back in contention here. He hasn't really been hurt too much from that little off-track excursion into the run through the tyre barrier.
That's very lucky that he hasn't been hurt too much from that little excursion there, because yeah, you don't want to be carrying too much damage. We know we do have 2 fast repairs throughout tonight, but you probably want to save them for the back half of the race, because you know, we think we've seen some great racing now and we've seen a little bit of aggression. Wait till we get down to the last 38 laps, not the first 38 laps, and see exactly where they're at. Yeah, so we look up at position number 2 now. Adam Briggs, you know, opened up that gap. I mean, Scott got by and has made his way out in front, but Corey Shepherd has done all the work there, hasn't he? He watched Jordan Ross go through in front of him. Managed to go through. He's got past Jordan Ross. Now, Corey Shepherd's closed that gap up, and that was 3 or 4 seconds up to Adam Briggs. Remembering, though, that these two are 1 and 2 in the championship, and that's how they are on track at the moment. Adam Briggs, and there's 20 points in it in the championship. Now, you know, a win gets 330, second gets 300 points, third gets 280 points. So tonight, if they finish only 1 position apart, maybe Briggs can hold it.
Yeah, these guys are putting on a fantastic show. You've got to wonder, though, how much has Corey had to take out of the tyres to come through and catch back up to Adam here, as he's managed to get a nice distance over Jordan Ross, and we saw him having to work very hard behind Ross to try and make that move stick. He's going to have to do it all over again here with Adam Briggs, and well, actually Briggs has made it very, very easy for him. He's taken the Phoenix Monaco entry right outside and just pretty much gifted him the run there. That's very uncharacteristics there for Adam.
Yeah, he wasn't going to he wasn't going to be involved in that fight, was he? Not too much. Yeah. You know, I don't know. They look at it a little bit differently there, and it's still 8 rounds to go in this season. We are only at the halfway point. We're not at the halfway point of a 4-round season. It's a 16-round season, and you want to risk it at this point. Remember, we're still going to come in the latter half. There is a drop round, so you know, bring that into contention. They'll still want to come home and try and get a podium finish here, and you never know what happens. We've seen so much happen throughout these races towards the end, where everyone's really pushing for those finite bits. But the question is going to be, now that Corey Shepherd has made it past Adam Briggs, he has clean air if I have a look at the track map. So it's just clean air between him and James Scott now. It is a long track. Doesn't have to worry about lap cars. We're probably coming into the second pit stop window after lap 40 if they want to, depending on how their strategy is playing. But we know they can probably go on to about lap 50 to 55, somewhere in that region. How fast will he be? And I'm going to start looking at their last lap times there, because last time he was just under 2 tenths off of James Scott, but now he's out in front. Let's see where he ends up with a couple of laps now, and whether he can start to close that huge 6-second gap that James Scott has.
Yeah, those two now leading the way are the quickest out on track at the moment. The only guys at this point in time down in the 201 second bracket, where we look back, Adam Briggs, Ross, Aaron Haynes, Thomas Freeman, Geordie City, all hovering 202 fours to almost 202 dead time frame. So little bit of a pace disadvantage there as we see a little bit of three-way nose to tail in the background. The first of our boot spoilers is now gone off the back of Shreya's double eight machine. That's given him a little bit of a pace advantage. What happened to McKnight though, because he is very, very slow and has actually had to come into the pit lane. So that was very, very odd to what had unfolded there, because we saw nose to tail.
That's got no revs, Dan. That's dead.
Motor.
That's on board Loxton.
You can hear the motor still.
That's
Dead
Jamie.
stick on entry.
So he's got himself a box full of neutrals.
Well, very interesting. We have seen that a couple of times since they've changed the configuration of these cars and the setup, didn't we, in season number 10, when we got halfway through that season where they made the adjustments to the car. We've seen a few engines pop over their time now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more than normal. I think, you know, if we think back to last season, the big one where we first saw it was Adam Briggs at Sonoma, where he had the issue on the way up into that final corner there. Cost him what was going to be a podium result, if I'm not correct. But for McKnight, not the first time either for him that he's had trouble. We saw the engines let go a couple of times last season, most notably probably Watkins Glen. However, they were able to really use the benefit of the safety car to get themselves back into contention and work their way through. Fortunately, where it let go right at the start of pit entry, and that's the second time we've seen guys now be involved in incidents down in towards the Casio Triangle there and be able to pull cars in to get them through. So, yeah, looking all right. They'll be back underway. It has dropped them a fair way down, however. So McKnight gets back out. Actually, he's made a driver change. Christian Smart's now back on board the 027. They're down in 21st position as a result of that blown engine.
But at least they're back out. That's the main, get back out there and get some points in the championship. You never know what's going to happen. And just when we think someone's won this race, we've seen even people like James Scott make an error and it pushes them back a number of positions. So just get back into the race. Considering we're, we've only just passed about a third of the race, a bit over that. So still a lot of laps left to go on this one. And if I do a quick calculation sum there, we've got about 70 laps left. So that's a long way to go in this race, considering the length of the circuit. A lot of room out there, and we haven't seen a lot of having to pass back markers at the moment. I know we have had one safety car. I say that though, James Scott is not too far away, just a couple of corners away from catching up to the people down the back markers there. So, but we are coming into that second pit stop strategy window. Who's going to go in early, who isn't? We'll have to wait and see.
Lap 47 to 49 should be the first time you look at a pit stop.
There we go. We've heard it. The pit reporter, Norrie. 47 to 49 is where we're looking at. Cameron Dance going around and trying to get past Geordie Sinney, who's driving the 777 with Mike Italianti. 3T is his partner tonight. Done a nice job there to get that car up a few positions, up 5 positions in fact, in the Synergy Sim Racing car into P number 7. Cameron Dance though, that car is up 14 positions now, so that's a nice job from those guys there to push forward throughout the race and make that amount of positions. So starting out of P22 and to get up to P number 8 at the moment, just on the back of George City. Looking fairly well matched for pace at the moment, number 27 in the 777. Sean Lindsell just behind him, as we did see him go through the Casio Triangle earlier and just do a bit of a straighten and head through the alternate track there that we're not using here tonight, but a little bit of a run off there. Here we go. Chris Barnes now behind the wheel of the Tank SRT entry, the number 10, with Jamie Dyke behind him from Fishy Motorsports. Makes a little bit of a bobble there that time and gives Chris Barnes a little bit of a reprieve as they get up over a fair bit of curb there. See how much steering wheel input there as the car just tries to slide out a little bit as they turn onto the main straight. You need to be really careful there. Keep the foot all the way buried and it will excite those tyres, and not long before the back end will overtake you. You need to be very, very quick to grab it. Chris Barnes just keeps his racing line, and Jamie Dyke's going to have a fast car if he wants to go past him.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one here for Dyke to work his way through. On paper, he's definitely the faster car out of these two. It was about a second almost 6/10 of a second quicker last time by. As we have a look at the time of the scoring down the bottom, you can just see he has taken fistfuls of time out of Chris Barnes. In front, Barnes really starting to struggle a little bit with that car, similar to what we saw towards the back end of the first stint, guys, where the rear tyres really starting to let go, and a little surprise for these guys with the pace we saw early on, really starting to come into that bit of a tricky zone for them now.
Cooling down a little bit here, and that's going to help them with tyres, won't it, Norrie? If the track keeps to cool down, and you see it come up the street, gone down to 27 degrees, so dropped another couple of degrees temperature. How will that affect the tyre wear in this race?
Yeah, the cooler the track, the better the grip's going to end up being for our drivers. The hotter the track is, that it makes it more slippery and less grippy, but you've got to move here from Briggs and Ross.
Yeah, Jordan Ross managed to go past Adam Briggs, just struggling for pace at the moment. So check out a bit of a replay there, all thanks to RaceKraft Simulations and Jinx Shifters. He's just out wide, isn't he? Put himself right up on the ripple strip with Jordan Ross. Mate, he's got lucky there. Briggs in with a little bit of an error. And doesn't want to get involved there as they go through the Casio triangle and force the matter. Jordan Ross will go by, and now it's going to be up to Briggs here to reset himself in that car and find an opportunity where maybe he can challenge Jordan Ross.
I think we need to keep an eye on the Briggs machine there, because since he's let Corey Shepherd go, we saw him have that big moment in turn one where he's gone very, very wide out past the AstroTurf. He hasn't been able to maintain pace in the car. So is there something going on with that one that's preventing him keeping the pressure on? Because they had on around a 4-second advantage over Jordan Ross there, and for Ross to have been able to close it in the way he did and then forcefully get the car down the inside makes me think there's something not quite right with the DPR entry.
Adam probably smelled the smoke around the area again. He's a bit excited.
Yeah, that's just been hungry. That's all that is. That's a bit of aggression. He's yeah. What do you do when you got the smoker outside? You can smell it. You know, your race partner's probably having a nice feed, having a nice cold ale, and you're stuck in the sim, mate. Of course you're going to make a couple errors. Checking out the battle now, though, between Chris Barnes and Jamie Dyke, and this is back for position number 13. Jamie Dyke in the Fishing Motorsports, number 80 behind. Tank SRT entry, the number 10. Been involved in a few little battles here, but these guys have got their own little bit of real estate at the moment. No one too close in front, no one too close behind, so they can just keep this one between them. They'll be having a great time out there with this one. Chris Barnes will be checking the mirrors, deciding what he's going to do. Jamie Dyke looking for that opportunistic moment where he's going to take the risk and to get him under brakes. Maybe sees a slight mistake that he can take advantage of here down the inside, has a bit of a run. It's a Casio triangle though, it's tight right and left-hander. Don't use too much curb, you need to keep as much grip on the road as possible. You want to turn it through there. Both cars decide that's what they're going to do. Run down to the main straight though. And it's the slipstream here. Maybe you can get the aero under the rear wing. Maybe Dyke will take a last minute step out and take a bit of a risk under brakes. Here he goes, Dyke with a big move. Slides it down the inside. Has to be careful though. He'll probably run the car a little bit wide here if he doesn't get the drive. He holds on over Chris Barnes, and it looks like Jamie Dyke get that move. See if he can move away from that one. Now I'm just having a look at the James Scott Corey Shepherd battle up in front. Now a couple of laps ago they were mere thousandths of a second difference in the lap times, and I thought Corey Shepherd probably get a little bit faster. Now he's got a little bit of clean air. And there he has got a couple of tenths, so very ever so small gains now for Corey Shepherd. And remembering that we've still got more than 70 laps in this race, that's all it's going to take. Those small gains each lap, no mistakes. Maintain that concentration. We see Kokoschki there is going to get a move done over Nicholas Timors. These guys have been going back and forth a little bit. Down in 19th position now, Stephen Kokoschki there, and Nicholas Timors not going to get back under that rear wing to try and battle him down into turn number 1. So Kokoschki moves back to P19.
Yeah, no love lost between either of those two guys after that big issue we saw at the triangle there, and they'll continue their scrap going on forward. Haynes still holding on to 5th position at the moment. We hear that car was really starting to struggle a little bit as the stint progressed on at the moment. He's got Thomas Freeman right in behind the 3rd of our Premier Racing entries out there tonight, and doing a pretty good job, even though he doesn't have the outright pace, as we're hearing from his teammate. Setting some very good times last time through the traps for him, 2:02.65, a 1/10 of a second over Freeman there. So looking very, very good, and we're hearing from RaceKraft as well. Treya is in the lane. We'll see whether that's a handoff to Hobbo, who's sporting some new gear in the sim tonight, and also driving a little under the weather, had some surgery. So he's struggling out there tonight, but doing a good job.
Yeah. Oh, no. See this? Look at that. Briggs will get past Jordan Ross, who has to go on the outside. Is that Shane Clark in the background, spun out? Front runners, and Jordan Ross now gets pushed around the outside, tries to avoid any sort of contact there with Shane Clark, and in the meantime, Briggsy takes full advantage, goes down the inside, and he's back into 3rd position to Simbricks DPR Phoenix Smokers entry. But we are in that window. As we check out a bit of a replay here, we're on now board with Adam Briggs, and you can see the steering input there. I think you're right, he's a bit uncomfortable in that car at the moment, not finding the setup quite right. And I see the car takes down the inside, takes the move. Ross around the outside, and I think he was pretty heavy on the braking too, so you can see that he loses quite a bit of ground, and Briggsy going to take full advantage of that one.
Yeah, they split that one well, going left and right there to make their way through. And for Ross there, not probably the move that he needed, but he will fight back through. We've seen the pace be very strong in that car as the stint's progressing. We're only 4 laps away from the start of the window opening proper, and we'll see which of these guys decides to bleed first and come through and take the 3rd stop for the night.
Yeah, I think we're all waiting to see that. That gap slowly creeping down between James Scott and Corey Shepherd at the front, isn't it? Now under 6 seconds. Like I say, 1/10 of a second each lap was all he's chipping away at. Last time round, 3/10 of a second. So, sorry, it was just over 3/10 of a second. So Corey Shepherd definitely does have the pace. We know though James Scott will be looking at that relative. He'll be checking it out. He'll have everything up on his screen, plus his spotter, his co-driver will be telling him what's going on. They might just be conserving a little bit of tyre there, whereas Shepherd will be pushing very, very hard. As you can see your leader, James Scott, out in front now, just putting that wheel out. Right, the Logitech G Autos Esports entry, and although he hasn't raced in all of our 8 races, even 4 of the 8 races, or 7 races that we've completed so far as AOSC11, super dominant, coming off winning back-to-back championships in AOSC 9 and 10 as well. So nothing to prove out here, but being dominant again tonight, James Scott. Really gearing down that one, isn't he? Yeah, a bit of clutch. It's almost like he's conserving a bit of fuel there. He doesn't look very, very aggressive. And considering the lap times aren't too much off Corey Shepherd, they're doing this pretty comfortably out in front now.
Yeah, fairly comfortably when you're able to just pick your mark and cruise to it. James Scott's been a fantastic demonstrator of how well you can do that in the race, and that's a testament to how he's won so many championships. Just following around here as he avoids pit exit. Why don't we just turn up volume and have a cruise around with James?
So there you go, a lap with James Scott, and a little bit loose there. I had to see a bit of a couple of corrections there in the steering, boy. So it's not all smooth. Got plenty of runs. We check out a bit of a replay from Kokoschki, who's back down in 21st position. It's up on some curve there, and looks like there's no one around and make this contact and grab some grass, and that's one way to enter the pits.
Yeah, not the best way to enter the pits. So it looked like that was all part of just catching a little bit of grass on the outside of that final corner there, and around she went. Not a finessed entry into pit lane, let's say.
Well, if he slid it sideways and made it through between the arm that would have been a great way to enter, I would have thought, as long as he wasn't going too fast and pit entry and get a penalty. But unfortunately made contact with the arm there and didn't quite finesse that one. But have a look up, Thomas Freeman now in 6th position there with Adam Hayne just in front. He's in 5th position, the Type N Esports entry, as you can see through the window. So Freeman, the Australia-wide racing entry, the number 7, back in 6th position. To come out from after the first round of pit stops up in the top 3, and hasn't been able to hold on to that one. Quite a few people gone through, but you have seen the likes of Corey Shepherd and Jordan Ross go by, as well as Adam Hayne. So the RaceKraft Simulations entry, all thanks to Isuzu trucks as well. Thomas Freeman now just been behind Adam Hayne for quite a number of laps. Hasn't really been able to challenge him to take that position back. Maybe just quite comfortable there if he doesn't have the pace. Just maintain that and keep that proximity will help him get around and just make these laps get underway, conserve those much of the tyre and fuel that you possibly can at the moment. Maybe that's an alternate strategy to go a little bit longer. In this one, we are expecting to see cars coming in the next couple of laps. We are on lap number 48 at the moment, and the window's open really for those guys that want to stop. Be interested to see what James Scott does out in front, whether he decides to stay a little bit longer. They've got a little bit comfortable time frame between himself and Corey Shepherd. Maybe decide first so that they can make a decision. We'll have to wait to see how that one plays out. But we are in our second pit stop strategy window now when it comes to fuel and tyres. Around about 22 to 25 laps for each stint that the good drivers do out there, and we do have to see 3 driver changes throughout the 111 laps tonight. So very easily done in that side of things, and we will see a few more pit stops before racing concludes tonight. As you can see there, Adam Briggs still holding out Jordan Ross just in front of you in the screen as we pan back. What a view that is here at Suzuka, Japan. The AOSC11 race 199 in the history of AOSC, and it's a fantastic number. We're almost there. We're going to have a big party next weekend, boys, when we come up to number 200.
Absolutely. I mean, and we've been counting it down since last season, wondering when we were going to get the 200 mark on the board. It's been fantastic. The 198 races we've seen so far, and again, 199 proving to be no different to that with the action so far. Can only wait to see what 200 is going to bring when we head to the road of Daytona and onto the banks there. So that'll be an interesting race, and we've seen some fantastic racing there in the past, so cannot wait to see how that one unfolds. So keep an eye here on this battle with Freeman and Haynes. And I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if Freeman's doing exactly the same thing that we saw Michael Taliantich do at the end of the first stint there. We saw him go 2 to 3 laps longer than everyone else, just sitting in behind, saving fuel. Is this again what Freeman's looking to do? Maybe make that little bit of an advantage in the length of stint.
Yeah, I think just take that advantage there. There's still so many laps left in this race. You've got to look at your pace and decide, are you going to be up there fighting out James Scott, who's gone in the pits, not running.
Pitting, yep.
James Scott is probably going to start this procession into the pits. Be very interested to see how comfortable Corey Shepherd is. He's going to stay out there, of course. Has decided not to go in. I don't know whether he saw James react to what had happened in front of him, whether anyone actually really knows, unless their teammates are getting on board. But James Scott's going to set this one, and Jackson Harlow looks like he is behind the wheel and take the driver's seat again of this car. And be interesting to see where they come out, whether they get stuck in some traffic there. I'm just checking out the track map now to see where they're coming out. At the moment, looks like they're going to come out in position number 10, possibly 11, by the time we see Jamie Dyke go by. waiting for some movement. They're taking on a fair bit of fuel on this one.
Yeah, these guys will be working to a number, and you know, they did have a couple of laps under the safety car, so the fuel number might not be the you know, the 49 that I predicted earlier. It might be a bit later, 51, 52. But James Scott and Jackson Sluice and Harlow will be working to a number, and they'll just make it work for them. Obviously, they've got the pace to defend it.
Well, they are going to come back out in position number 11, and having a look at the track map there, they don't really have anyone too close in front of them, so a bit of clean air, and strategically, that's not too bad of a move, is it, Norrie? I mean, that's one of the hardest things if you come into the pits, if you're the one that wants to make that first pit stop there and create everyone, I suppose, that sense where they've got to decide whether they want to come in with you and be on the same strategy or go the long strategy. You don't want to come out in traffic and possibly cause yourself to be, you know, slowed down when you come out of the pits like that.
For sure, it was about a 43-second stop for them, and when you look at the cars ahead of them on circuit, it's only about 38 seconds to the leader. So finding some clear air out there means you're going to be able to put down some purple sectors and really make the timesheets come alive as you make that progression back through the field.
You talk purple sectors, sector 2 is already lit up on our screens, 25.87, so he's definitely moving there. Purple sector's all ready for Jackson Harlow. Haynes going to react to this one and pull in too from the Taipan Esports, and was sitting in there in 4th position, but he pulls in now, so get on that same strategy. Interesting to see as they go through how many other people are going to decide to come on this one. Damien Johnson's pulled in from Synergy Sim Racing. Just waiting until we see the change of driver on these two. Brent Hobson just trying to get a move done on Michael Taliancic up on your screen at the moment though. So Michael Taliancic is back in the seat. They have done the second pit stop there because he's back in with Suzuka Sim Racing 777. And Brent Hobson behind him. So they have done their pit stops as well.
And following all this cycling through, it's a net gain at the moment for Taliancic as they work their way up to the triangle, though he is going to lose this spot potentially to Hobson, just crowds him a little on the initial part through. Taliancic, though, gained quite significantly in that opening stint and was able to hold these guys off. So look for this fight to press on. We've still a few more guys still in the lane. Stokes is in there, Haynes still in there, and with the pace advantage that these guys are having, they're definitely going to claw themselves back up towards the point end. A little bit of a lock-up though for Hobson on the run in, and just able to keep that car off the back of Taliancic there.
Yeah, but straight on the back of him though, Brenton Hobson, so it looks like he's quite comfortable with the pace of that car. Corey Shepherd's still leading this race and waiting to see if he is going to come into the pits on this one, whether he will react to everything going on, whether it's decided. No, he comes in, so watch this one. How far back? I mean, that's Briggs now in 2nd position. Jordan Ross behind him. Will both these cars come in or will only one? Briggs decides to stay out. Comfortable in that car before. He seems to settle down. Jordan Ross, he's going to come in. Thomas Freeman comes in. Back from Loxton in the back. Oh no, there's Brett Loxton there. So will he come in, Brett Loxton? Now these guys have done a fantastic job because remembering that Thomas Hims was driving that car before and some bad luck there. They are up 16 positions at the moment.
Yeah, they've kind of been the under-the-radar team tonight, as you say. Started off the back row, drove their way through the field, had their own little issues along the way, but other than that, kept the nose pretty clean on that car, and it's paying dividends for them so far. We'll wait to see where they pop out when the pit stop cycle their way through. As we have a look here at Harlow, out of the triangle through the last corner onto the main straight, he should be able to clear the guys ahead of him and get himself back into effective 4th position as he slots straight in there. And this will put him into a really good position with a nice gap advantage over 2nd place when the pit stop cycles all cycle out.
Yeah, you did speak about it, didn't you, Dan? And there's Shepherd, and just trying to have a look at the gap there, and that's out there 7 seconds there. So that's a big one there. And these guys still in the fight, Hobson and Michael Taliancic. Taliancic's on the outside, and Hobson looks like he's going to get the move done. Oh, slides the car a little bit. Taliancic now all over the back of him. Takes a lot of curb too for Hobson. Really. I hope he doesn't bite off more than he can chew there with those curves, because that unsettles the car. It just, you know, takes the weight off one side. You can't get into the next corner. Taliancic just asking some questions there in each mirror. Tom Freer is now behind the wheel of the 143, taking back over Jordan Ross, and after that stop, he'll just be coming off in the back of this little fight, and whether he wants to get involved, or maybe if it doesn't play out quick enough, Tom Freer doesn't always have the most patience there. He might try to push past the Taliancic, grabs a little bit too much brake there and locks up the inside wheel.
I don't think that'll hurt him too much, though. He'll be able to get into his rhythm now and just press on nicely. Freer, as you say, not quite close enough yet to be a thorn in the side as the guys work their way up through Spoon corner. We'll wait to see what the run out is like, although Taliancic makes a bit of a meal of that one, and as we were just saying, Freer not going to be in contention right now, is right in contention and all over the back of Taliancic, heading up to 130R.
Well, Andrew Dyson's had to walk away from the smoker, and he's back in the sim seat. They're in the pit lane at the moment getting service, but Andrew Dyson will ring back out the Phoenix Smokers simrigs.com DPR entry. Be interested to see where he decides. So Jackson Harlow now takes the effective lead of this race. He has gone through. Brian Ball goes past Andrew Dyson. Just wait to see if they start to move out, and looks like Andrew Dyson fifth position still in the pits at this stage, but they are on the move and coming out. So let's have a look and see where Dyson decides to come back out. Looks like he's out in front too. And he will hold on to that one over Brent Hobson, who gets a bit of a lock up there. And looks like Tom Freer gets past Michael Taliancic.
It's a great look as the guys work their way up through the hill here. You can see Taliancic just struggling a little bit on the corner exit there, not able to keep the nose of the Pursuit Sim Racing entry in towards the corner where he needs to be. Freer has gapped him just a little bit at the moment, half a second advantage since getting through there into turn one. And he sets off after his teammate Brenton Hobson there. So the teammate's looking very, very good for synergy. As we see Stokes having a big slide as he works his way up through the Degners there. And finally, Dance now in the lane, the last of our drivers to come through and complete the second stops for the night.
Yes, well, Dance in the lane now, so probably get our effective leader back not too far away. Harlow, we'll wait for Dyke to go in, although it does. I don't know if mine's saying something different. It says that maybe Dyke should. Like we're in the Fishy Motorsports car with fuel, so maybe they've got a bit of a strategy there when it comes to fuel, and they've been saving that one up. So we'll wait to see exactly what happens in this one. Jackson Harlow, though, should come around at this point and take back into second position, which he just does then. Zomo now taking the wheel of the number 27 car off Dance. Good to see. I did say we hadn't seen Jeffrey Eddy from Team 126 Racing, but he is back down. He just joined us, got in the cockpit now for this one. So good to see the boys from Team 126 Racing over in America. Big shout out to those guys who share our content all over there and got involved in the AOSC and having a bit of a crack at the Aussie supercars to race around, but good to see that they've got involved with it, and they're up for the challenge. As you can see there, a bit of a move done there on Tom Freer over Brent Hobson into turn number one there on the replay you just saw earlier. So another little dive and lock up with the brakes here though for Kyle Stokes on Ken Latta. Didn't quite have the room to make that happen. Latta showed him a little bit of room there, but just not enough to get him under brakes. Bit of a smart move there. Latta just getting comfortable again in position number 11 there, down a few spots. So we look as we move up, Brent Hobson's up 5 positions into P6, Michael Taliancic the same, 5 positions up into P7. Rick Kuznetsov off his back in the car now, and they've lost a number of positions there in the number 7. They're down 4 positions from where they started. They were up in second position last time they came to fifth, so We're looking to try and fight back his position and see what times they can do at the moment. He has done a 2:01 in race pace earlier, and so if you look up there pretty quick to get back out to a 2:01.02. So the last laps, I think, as well, just going through there very quickly. So interesting to see if he can claw back a number of positions in this race. We've still got, well, we're nearly halfway in this race. We're about one lap off halfway of 111 laps here of the AOSC11 round number 8 from Suzuka, Japan. It's the big one, 5.75 kilometers to get around here. And we got 111 times we got to do that at about 2 minutes a lap. It's a big night to call racing. Almost, or just over 3 hours of racing here tonight. We're at the halfway point, and there's that Dyke in front, or Michael White.
Well, I think that might have been Mazomo having a big moment there on the run through 130R.
It was definitely a big moment in front of him, wasn't it? See the cloud of dust and smoke. Yeah, I think you're right. It's Mazomo.
Well, what are we giving for the drift through 130R? I think that's probably about a 6.
6? Hour, you know, so I reckon maybe it's a 4, you know, like it's a slide under brakes. It's not necessarily under power. It's a big one there when you go around the 130R. You're at high speed. This is down to the hairpin. Oh, sorry, around the...
It's down through Spoon. So he's all in his own at this point in time. So bit of an odd one to happen there.
Yeah, wait to see. I mean, you are full throttle around this. You need to be careful. Just maybe get off it for just a second when you take that little corner through the 130R and almost do a little bit too much pace. Push the car out wide. We've seen people, yeah, just one, those wheels just go out over the ripple strip, don't they? He's done it not really to pull that up very quickly.
What?
Check out another instant here from Nicola. Down to that. I think, haven't we, Dan, where they just, you get caught up under brakes, you're not going to quite make it, and they just decide to take that exit road or the alternate track, I suppose, that we're not using tonight.
Yeah, and that's probably the smart move on it. You are going to get a slowdown penalty coming through there, but you know, you can save your tyres, get off the brakes, have another jab at it, and pull it up and work your way through. So it's not going to hurt you too much, other than, you know, a little bit of time and a little bit of slowdown as you work your way down on the front straight. But no harm, no foul, and I'll get back underway. Stokes in good position at the moment. He's closing up on the back of Ken Ladder, and Simon Mazomo in the car just ahead of these guys. So for Mazomo taking over from Dance, Dance did 2 stints that time by. He was only one of a couple of drivers to do that early on, and don't know how that's going to impact those guys with the 3 driver change rule.
Yeah, very interesting to take that risk towards the end, Norrie. I mean, with driver changes, from your perspective, what's riskier, to try and get them done earlier or leave them to the end?
Probably leaving them to the end's the risky move, but if you get them done early, then they're all out of the way. As long as you don't go over that maximum driver's laps of 73 for one particular driver, then you should be right. But getting them out of the way early seems a bit risque.
Yeah, most people, I think, are just content with getting them out of the way, and I think it's a bit of a sportsmanship where most people don't want to do the double stint or take over those full 73 laps. Most drivers seem to be splitting up a bit 50-50 depending on your pit stop strategy. Because that's off now right on the back of Michael Taliancic. Starting to apply some pressure there, see if he can get another position back in the number 7 car. Brent Hobson's still at Andrew Dyson as well. Let's have a look at Jackson Harlow and Brian Borg, what that gap is pushing out to, and it looks like Jackson Harlow now just and trying to push that out. Considering last lap we saw Jackson Harlow, Andrew Dyson actually was the one with a faster lap last time by 1/10. So Dyson is looking very quick out there and comfortable in the Phoenix Smokers car. In the last round of laps, it looks like he was the fastest just by 1/10. So that's just updating on me now as they go around again. Jackson Harlow in the 201s. A 203 there from Brian Borg. So He's struggling a little bit more with that setup there. Mazzamo there just has to give back a position there to Kyle Stokes. Pass, and here we go. Talianchis down the main straight and under brakes will get that move done.
Yeah, it was an easy one down into one there, and Telly had already pulled out of that long before they tipped the cars in. So, I don't know, maybe playing that strategy game again that we saw from him in the opening stint, sitting behind the guys, save the fuel and tyres, and press on later on, because as we saw early on, they got a good extension over the rest of the field there, and were able to set some good lap times after the fact everyone had come through the lane. So that working out quite nicely for them. Down in 7th position at the moment. Still plenty of work to do for the guys. We've just ticked over that 2-hour mark as well. Hard to believe, 2 hours in the books already, 2 still to go.
Who's counting?
Sometimes.
I think you're reading off the screen, mate.
Shh, don't tell them all.
Oh, they're long nights for us here. We got to have a bit of fun sitting here in the commentary booth and get through with the boys. Michael Talianchis in that 7th position there, and I think you're right, maybe just conserve a bit. Would have maybe in those battles that he had a little bit earlier there with Hobson there, could have taken a little bit of tyre life off him. Hobson now gets pushed a little bit wide there with Kuznetsov. Aggressive move done. Didn't quite see exactly what happened there, but gives Michael Talianchis another chance there that maybe him and Hobbo can get caught up in a battle. The brakes there, out because Kuznetsov can't believe it. Gifted his position, doesn't have to fight for it.
Yeah, nice move there from Kuznetsov. We'll see what he's able to do now with a little bit of clear track. The next car up the road, 3 seconds ahead, is Tom Freer there, another one of the Sim Sports drivers. We'll see what they're able to do. So the pace in favour for Kuznetsov now. It was a 2:01.96 for him last time by, 2:02.34 for Freer there. So Kuznetsov definitely matching the pace of our leading trio of cars, and we'll see him in contention sooner rather than later, as this fight unravel for the drivers, not in the cars at the moment, and anyone looking to give their team a bit of a plug, jump on up into the booth. Keep the sanity for us all.
Keep the sanity. Yes, I like that. Yeah. We got some of the teammates out there. If you've had a bit of bad luck and you want us to have a bit of a chat with us, make sure you jump in the waiting room, and we'll see you in there, and maybe we can have a bit of a chat live with you. I'm sure Briggsy's one. If you're out there listening, Briggsy, we're quite happy to have a bit of a chat with you. And Dicey had some comments for you last time he lost the incident, so now's the time. Now's the time to listen to what's going on and how much smoke meat you've got there from many smokers. Todd Hayne back in the car too. The Hayne brothers, Type N Esports entry, back in position number 8. They were up in P4 for a while, P5 before all the pit stops happened there, and I'm just having a look over at some of the pit stop times to see where they were for quite a couple. They've stayed in there for a little bit longer, but generally they're doing a 45-second pit stop there, complete pit stop. So for those guys, that's really where everyone else has been, the majority of the field. So but look for them to fight their way back as the race plays out. Maybe towards the end they won't need to pit for quite as long. Working through a pit stop strategy there, but getting around with some clean air as well, which isn't a bad thing at this point. If you can, group a couple of short, sharp pit stops towards the end of the race, but be in some clean air now.
Tyson's had a mischief.
Replay there, I'm seeing this, guys, in case I'm getting a glitch. Dicey was there, and then he wasn't.
Yep, agreed. He's had not a good one. That's the internet issues, similar to what we saw for him at Matigi. I think they've struck again, unfortunately, for him here tonight at Suzuka.
Yeah, well, it's his co-driver will be spewing about that one.
Yeah.
He's had nothing good with
Adam Briggs is going to be ruining this because he will not be able to reset, re-grab or anything with the car, because it won't have disconnected Dyson completely. So this is a massive disappointment for Briggs.
Yeah, still saying he's out there in own position. So while
That's
that's
the TARDIS.
yeah, Briggsy can't take that back. So, quite a few storms, hasn't there, down the east coast? So maybe that comes into play here. Hopefully, he wasn't in country in New South Wales with the tornadoes. So, if he's having issues again with his internet, that's going to be detrimental in his championship for Briggsy. Like, and that's the thing, isn't it? Briggs leading this championship by 20 points. Corey Shepherd right, and that could all come unstuck tonight by your teammates' internet issue.
Yep, they've lost a lap off that one. And that is absolutely crushing. So I know you wanted Briggs in for a chat, but it looks like Briggs is going to go for a long, long drive.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll. I think Briggsy probably would come and have a chat with us. He's the kind of guy that would and talk us through it, but he's going to want to get back behind that car and try and salvage as many championship points as possible, keeping in mind that he can't do more than what is the maximum lap? 73.
73 for a single driver.
To wait for the tow, he's going to have to wait, or he's going to have to want to do those minimum laps.
He's going to be down a lap on the leader. He's going to have to wait for the pit stop. Not only the pit stop, but he's going to have to wait for the towing as well. So it is going to be a long, long night from the rest of the way out for Adam Briggs.
Well, there's always a story coming out of these big races, and tonight it's going to be Briggsy and his championship battle, but it looks like he is back in the seat. It is coming up with Briggsy now, so he will look to try and get that car re-established in the race and maybe salvage whatever he can from this one. Have a look though, we've still got plenty going on. Adam Blocker, the 74 car, looks like he's going to pull into the pits there, and so Blocker will go around and the Mark 1 Esports, obviously out there with Tan before from America as well. So yeah, those guys, see them involved in the AOSC, taking the challenge of the Australian supercars and the complexities that come with driving these cars. We're taking the tracks all over the world, all thanks to the iRacing format. And here we are at Suzuka, Japan, and it's a glorious track. The crowd's in the house tonight. We've seen Formula One here, we've seen MotoGP, and now we're getting the chance to take the here in the virtual world. There's Ken Latta there with Cole Stokes just behind, and just in front you'll see Todd Hayne, who's made up a position in the Taipan Esports entry.
Just about to see Briggs get out, I believe. He's finished that pit stop there. So he gets down and away, down in 20th position at the moment. One lap down. Norrie, you called it spot on there, mate. So down a lap, and if ever there was a need for a safety car for a team, right here, right now is what these guys need to get themselves through. As you see Corey Shepherd now. Also, Brian Ball just put another move on them, and that's got to kick you while you're down.
Yeah, massive disappointment there for Adam Briggs. I mean, he's put everything into this season. He's been strong when others haven't been around, and to receive something like that is just a knock, and he doesn't need it at the moment. So he's hoping he can fight on and get the pace back in that DPR machine.
Oh, and right on cue, just heard the words, the safety car has been deployed.
Yes, word. I'll be interested to see the supercar coming out, and we'll wait to hear from race control, but has been dispatched, and I can see the Acuta AOSC safety car now dispatched out on track. Right down to a flying lap, cold tyres, cold brakes, and not afraid to turn that into turn number one, although it is a GT3 car, which means definitely going to want to turn a lot nicer than the supercars. Don't go too fast.
The safety car is 24th in the race.
He's gaining some laps back.
I think just getting to somewhere a bit further down the cars can maybe take that up.
I think that's the safety car being a bit more alert to being out on circuit and catching all the runarounds who don't pit. So that's a bit smarter this time round, but Harlow has taken the bait. He's straight in the lane. Borgie, I reckon, will copy, and Kuznetsov should as well.
So this works out well for Briggs and company. They're going to get that lap back and find themselves in contention here as all this cycles through. So we may still see them get the wave around, because once we see the leaders come through, they will still be effective near the end, but they certainly needed this.
Yeah, they definitely did. We were able to pit there. Rick Kuznetsov has made a big gain since getting back in the car, hasn't he? Up into third position there. And dash, and as you can see there, Adam Briggs now back in the car and trying to recoup what he can out of this race, and the safety car's coming at an opportunity. So we'll just wait to see whether we get the wave rounds we do in iRacing. Get them back onto the lead lap. I'll let Briggsy back in to this fight. So they've had the tow, I'm assuming, in that time while Adam Briggs has had to jump back in the car. They've probably filled that car up and put fresh tyres on it. Why wouldn't you? If you've already done the tow, you may as well just make sure you can stay in for the longest stint as possible.
It's almost like the racing gods were on the side of David Coleman from the YouTube chat. He said, needed a safety car. Here it is.
And 62 laps complete of 100. It's a big race. We're over 2 hours in, which means we've probably got about an hour and a half left. The wave rounds are happening, but tell you what, the safety car didn't want to give up that position, the Acuta AOSC safety car. Wave around, so they'll get underway here and try and catch up that lap as quick as possible. Everyone in the front who's decided to use this as an opportunistic or an opportunity to take another pit stop. And like Jackson Harlow has stated there, Brian Borg, they've stayed in the car, which means they're probably working backwards from this one, aren't they, Northing? 62 laps. We've got 50 laps left in this race, plus some safety car stuff. Manage the tyres, fill up now. We can do one more driver change in 25 more laps, so we're probably going to be, what's that, talking about lap 85 to 90. Get our last driver change done, get our last fuel stop done, last set of tyres, and make it home from there.
The abacus will be out, and the slide ruler and the calculator will all be out, because they'll be burning the numbers on this one, making sure they can get enough fuel, get enough time, get enough drivers' laps, and bring this one home, because it's going to be quite tight on the old number book.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be tight, but we'll see what Tom Frere's got up his sleeve. He loves a bit of strategy playing, so we'll wait and see what Tom Frere has. Brian Borg, though, doing a fantastic job in that second position and starting to get a bit of momentum in the towards the middle of this season, really, with that win last week. A bit of luck on his side, but he also managed to bring that home, maintain that pace. And teaming up with Corey Shepherd this week, he's done a fantastic job to hold on, but I'm sure Corey Shepherd will be getting in for the final stint of this race. Of course, he is the speed machine, just chipping away at James Scott earlier when it comes to the times. Be interesting with the restart to see how Jackson Harlow, how fast he can open up that gap. Keeping in mind he's probably going to have to do a 25 to 30 lap stint on this one. Michael Whiting in third position as well. And got Tom Freer in fourth. Thomas Freeman's got back in. So Rick Kuznetsov's got back out of that one. So they're taking an alternate strategy to get Thomas Freeman back in. Probably to do a shorter stint. Oh no, here we have to do a full stint in, and then we'll move back.
That's Ryan Borg back in the pit lane.
That's interesting.
Very.
Because they would have got through their driver changes, noting that you'd have to pit at least one more time. Or do they believe they're not going to get home with fuel with just one more pit stop?
From here, you wouldn't make it anyway. So the pit stop for me sort of nullifies the fact you wouldn't make it. Why would you pit now?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is you got one more pit stop where you're going to have to take fuel. I don't see the advantage of coming in now. And he's in there for quite a lengthy period of time too.
Well, I wonder if it was just a short stop they took just to get the cars underway. Briggs is in. We kind of thought he would come in to top off, and that's a smart move for him. But for Borg here, it's still 35 seconds that he's stuck in the lane.
Yeah, they've...
Does Borg need a new GPS? Maybe told him turn right when he should have turned left.
Has he picked up a penalty, mate?
Well, I wonder how low on fuel that car actually was. 50 second stationary time. That's a long time to be there on the lane waiting.
That's tyres and fuel.
which is very odd because the last time when they did duck in under safety car, as we looked at Susan Harlow there, they did 25-second stationary time. So they shouldn't have been that bad, I wouldn't have thought, on fuel there.
No, you're quite right, Dan. Unless they were sort of drinking the fuel or it was leaking out of the fuel tank, that wouldn't have taken that long at all. So there's something more playing out there in the 017 car.
Well, just maybe if he gets out of the car in the final stint, maybe we can get him to jump in the commentary box more. We'll question him a little bit on that one. Be very interesting to find out. Corey Shepherd, I think, will bring that car home in the next stint of racing, but really hurt them where they've come out now, doesn't it, for Brian Borg? And we'll speak. I mean, how well they were going, but huge issues there. And I reckon there's a penalty there, guys. I reckon there's got to be something like that.
More than likely, it's a long time to be sitting there stationary. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if something comes up on the race steward seat. The other thing I did notice, we saw Adam Briggs bring the 72 DPR entry in. Look who's back behind the wheels, fellas. Andrew Dyson has managed to get the internet up and running again. He is back on board the 72, coming back from 21st position. It's going to be a tough run for him here, but he's going to now have the benefit of the field being tightly compressed. He's going to be like a hot knife through butter, trying to work his way through it.
Now, this is just me, but would you trust having someone like Dyson back in the car after his internet's just gone once?
Well,
yes.
Take away this risk as well, Norrie, is I think otherwise Adam Briggs will go past the maximum amount of laps, in which case he will cop a penalty for that one.
Yes.
To get Dyson back in, would you rather risk the internet now, where if something goes wrong, you can still get back in and hope for another lucky safety car? Or do you risk the internet going out at the end of the race and there's no time to rejoin?
I'd risk going out at the end of the... Is that something exciting to comment about? That's just purely being selfish from the commentary box here.
Hey, look, mate, you're an entertainer. You want to give the entertainment to the crowd. Big shout out to everyone who's joined us out there, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, across whatever platform, whether you've been shared over in America with Team 126 Racing. Big shout out to everyone who's joined us on this Friday night. 11:08, halfway through the season here at Suzuka, Japan, and the safety car has left us and we're about to get back underway. All thanks to Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. Season 11. The halfway point almost there. 48 laps left to get us to the halfway point of the season. The latter half of 2021. It's a nice start from Jackson Harlow as he drives away. Opens up a nice little gap. You can see down the main straight on from Michael Whiting in the Fishy Motorsports. Oh, here we go. A few moves getting made easy. Brian Borg early. Wants to get aggressive there. Gets one move done already over Matt Thompson. His next opponent is going to be Simon Mazzomo, and chasing him through there too, I think, was going to be Andrew Dyson. A couple of cars back will be looking to push on really hard. So let's check those cars out as we get this race restarted. Already starting to spread out though on the track map. Surprising to see the gaps that have opened up. Borg grabs a fair bit of grass there on that one. See how aggressive some people are being on the curb. Set up the car, obviously. Get those cars right up on two wheels if you want to take that risk.
Other than that little moment for Brian Borg there getting the grass, it's been a pretty subdued restart, although we just keep got an eye in the hairpin there. Dyson has caught the back of, I think that might have been Matt Thompson or Anthony Jewell there, spun him around, and it's taken another one of the Premier cars around as well. That was Matt Thomas going around at the end of that one as well. So could that be a potential penalty on the way for the 72 machine?
Well, we just have to wait and watch, aren't we? I thought it was the number 13 in front. Just see here, RaceKraft Simulations. That Freeman. He's sure if he Anthony Jewell in the RaceKraft Simulations car, whether that's pushed him into the car in front and caused that Constantina effect maybe then.
Yeah, it almost looks like that a little bit. You just see there was a little bit of a momentum shift there for Jewel, and he was really struggling to try and get that car back under control. You can see the rear end just starting to break away, and as he got to the apex of the corner, unfortunately, he caught the back end of Matt Thomas there, and around she went. So yeah, tricky spot to be in, and I think for Dyson, he's going to have to be cautious there because that could be a possible contact or penalty for instigating that initial contact.
Yeah, last thing you want in the night he's had is to have something else go wrong, isn't it? And especially when it's a slight little error there and probably pushing very hard. And when you're caught down the back with cars that are possibly half a second to a second slower a lap than what you have been pacing, and you're trying to get back into this race, your brake markers are very different to theirs, and that's when this sort of thing can happen. So very tricky situation to be in when you're in a field of drivers that probably just not quite at the same pace as you. Looks like Thomas Freeman's gone past Michael White, and Ken Latta has passed him as well. So lost a couple of positions there, a bit further up. So we can see now, you see Michael Whiting going down. He's in that second position now, back to P5. Staying on board with Brian Bork, those you can see right up on the back of Alex Court. Looking for his opportunity. He's not going to wait too long though, Brian Bork. He'll have the fresh tyres on, full tank of fuel, and looking to be super aggressive on this one. You'll need to use up as much of that tyre as possible if he wants to make an impression there, so Corey Shepherd can really chase down a result at the end of this race.
Yeah, they're going to have to really get on with business. Just having a look out front as well. Jackson Susan Harlow, 3.8 seconds up the road. And check out the time that he managed to get by on the opening lap. It was a 59.97. So the only driver and team combination so far to have dipped below the 2-minute mark. Follows it up with a 2-minute flat 42. So he is on fire trying to make the move and gets himself some clear air, and hopefully we're not going to see a repeat of those tyre issues. Borg, however, gets the move done down into turn one on Alex Court there as well. That was a nice run down in through one, and we should see him start to press on and move up. The next car on the rank for him, Adam Blocker, in the 74 Mach 1 Esports entry.
Noticing Tom Frere though back behind the wheel of Suzuka Racing. Number 143 is in second position, and yeah, doesn't quite have the pace of Harlow. So if this goes to the end without a safety car, it's going to be very hard to catch them, considering James Scott still has to get by and do the final stint of this race, and we know how fast and how consistent he has been. Although we have seen mistakes from him in the past, doesn't mean he's going to get this home without a mistake. Very hard to compete, and especially when they open up that big gap, and just gives them that breathing space if they do make that slight brake lock up, slightly miss a turning point or an apex of a corner. So and they managed to bring that back up by being a couple of tenths of a second faster than everybody else. So Tom Frere will be looking for a little bit of pace there, because he's going to have to watch out. Thomas Freeman is actually a little bit faster than him, who is behind, as well as Ken Latta. So they're starting to push up and going to put a bit of pressure on Tom Freeman soon. Be get a little bit of wiggle on here in the race. Right now there you can see Andrew Dyson, and now internet issues plaguing him once again. So Briggsy had to get the car towed, had to get back in behind the wheel while Dyson got his internet back up and running, or the power back on. We don't know what happened, and now they're down the back of the field. Andrew Dyson has to complete the minimum amount of laps so Andrew Briggs can get in and complete this one and try and keep his championship position alive. I mean, he's not out of the championship. He can have one bad race, but at the moment Briggsy is leading by 20 points over Corey Shepherd, and Shepherd now has teamed up with Brian Bork. He's only 2 positions in front now. This far down, I reckon that will put him on about the same points once we take into the championship. Once we account for where the positions are and we put them in the championship tally, they'll be on about the same points from where I'm thinking. We'll have to check that at the end of the race and just confirm afterwards with the race officials if there was any after race penalties. Sometimes we do see them come through, so it's a couple of days normally before we see those official race results come out in the social media ranks. Dyson though just wants to get past, doesn't he? Alex Court, he's all over the back of him.
He's got to be careful here because on the last lap by, we saw him have a big bump on the back of Mizomo up into the hairpin. We're coming back into that section of the road. He fires it down the inside of the second Degner there. He's going to get that move completed, but he's got to be cautious here. He doesn't want to get any penalties as a result of the forceful driving that he's putting on here to make up this position and get himself back up to the pointy end. He's through now. As you say, Brian Borg's the next candidate up the road. The gap, as it stands at the moment, 2.3 seconds between these guys. So they are pressing on, and Dyson is a man possessed at the moment.
Man, he is a man possessed, isn't he? I mean, Briggsy there trying to keep that, like I say, keep the championship lead there for the slightest of margins. So catching up to Brian Borg will help, but will assist in that. Maybe if they do have that race pace, he can possibly put a move on Brian Borg and give Briggsy a little bit of a breathing space coming into the final stint of this race, and maybe they will choose to come in a little bit early and do an undercut and try and work their way up the field a little bit later. Of course, we are on lap number 68 now, 111. Just gone past the start-finish line, so they start lap number 68 now, and Jackson Harlow is opened up in front now, almost 7 seconds, 6.5 seconds out in front to Tom Freer. And it goes back to Freeman, Ladder, Whiting, Haynes, Stokes, Schreier, Sinney, and Thomas Hinz rounds out your top 10 now. Hinz, he's done a nice job tonight, the Henry James Racing team, him and his partner. And last time at the start, Thomas Hinz had the car, they were at the back of the grid. Had some unfortunate luck, but they've just been chipping away tonight, slowly in the background. And you mentioned it earlier, Dan, probably one of the cars and the teams that we haven't really noticed, haven't we? Just chipping away at those positions now and looking pretty comfortable in P10.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've definitely flown nicely under the radar there. Haven't made any silly mistakes along the way. And the car pace is looking good. Qualifying just didn't quite play into their favour there. And as we said, came off the back of the grid, which in a race with the field size we've got tonight, not the worst thing. But it does make for a tricky night for these guys. They've really got to work the strategy nicely and think methodically about every pass they want to do, think about where they can get the advantage with the safety cars and the strategy. So look for them as the race presses on. Still plenty of laps left in the books for them to try and eat their way a little bit further up. Currently sitting 10th is a fantastic drive for them so far.
Yeah, Freeman in third position, Thomas Freeman that is. Looking ahead at Tom Freer, and he's got to be worried behind him. Ken Ladder is closing that gap down the alcohol and DPR entry. They've opened up a bit of a gap over Michael Whiting in fifth, so don't have to worry about him too much. But if Tom Freer doesn't get a little bit of a wiggle on, a bit of a move on, he's going to have to watch out for Thomas Freeman and Ken Ladder. We're closing that gap, and it's soon going to become a three-car battle. Last time around, though, Tom Freer was that faster than Freeman. They come around this time, we'll check out the times. Down to the 201s for these guys now, and Tom Freer at 201.71, an 01.95 for Freeman, and an 02.09 for Ken Ladder. So they are starting to get very close, and that's where we see Ladder just not quite as fast on the back there. Just in front though, and you know, you're talking half a second now. Jackson Harlow blows that time out in the last lap, half a second on the last lap. Definitely can see the tyre temperatures are coming up, and obviously the brakes, everyone's looking a bit more comfortable in the car judging by those times. Jackson Harlow came out with off the safety car, and he was super fast already in the flat twos, but and a 159 in there as well. But everyone else saw in the 202 marks now. We're starting to see those 201s creeping in, so temperatures coming up. Everyone getting the feel for the track again, getting in the groove. Todd Hayne back in P6 now and moved himself back up a couple of positions. They were back down to P8 at the restart there, and Taipan Esports Energy just loses the position now, as you can see on the inside there, and under attacking Kyle Stokes. Holds on to that one. Another great result, we see the Haynes up there just outside the podium. Last week we did see Todd Hayne in P4. He can bring his brother home, Adam Hayne, and they can possibly get that in a top 5 position. They'll have to be pretty happy with that result tonight. Just outside the top 5, position number 6. Kyle Stokes there, and on the inside Michael Schreier too, having a look. Now these Synergy Sim Racing teammates, are they going to get themselves involved in a battle here, or Or what are they going to do? Can they work together maybe to get past Todd Hayne? Last thing you want to do is see teammates make contact and cause himself a racing incident there, which puts him back in the race.
I think Sergi are pretty on the ball with that one. They'll definitely be looking to use the comms and work each other through there. But Schrader doing a really strong job coming back. We saw him lose the rear wing on that car earlier on, and looks like he's taken at least one of the quick repairs to get that thing back underway. I wonder with Todd Haynes and the Taipan Esports entry, we know that they were having some issues earlier on in the race with the stint, and I wonder if that potentially due to the changing track conditions as we see it up on screen at the moment. It's down to 23 degrees. If we think back to the start of this race 2.5 hours ago, 29, actually it was 32 degrees on circuit. So it has changed a huge amount. I wonder if they've just maybe missed the mark on the setup at this point.
On the track, you think the grip levels would be up, and we might be able to see those tyres go just a little bit further with the safety car in there. People might conserve so they can come home, maybe a short pit stop, go a bit longer now and short pit stop and bring it home, or maybe we're going to see everyone go right to the limit of a full tank. Michael Tucker is down the inside here. Can he get it done? I mean, Geordie Sydney's actually behind the wheel of 777.
Lap 87 is the earliest anyone can pit and make it home. Lap 87.
Order, Matthew Norris. Norrie as we know him. He's lap 87 is the earliest we can see someone make it home from. So start to look around there. Who's going to play that strategy? Geordie Sydney gets the job done on Michael Schreier. Temperature coming down here, which is going to be tyres. Thomas Hinz position here. Can he hold on to it over Rob Bowden in the background? I think he's done a nice job there, Thomas Hinz. Schreier there just holding on to his position there, and Hinz gets pushed wide, but doesn't stay in the throttle there, just rolls the car around the outside and doesn't have an incident there, and just keep his position, get back on the race line. Last laps there, and definitely some people down the back to note. Andrew Dyson's pushing on to a 139, which is right up there in the last set of laps. Actually, I think that is his fastest lap last time round. So Dyson pushing on. Brian Borg in the 201s as well, the 96 at the end of that though, so half a second off the pace of Dyson, but they are pushing on despite being down the back of the pack. 15 and 16, so yeah, so not too much room in front of them, but definitely not being held up by any cars at the moment. Geordie Sydney, keep seeing the 777 out there. I just assume it's Michael Talianti. Geordie Sydney behind the wheel at the moment and starting to catch up. The car in front, which is Todd Main from Taipan Esports in position number 7. He got one wheels in position after just getting in position up with Miles Stokes. Still holding on to position number 2 with Thomas Freeman in 3rd. Ken Ladder just outside the podium at the moment in 4, with Michael Whiting in 5. Here we go, back to Dyson and Brian Borg. So Andrew Dyson, Brian Borg about to get involved in a battle between these two, the Phoenix Smoker and the RaceKraft Simulations Harrod Engineering car. Number of positions back to P5. Let's have a look at a replay here now, all thanks to Jinx Shifters. So Tom Freer in a 2nd position there. He had Thomas Freeman behind him, and not quite sure what's going on there. We had maybe here and see whether maybe he's had a slowdown there, because that's, I wouldn't have thought that's Tom Freer. I reckon that's something that's been imposed on him from race control. All right, we'll get back underway with racing, and Tom Freer will be keen to put that behind him and move on right now. So Freeman now in 2nd position. They're not catching Jackson Harlow out front, still at 2:01.52 at the moment, and just extending his lead out in front. It's blown out to 11 seconds at the moment, so they're very comfortable. Now they won't want the big S to come out again. No safety car for them if they can help it. Brian Borg's got past Adam Blocker, so is Andrew Dyson. So those two are working together now to make their way through the field, and goes past Adam Blocker in the number 74, the American entry. Probably not a bad idea if you are. Let Brian Borg maintain a bit of his pace while you're coming up with his lap traffic, just follow him through. Let him pave the way. There's a bit of a battle going on just in front of those guys, which is between Thomas Hinds, who's lost a couple of positions now, and pushed back. He's in a fight with Jamie McKnight and Sebastian Flock. Sebastian Flock there in the 717. Now Hinds will get that position back. Goes back into position number 11. Flock back to P12. Jamie McKnight just behind though. Then you can see the two front runners who've been pushed back throughout the race through some difficulties. Brian Borg and Andrew Dyson.
We're really starting to heat up to an interesting run here. We're seeing some comments in the YouTube chat. They're praying for another safety car just to spice the action up a little more than it already is. We watch the guys down into the Casio Triangle for the 73rd time tonight, as Thomas Hinds there still defending from Flock. McKnight looking very racy just in behind these guys in 13th position, but he's got to be careful. You've got Dyson and Borg really starting to breathe down their neck, and they're going to be wanting to come through sooner rather than later.
They don't have time to be patient. They are going to put pressure on. You can see Dyson all over the back now. Borgie's slowed down and he's going to take too many corners. Dyson's keeping that aggressive stance, isn't he? Hasn't decided to dial back the aggression at all. Doesn't matter whether it's Borgie or McKnight or Sebastian Flock or even Thomas Hinds.
Oh.
Contact there. He pretty much redressed that, didn't he?
He just got caught the nose just on the inside there. He jumped to the onboard shot there. There is nothing separating these guys on circuit at the moment. Borg's got to be cautious here, and Dyson just got to keep that angle level in check here as they press on through the second half of the Degna up towards the hairpin. Will we see a move there? We've already seen it once tonight. Can he get another one done?
Like I say, not one to dial back. Oh,
here we go.
Dyson here is going to try and make
Gets it turned nicely.
Yeah, Borg's not going to give up though. He wants it back.
Remember, Borg and Dyson are playing with Corey Shepherd and Adam Briggs' championship here, so this is on for young and old.
It's a nice move. They try to make a bit of room there. We know there's a little bit of bump and grind, but you know that's just going around the corner there. They're side by side though as they come down the back straight. High speed 130R left-hander. Side by side, Dyson just in front. Goes outside though. This is where it can get risky. Brings Borgie back into it, but they come down to this Casio Triangle. Hard on the brakes, the glowing rear brakes there. And Dyson manages to get that move done. In the meantime though, Jamie McKnight has opened up a little bit of a gap. They were right on the back of them, so while they've had that little bit of a stoush, that has slowed them down when it comes to catching up to the cars in front. Hopefully now Dyson can get on with that one. Third position now, and he's having a ripper night. Started 6th on the grid, so in row number 3, and the Acca Holder DPR car has been, we've seen him lurking in the top 10, haven't we? And at times he has been in this top 5, but Ken Ladder now in position number 3 and in a strong position as we are in lap number 74 now of this 111 lap race. So 2/3 way through, and a podium finish tonight. A whole heap of curb there for Thomas Freeman as he puts 2 wheels up in the air. He's using every little bit of the track. Michael Whiting is behind the Fishy Motorsports entry, another one who's used his pit stops well, chosen wisely, had great strategy now, and put himself in contention for a top 5 finish. Especially with Tom Freer with some sort of redress there from race control. We haven't confirmed that yet, but Tom Freer looks like he had a little bit of a slowdown, maybe cut the curve somewhere, and now he is back in 5th position. Just hearing from race control, it was a bit of a redress for an issue there, so that's why Tom Freer dropped back those few positions. And he's definitely in contention for where he is in lucky number 5 shouldn't expect to see any more implications from that previous call unless something happens later on in the race. But position number 5, and he'll be certainly looking to apply some pressure and grab a number of positions back, especially when Jordan Ross gets back in the car. He will want to be in the best position possible. A bit late on the brakes there, but he manages to turn the car in, doesn't quite grab the apex of the corner there for Ken Latta. You can see just as Thomas Freeman opens the gap up a little bit on the exit there, get back down to Alex Court. Simon Mazzamo just in front as they head down the back to the 130R left-hander. This is this little tight chicane here, puts under brakes. Mazzamo gives him space but stays on the outside, which becomes the inside line. The crisscross. Court lights the tyres up though, spins them and doesn't get the drive he needs to keep that heat on the back. Carl Stokes, Synergy Sim Racing, number 33 in 6th position there. And he needs to watch out. Geordie Cine in the 777 very close behind. Look at these guys working their way through the field though. Andrew Dyson is pulled away from Brian Borg and is all over the back of Jamie McKnight. That only took a lap and a half. And you can see him questioning every little bit of space that McKnight leaves open.
McKnight's not going to make it easy for him though, much like Borgie. He's going to really make him work for it. And this is going to take a huge amount of life out of the tyres while they continue to fight their way through, up through the Degners, gets it right up on 2 wheels, floats it in there, and then sets up for the second portion of the run there. We'll see whether he can get that crisscross manoeuvre that he tried on Borg done up in the hairpin here, because he has been dynamite in this little bit of circuit on the track at the moment. Knight just open to that one, keeps an eye on it, and holds on to that position. Up front of these guys, you've got Sebastian Flock as well. So a couple of spots begging here for Dyson if he can make his way through.
Yeah, he definitely is running out of patience though, Dyson. He needs to be very, very careful. We've already spoken about this earlier. He's been super aggressive. You're the one that makes contact with the car in front. That's the penalty that you put him back down in the field. But look at the gap as they go around this high-speed left hand. Oh, he gets a little bit loose there out wide. He's not getting under brakes on the inside. He's just had to straighten the car so he can get heavily under brakes to pull it into this. I think the crisscross here, though, is on the outside. It's not the right side for the run around this. But he's got plenty of speed as they go down the main straight. This could give him the drive here. It looks like Brian Borg might be able to take some advantage of this one as well, possibly. Not quite enough speed. He's going to stay on the outside there, which will give him a good run. He's not afraid to stay in it, though. McKnight will have to give in to that one there, and maybe he slides it out too for Dyson there.
And he really flung it across the nose of McKnight's Commodore there, which is not something you want to be doing too often.
No. Breath at the moment.
Second, third and fourth really starting to heat up. We've got the 126 entry with Shane Clark on board, just out of position at the moment. These guys are a lap down and trying to get themselves out of this little hotly contested scrap here as the guys head up towards the hairpin. But Freeman, Latta and Whiting closing in on that, and right behind you've got Freer and Stokes getting in and amongst it. This is going to be a 7-car train here. Well, it's already turned into a 7-car train as the guys work their way off the hairpin there.
Latta follows Freeman through as they go through, obviously, like to say, a lap up for Shane Clark and the Team 126 team this weekend. The guys over in America there and involved in our little series. Ken Latta and Michael Whiting just behind him, and a little bit of a door closed there on Michael Whiting. Not happy with the room he's given, so he decides to back out of that one. In the meantime, Michael keeps saying Michael's got the answers, but it's Geordie Cine in the background going too wide and trying to make some moves here as he moves up. 7th position at the moment. Can you get Kyle Stokes here under brakes? Stokes stuck behind Tom Freer, and they're not going to want to come together there between Kyle Stokes and Tom Freer. All Synergy Sim Racing cars though, so how much do they want to keep pushing on this between the teammates before they decide who has the faster car, and maybe they let someone have a little bit of a reprieve there on this one. But Tom Freer, sorry, now looks like he's going to try and get the move done on the 126 car. Can't quite get it done. Big lock up under brakes as he goes wide there, and that's Shane Clark, who's way back in 23rd position. So won't want to get involved in this racing at the moment. I tell you what, the guys will be pretty nervous considering how the car is, the behaviour of the car, how loose it is at the moment. Some of the guys there who are coming around the lap will be a bit nervous trying to get past there. As you see, Daiso's now made it up another position there, past Sebastian Flock. Got past Jamie McKnight, Sebastian Flock. And the next car in front will be Thomas Hinds in his sights as Brian Borg's left behind in position number 15.
Call from race control just to car 126 just to remember the blue flags out there and dig into those, because that was getting very, very dicey as the guys worked their way up through the S's there, and they stepped to the side. Dyson now involved in this. He is not going to want to be held up as he finds himself now right behind the 126, gets that move done and sets his sights on a little further forward. Battle though is still heating up with Flock, McKnight and Borg still getting in and amongst it, and surprisingly for Brian Borg, not had the pace this stint that we would have expected for him.
Yeah, especially out there, I think tyres wouldn't be an issue for Brian Borg, and maybe just through some things that have happened in the past, not willing to put that bit of risk in there to cause a penalty there and impede Corey Shepherd in his championship fight. Maybe just erring on the side of caution there for Mr. Borg. Maybe, just maybe, unless it is just sheer pace, maybe not happy with the setup of the car. Corey Shepherd won't be too far away, I'd say, from hitting the stick. Going off our fearless pit reporters abacus, lap 87 seems to be the lap that we could see people coming in from to make it home on that strategy. So start to look we're 9 or 10 laps away from that happening, but some of these guys, if they feel that that's going to be the strategy they take, that's when they'll come in and possibly put their faster driver in for the final stint. Some of the guys who are probably more evenly paced, they may choose to take that out a little bit in a different pit stop strategy to try and get some clean air.
Remember, they've also got to make sure they have only 73 laps for their driver maximum, so that's a balancing act you've got to make as well.
Jamie McKnight's gone past Sebastian Flock, so Flock's had a little bit of an issue there, and of course Brian Walker's followed him through as well. So he'll get himself another position up to P14. Andrew Dyson, though, all over the back of Tom Sims. Here we go. Geordie Sydney do the big dive down the inside of Tom Freer. The teammates have both gone past too. Kyle Stokes has made it past Tom Freer. So another one who, I know he had to give up a number of positions there with the redress, but has just dropped off the pace there for Tom Freer. He was very fast early on and maintaining with some of the leaders. So slow down for him. Jackson Harlow, though, who's leading this race, just consistently in the 201, the mid 201s, consistently out in that car, and you see that gap has just opened up now to a 17.3 seconds. That's a humongous lead to have at this point in the race, considering we've just come off a safety car at lap 62.
Yeah, he's flying out front there and doing a really strong job. Hopefully, with the cooler condition change, we're not going to see that issue that we saw earlier on with the tyres going off for him. I must say, Geordie Sydney in the Pursuit Sim Racing entry, that 777, doing a very good job as he works his way up another spot there. So in the 7th position, he's got Kyle Stokes ahead of him, and we did got an update from Hobbo in the YouTube chat. So Geordie moved over to Pursuit from Synergy, so change of teams partway through the season for him as well.
Very interesting. I'll start to look down there. As you can see, Thomas Hinds now with Andrew Dyson all over the back, and Rob Bowden and the Tank SRT team just in front. The hurdle that both of them need to get by, and Andrew Dyson running out of laps and running out of patience. What's he willing to risk? You see the attitude of Hinds' cars. It's all very aggressive there. You can see it flick back quite a bit. They're using all the curb they can as well. Hinds right up on 2 wheels as well as Andrew Dyson there. Dyson's looking to where he can make the move under brakes. They almost go 3 wide here. They lock the brakes up in this hairpin. Hinds makes a little bit of room there. Bowden gets a move done as well over Tom Freer. So Tom Freer really dropping off the pace now. Hinds there with the run, they get the move back on Dyson. The Chris and Tom Freer, how do they do that? Thread the needle.
3 wide. Dyson picks up 2 spots. This is ridiculous.
What has happened to Tom Freer? Look how slow that car is. Does he have a real issue there? That can't be a penalty. There must be something wrong. Is he having a sim error maybe?
Yeah, the car's looking very, very tricky to drive. We're just sort of getting the power down there and going a little sideways. We might see if we can jump on the cockpit shot and just see what's going on. It's almost like he's got the limiter stuck on in 3rd gear or a shift issue. So not what you want going around, especially this high-speed section of the circuit through 130R.
Well, if he's got an issue with his sim rig, you think he'd be calling out Jordan Ross, and as long as he's done the minimum amount of laps, Jordan Ross is just going to have to do a quick splash and dash at the end. This will tell you, yep, some real big issue here for Tom Freer and Jordan Ross, and that is such a shame.
Yeah, that's really bad news for those guys. They were looking so promising early on. I'm sure we're going to see a good turn of speed once Jordan Ross gets back behind the wheel. That hopefully for Freer, he's able to get that reset, maybe a change of shifter or back from the sequential to the paddle shifters and back underway, because he would really want to really try and finish this race off.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have thought Andrew Dyson with internet issues, you would have thought it was all over and possibly there would have been a penalty coming if Briggsy had to bring this home, but Dyson managed to get the internet back up and running, and he's in 10th position now. He's in for a top 10 finish.
Given Borg is still back there in 12th, that's a points gap for Briggs and Shepherd.
He's not done yet though, Dyson. Rob Bowden there is trying to make a move now. Michael Schreier, and Dyson is definitely probing every little bit that he can, any sort of gap. So Rob Bowden getting the hurry on from Andrew Dyson. He's not going to let him have 2 laps. I wouldn't say Dyson will give them 2 laps. He's had a little bit of luck come his way too, as we saw with Tom Freer. They went around each side there, him and Hinds, and he got the move done then, Dyson too. So what's he going to do here? Bowden comes down the inside here on Schreier, manages to get the move done. Dyson takes a whole heap of grass in there. He's shoved.
3 wide.
This, it's Dyson around the outside. Bowden gets through. Schreier now forced to the outside and covers him off nice and aggressively as well. And in the background, Hinds is taking full advantage of it, and so is Brian Borg. So Schreier's just lost 4 positions in a matter of 2 corners.
Yeah, that's a big change of positions there, and that was all set up on the run through 130R with Bowden trying to get the move there on Schreier and the opportunistic move there from Andrew Dyson to try and bring that one through. I was going to make mention as well, Brian Borg's been able to get past both McKnight and Flock, so he started to make a little bit of an inroad forward on this battle as well, now into 11th position, so trying to minimise that points differential that you were talking about earlier, Matty and Norrie, for the championship. And if he can continue on, it's damage limitation at this moment.
Yeah, you're right. Just trying to limit it. Just trying to limit it. Here we go though, Rob Bowden still holding him. Oh, Hinds sideways, look at him. Has to correct the steering there. And Dyson up the inside now, Rob Bowden. So another position there for Andrew Dyson, and he's been super consistent in that hairpin and really putting the pressure on through there. The setup of the car really seems to suit his driving style at that point of the track. Ryan Borg now behind Thomas Hinds, who really sliding that car around. I don't know if he's trying to overdrive that car at the moment or whether the tyres have gone off. We weren't suspecting that, although they've done a fair few laps with the track conditions. We would have thought they would have lasted a little bit longer with the degradation, but you never know. So here we go, Dyson just leading in. Oh, Rob Bowden puts a wheel out in the grass, a bit of a wiggle in front of him. You've got to be careful there. You don't want to see the car in front go off and you get caught up in that. Schreiers moved back there to position number 12 just in the background. We spoke about 22 degrees now on track, Norrie, and great conditions out there to finish this race off.
Fantastic conditions to win the race on, because the track temp, as you say, is cooling, and the tyres are going to be in their peak operating window. We're getting ever closer to that lap that I reckon is going to be the minimum lap you can come in and pit to this one. So it could be that we're in for a very exciting finish to this race.
Yeah, half an hour ago, or you know, when we saw so many things happen to some of the leaders in this race, you would have thought that we weren't going to see this and fight back, that we've had to see Brian Borg now in the fight to get back. So Corey Shepherd's in a position to push on with the car. Andrew Dyson, what a fight back after internet issues, now up to P7. I mean, those guys had a tow. They got a bit of luck there with the safety car. It's definitely been a lucky night for them, and pushing on now. If he can just finish his stint and give that back to Briggsy in a top 10 position, what a turnaround that has been for him, because he has just been powering through, overtaking car after car after car there for Andrew Dyson. And Brian Borg doing his best in the Premier Racing Team entry there to give Corey Shepherd a bit of a rocket ship to bring the race home, and he possibly could push on from here. You wouldn't think without the intervention of a safety car that we would see Jackson Harlow or James Scott be challenged for that position number 1 at the moment, because they are almost out to a 20-second lead. Almost. That's a huge advantage at this point, because they can decide to pick whenever they like. It doesn't matter what they want to do, and at the end of the race they don't need to push on. They just need to do those consistent laps and keep racing at a reasonable pace. 20 seconds, they can afford to lose half a second a lap. So Rob Bowden there in the Tank SRT entry position number 8. Within the back of Dyson. He's not going to be able to challenge him, but he's got to worry about Thomas Hinds behind, who's now got Brian Borg breathing all over the back of him.
And Bowden doing another stellar job in the tank car, just pushing forward here. Hinds likewise for his team as well, just not letting go of these guys, just holding on to position, and what we said earlier, from him coming from the back of the field as he's done so far tonight, not giving an inch and making it very tricky for the guys further back to work their way through. If you have a look back at McKnight and Schreier continuing their fight, that's been an ongoing one over the course of the run and course of the night so far between these guys. And oh my God, boys, number 3 is out, the dreaded S word. We've got a safety car. This is going to be a cracking run to the line for everyone.
And we're not at that lap 87 now. Norrie, get out the calculator and tell us, with a safety car, let's say 3 laps under safety car, can you bring it home with fuel saving?
You would be an exceptionally brave human. Actually, I'm going to say an exceptionally brave alien to do that. But anything's possible. There is fuel saving going on. These guys had a safety car earlier, so their pit stop window is going to be different. But Harlow is pitting, so I'm going to say yes, you could.
Yes, you could.
But I wouldn't do it.
All right.
They're all doing it.
They're all going to come in.
It's all a free kick. They're all going to try and do it from here. Good luck to every single one of them.
Yeah. Well, let's hope they can. Let's hope we can see them all now. Jackson Harlow is going to get out. James Scott's going to bring this one. What a fantastic drive from him tonight. I mean, we do have to talk about that very quickly for Jackson Harlow. Just that first stint we saw the car, I don't know what it was, tyres or whatever, but really struggled at the end of that stint. But he's come back, hasn't he? And in this stint, just showed his class, just chipped away, done everything you'd expect from someone who teams up with James Scott on that same level. So James Scott, though, the king of the restart when we seen him in AOSC, amazing to see what he might do if he can get the restart he wants and whether anyone can challenge him considering Corey Shepherd is back in the car. Can he push through? Rick Kuznets off another one. He's been very fast. Adam Briggs, will it suit him to bring home? We'll just have to wait and see how these guys get out of the pits, how much fuel they're going to take, how much it's going to take to fill it all the way up. For those who have been fuel saving for the last, good, but there's some changes.
Shepherd's dropped a lot in that stop.
James, well, they're going to. Be interesting to see what they do because they're still. It's not a huge stop there, is it? Geordie Sinny's come in as well, a bit of a short. He's not too bad. Jamie McKnight's taking a very short stop, so they're probably expecting to pit again. Adam Hayne back in the car in position number 7. Adam Briggs out in 8th, so they've lost a position as well. But yeah, Corey Shepherd out in P11 tonight.
Yeah, that was an interesting stop for those guys because they're only a few spots behind Andrew Dyson on the way into the lane there, and that's been a net loss, unfortunately, and a lot of work for those guys now to do to work their way up. When you consider the stop time for majority of the field, with the exception of Jamie McKnight, was around 38 seconds. They're going to be very quick at the back end of the race, but how much is Corey now going to need to press on in the Premier Racing car to try and claw back that lost position? He's going to have some help, obviously, with the safety car, but he's going to have to work hard to get his way through. And Mr. McKnight, the surprise one out there so far, as we say, a very short pit for that one, 25 seconds stationary time, and he's pulled a fistful of positions up to get himself into that 4th spot, and a good drive for those guys who are, again, flowing well under the radar tonight.
Have a look at the DPR cars. I know we've got the teams there, the different strategies, different car setups, but towards the end of the race, we've seen Dyson. We're not sure whether there's something in the smoke meat. We're not sure whether he's just
back in.
They've unleashed him and let him have a big crack at it tonight, or whether it's just these DPR cars seem to have the right sort of setup as the race has come to them, as the track conditions cool down. It just seems to be those cars are getting faster and faster, and you can see that in the style in which they can overtake. They're not having to do too much risk in their pace and being able to break them into corners. So the DPR car, Sean Lindsell now up in 3rd position. So could we see a different DPR car on the podium tonight? You never know. We'll have to wait and see as that plays out. Adam Briggs now looks like he's jumped off the YouTube chat and got back in behind the drivers. Will also be a chance for Dyson to go and check the Phoenix Smoker and maybe grab himself a feed. He's definitely earned it tonight, hasn't he, Dan?
He's worked very hard to come back through the field after the internet issues, and I think he's made a big amends for that one, and you know, really done what he needed to do to try and help cement the championship position that his teammate Adam Briggs finds himself in. So he checked all the boxes. We think there may still be a little bit of a cloud under the incident that we saw very early on in that stint up under the hairpin, but we'll wait to obviously hear what race control have to say on their adjudication of how that one unfolded. But for the way that he drove through the field, did everything he needed to do to get that one up there. Very surprised at what we saw from Borg, not really being able to match the pace as well. That was a little bit of a shock to the system there, especially after what we saw from him last time out at Barcelona. But he's not made it easy for his teammate Corey, down in 10th position, and a lot of work for those guys to get on with, as we said. The guys out in front who have really checked all the boxes after what was a very interesting little issue in the end of the opening stint there. Jackson Susan Harlow and James Scott made a huge gap at the end of that stint, 16 seconds clear of everyone. That was a fantastic drive from those guys. They'll be hoping to repeat that again and see what they can do as we near the conclusion of this race.
Much fuel saving. Obviously, we've got some people in the field like Adam Briggs and Corey Shepherd who are going to need to be super aggressive there to try and make those positions. But at the back half of this race, we could see some fuel saving then from those guys if they're not going to come and pit again. So what will be the strategy? Go really, really hard and just get the track position possibly, and then try and defend. Maybe we'll see those guys just use 10 or 12 laps. We spoke with Briggsy a couple of weeks ago where he said, you know, or even last week, sorry, when we had him on the podium, where he said, you know, I can only be aggressive for so long, and once the tyres get to a temperature, you got to let them cool down and then reset yourself for another, you know, another attack position there to have another go. So will we see them just try and grab a heap of positions in these first 5 laps and maybe back off for a few laps, fuel conserve a little bit, defend the position, let the tyres cool down, and then really get aggressive again for a number of laps once the tyres are ready to go again, and you're watching those fuel levels the whole time. So it'd be interesting to see how they want to play that out for those guys who aren't at the front. But James Scott, you know, he can drive away here, put a number of laps in there really, really fast, and then if he can open up the gap enough, then he can just sit back and watch the relative times of everyone else and adjust his driving style.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. We expect there's going to at least be one more stop for a lot of these drivers out here. I think if you know you've got to come in again, you abuse every bit of that car and you use everything that it's got underneath it to get yourself in that position, and then get the very quick stop, fresh set of boots on, and press on to get the car home.
We'll have to watch this one out. And the other thing will be with the server is, I mean, all those familiar with how the server sets up in iRacing, we're already out within, aren't we? So
Safety car in.
this is a big race. Sorry, Norrie, the safety car has come in yet, so Norrie just letting us know that. And yeah, will time become a factor in this one too, Norrie? If we look at this one there, we're already 3 hours and 6 minutes in, and we've still got a number of laps to go.
Oh, we got the abacus out.
I can hear it. What's that? I can hear you sliding him over. Wait for this one there before James Scott gets underway. Normally we see him really out of that little Casio triangle, but this time he's waited till the last moment to get this race underway, and we already see some moves. That Hayne there getting stopped there in front by Damien Johnson, who puts the big no, not this time, mate. It's not happening. Geordie Sidney stays in the wheel of the 777 car now in position number 4. So they've moved their way up quite a bit there. Himself, Geordie Sidney, and Michael Taliancic behind him. Damien Johnson there, we saw, just to make sure that Adam Hayne didn't. 7 just behind. So we have a look in the background there just to see the track there at the moment too. All the rubber's rolling up, and you'd be worried on those pebbles to get too wide. Could get a little bit loose out there.
If we go green to the flag, it should just make it.
So, safety car could change that. Any sort of slowdown in this, and we might come time certain. It's going to throw another throw something else at them they didn't think. Here we go. Corey Shepherd already looking on the inside of Thomas Higgins now. He's decided to use the fresh tyres, the full tank of fuel to his advantage there. Higgins now putting it on to Rob Bowden. Is it in the car actually, and Chris Barnes. So Brett Loxton there goes to the other side. Oh no, here we go. Sean Linsell, where's he gone off the track too? And he was right up there. So Sean Linsell, we'll check out the RaceKraft Simulations replay here, and it looks like maybe he's just got him under brakes. Geordie City
Gets a little bit of help.
makes contact. Oh,
I think Sidney would have made that move, but you get the locked wheel on the inside there, and just dragged him a little wide there, and into Linsell, who was the unwitting participant in that one, and that dropped him well down. Now 17th position, a lot of work for him to do to try and claw back up. He's got Thompson just ahead of him, one of the premier cars, so plenty of work to do to get back up the front.
now I'm going to say it again because I'm becoming a bit of a fan of Rick Kuznetsov, because I can just see it coming together for him again. Now he's behind the wheel for the rest of this race. I'm going to assume that his co-driver has done his part there, and we're going to see Rick Kuznetsov, no matter what happens, whether they have to do a splash and dash or not, we're going to see Rick Kuznetsov try and bring the Premier Racing Team car home. So, considering James Scott's out in front, can he match that pace? Having a look at this one, he's not too far off, but James Scott had almost 0.3 of a second on the last lap, so that's going to be a hard one, but just maybe Rick's going to get that second position, just unless James Scott makes that uncharacteristic error, which we have seen before.
Well, we have. If we think back to Watkins Glen last year, we saw him have that moment early on down into the bus stop chicane there and drop 4 or 5 spots early on. Was able to claw his way back through. So we have seen him under pressure a little bit. There has been a few chinks in the armour, but he's able to get a bit of a gap, which he's already able to do at the moment, 7/10 of a second. He might find that little bit of breathing room is going to come in beneficial later on. We'll wait to see how that one goes. Plenty of support in the YouTube chat for Mr. Kuznetsov, and I can see John hoping that he's going to get the move done. He came so close last time out at Barcelona, and he'll definitely want to take the next step.
Yeah, it'd be great. Great to see him up there, and like I say, everything's got to come right. Not just the qualifying, and tonight it was fourth position on the second row there. So it's all got to come together, and tonight they've had to fight it out a little bit. They've moved down the order a little bit and then come back, and now they've got themselves in a good position. A bit of a lock up there in front of Jordan Ross, who's now back behind the wheel of the 143, and it looks like Loxton it is. Maybe that losing a number of positions there, Brett Loxton and Jordan Ross will go past. So that's him and Tom Freer fighting back, and we do believe Tom Freer had some sort of sim issue there. Looked like he was stuck in a gear or something. So if he's watching us out, whether he could pipe up in the chat, or maybe if he wants to jump in the commentary waiting room, we'll have a bit of a chat with him. But we suspect that would have been a sim issue for him, which pushed them down a number of positions. Very unfortunate for them, who were right up there at the start as well. So Jordan Ross will be on an aggressive drive now to try and finish this race out. Of course, lap 88 of 111 now. As you can see the guys, Matt Thompson back down in the 621 car there, just looking in front of himself. And got Barton jumping ball with Adam Hayne, the Taipan Esports, brother of Todd Hayne. Now, Todd brought it home in 4th position last week. They've sort of been hovering around this position number 5 all night, but look at the back, Corey Shepherd. He's looking, questioning every corner to whether he's going to give him a gap to put the nose of the 017 car in the RaceKraft Simulations. Herod Motorsport 017 from Prep Racing Team. So Corey Shepherd moved his way up to position number 6 now. We can see this, has a little look under brakes, not going to make it happen. Jordan Ross now in the top 10. The Synergy Sim Racing moving around. Brenton Hobson in 7th in between, behind Corey Shepherd. Now, considering championship implications, Adam Briggs is now in 4th position, who leads Corey Shepherd by 20 points in the champ. He is 2 points in front. The only man keeping him apart is this car. You're looking at the back wheel of it. Adam Hayne and Todd Hayne, separating these two who are in the championship battle at the moment.
This is a great little scrap. This isn't really costing either of these two drivers much time on Adam Briggs. If anything, they're gaining a little bit marginally on it. It's down to 3/10 of a second as they head up to turn 1. Shepherd with the run down the inside. He's going to get the move done. That's a nice job on the run. Turn 1, clears it through turn 2. So our two championship protagonists back together again, nose to tail. So they work their way up through lap 89.
So Geordie City, obviously, the issues there with 777, I have to say, they've definitely moved back through the Synergy Sim Racing entry, and he's just got himself another position back. So now they're moved all the way back to position 18. So unfortunate with that incident with Lindsay before, but paying the price there that time. For him, Brent Hobson gets past Chris Barnes then, so he's Hobson move up to position number 7, past the Tank SRT team, Chris Barnes and Rob Bowden. Jordan Ross on the back of Sebastian Flock, as you can see, just closing that gap down. We'll have to look at that, because Chris Barnes in front of that one, maybe he can get a 2-for-1 deal at some point, and the hairpin, he's going to get Flock done on this one. It doesn't look like Flock can take too much opposition to that either, just letting Jordan Ross slide down the inside line. Now here we go, Corey Shepherd's already on the back of Adam Briggs and got the nose in front as they head around the corner. Manages to get that one done. Briggs is sliding behind now, Hayne in behind them as well. So around the spoon curve.
Well, I think this might be a little bit of a strategy play here for Briggs. If he can slot in behind Shepherd and maintain the pace, he can save a little bit of fuel as the stint continues on. That's only going to help at the back end with the guys we know are already going to be very, very close. You can hear the abacus and slide rule still being used in the background there. And yeah, any bit of fuel saving they can make at this point only going to help them.
You see Sebastian Flock has gone through now with Jordan Ross past Chris Barnes. So I think what might have happened there, Barnesy. Unfortunately, because Sebastian Flock looked like he was going to get moved done prior to that. It's Loxton now applying the pressure on the back of Chris Barnes. He looks like he's going to get the drive down the main straight, and being on the inside line, you think he would get this one as Jordan Ross just opens up a slight gap on Sebastian Flock. A little bit faster times there on the last lap there for him to just start to apply that pressure and move forward and battle that out. I think you're right, Adam Briggs just backing off the pace a little bit compared to what we are seeing Corey Shepherd, but if he's trying to get home on that fuel, would be what he's doing. Just trying to conserve a little bit now and then know that he can be a little bit more aggressive in the further laps, or maybe he's going to have to bring it home on this more eased style of driving, a little bit easier on the car, a little bit easier on the fuel load. Corey Shepherd, I don't think, has a choice if he wants to push on. He needs to do what he can in the opening laps of this restart after the safety car. We have 21 laps left to go in this race. We're at 3 hours and 15 minutes. It is a huge race tonight. We're going to be right on the limit of 4 hours. Our resident pit guru, Matthew Norris, has said we're going to be right on the edge of 4 hours. He reckons we're going to get the race in unless we have... It's going to be very, very interesting. Just checking out... Having a look him up on our screen now. Judging by that, we look at Adam Briggs, who is running around a second a lap slower than what we are seeing the guys in front. We know that he can carry that pace that the guys are in front. You think we are working with a fuel number here?
Spot on there, Matty. You are working to a fuel number with 72, and that's exactly. He's running to a fuel number. He's making sure he's making it home from here. It looks ever so slightly like we may miss out on a single lap at this point. We may just be a lap short. Also, word through from the Synergy Garage. Tom Freer had a huge sim failure there. That's what went wrong with that 143 car.
Well, we did suspect it, didn't we, Dan? It was uncharacteristic to lose that many positions so quickly for Tom Freer. So the good news is we know why it happened now.
Yeah, it's still unfortunate nonetheless, you know, whether it is a sim failure or not, and hopefully he's able to get that rectified for race 200, the AOSC next weekend, and get underway. It looked like it was purely just a shifter issue, and fortunately we got some great sponsors on board that dabble in the shifters, and Jinx Shifters might be the next port of call for him to organise one of those. So we'll wait and see how that one unfolds. But good to see that they were able to get the 143 back underway. Further down, Barnes still fighting it on. He's got Brett Loxton just ahead as the guys work their way down through the Degners. Again, a nice little scrap for these guys, not much separating them, and right behind that you got Kokoschki and Blocker also just trying to close up. Maybe turn this into a nice little four-car fight.
Maybe. It might happen, you never know. Alrighty, so Loxton's gone past Chris Barnes. He did that a little bit earlier there. Sebastian Fox in front, Jordan Ross. James Scott, though, out in front, and he hasn't got too far away from Rick Kuznetsov, has he, at the moment? Is James Scott, I reckon, is playing the game. We have seen him do this.
Kokoschki's just gone around.
Live the car. So Stephen Kokoschki's just gone around Sean Lindsell as well. So Kokoschki on the move, and it's very interesting to look up and down and the times that are people doing and trying to figure out who's running that fuel number and who thinks they're going to get home, possibly with that time cut off of 4 hours, whether they think that one lap they're just going to keep pushing on, and maybe that one lap will be the difference if they can push on and get that win. So everybody, exciting race tonight. James Scott, though, doesn't look like he's going to push it into the corners. Here, have a little bit of a look and see how early he's lifting going into the corners here, and see whether we are in a slight fuel save mode or whether we're in a really big fuel save mode. Let's have a look on board and have a listen. that was a big clutch moment there, wasn't it, guys? He is definitely on the fuel save.
Yeah, that was a massive lift there, and we saw last time by too for him. The lap pace 2:02, and when we compare that to Corey Shepherd, who's really trying to claw his way back up to 20, and he did a 2-minute .79 last time by. So big difference in the strategies that these guys are starting to employ.
Big little.
Be interesting to see how much he lets off through into 130 out to see if he really is just maximising the fuel save. It really looks like he is. Big fuel save.
Yeah, compare this to Corey Shepherd, who we're on board with now, and be interesting to see what Rick Kuznetsov is doing in the middle as well, how he's done. We'll jump on board with Corey Shepherd very quickly. We'll just have a look at a little bit of the difference in driving style here, fuel saving strategy, whether he's going to be on the same now that he's caught up. We'll just give it a couple more corners. If we wait out into that one, definitely no fuel saving on the saw from our leader out in front, James Scott.
Definitely seems like he's more on the throttle through these corners where James was coasting.
He is looking that way, and we might have a look at the chap that directly see if we can get on with Rick Kuznetsov too. He's in a little bit of a precarious position right now in the sense that he's got Corey Shepherd being super aggressive in front. I mean, he can play the same game as the final few laps. And to do. Rick Kuznetsov there has got his teammate behind him who's in the championship fight, and he is on it. He is not fuel saving at all. So whether they want to get forward in this, whether they're going to play the team game, or whether
He let him through.
there you
He
go.
let him through.
That just explained everything, didn't it? That was the only before we go for this. But I wonder whether Corey's going to have to splash and dash, or they're banking on the fact when they've done the calculations that we're going to finish a lap early due to time.
Well, if you Premier, do you want to risk it again? We saw what happened a few seasons ago at Silverstone, 650k race. They got there right on a couple of seconds to go, and then unfortunately they lost it. iRacing sent it one more lap, and it was just enough for them to not get enough fuel in that car and get it home. So I would hate to see the deja vu here tonight for those guys, but Corey definitely not leaving anything on the table as it continues on.
So you can see here with Briggs dropping positions as much as he is, I think the safer option would be to pit. You take a bit of pain in time-wise, but then you can go flat stick to the end.
Yeah, it is getting a little bit that way, isn't it? I mean, these guys are really holding out. The amount of positions they're using, you think maybe it would have been better to, exactly what you say, Norrie, is just take the extra pit stop, put the splash in. Wait to see whether these guys are going to pick their pace up right at the end. In the meantime, they're definitely
Lost too much spot. Lost too many spaces.
Yeah, they've got to do something. The last time by, 2:03.43 was nearly the slowest in the field of everyone trying to get around there. So they've got to really start picking the pace up. And I think might have missed a trick here. You see what Corey Shepherd's being able to do at the moment and press on. I absolutely get what they're trying to do and save the fuel, but like Norrie just said, losing too many spots as they try and hit that number.
well, it really is about track position, and that might be Corey Shepherd too, is just get in front of James Scott or make him push on and use his fuel, because if he can get that position, then he's in that. The ability then is to defend, isn't it, once you're in front, which James Scott actually has that advantage at the moment, as do a number of people. Another 7th position there, and pushing on again. Damien Johnson in 4th position. I was really surprised Rick Kuznetsov there, and he might be on a different strategy to what Corey Shepherd is too. he could also possibly be conserving the fuel and going, I'm not going to get in a fight with Corey, or on a different strategy. One of us is going to come home on the podium, because it could go either way.
Well, it could do, but I mean, at the end of the day, we saw everyone come in lap 83, which was the lap of the safety car, or the lap after the safety car was deployed. So they're all on the same thing. It's just a matter of whether do you use all the fuel up now as we watch the guys go too wide, and some subsequent contact in the back end with
These guys aren't
Thomas
fuel
going around on the fishing motorsports contact there. But you know, we all hit lap 83. You'd be thinking you'd be just doing enough to cover everyone off there, but with the way the pace is sitting at the moment, as there was a little bit of a rebound from Briggs this time by, he's brought it back to a 202. It's starting to look a little bit dicey for these guys.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's getting a little bit too much on the edge, and it could go either way. So we just have to wait and see exactly what's going on. It's like Adam Blocker and Simon Mazzone.
Corey, guns blazing.
Yeah, guns blazing. Yeah, look at him all over the back of James Scott. Now, we've seen this before with Scott conserving fuel to get home because he took a short pit stop and really making it difficult for Corey Shepherd to get by. And the longer he can conserve fuel and still defend that position out in one, the best chance he's got to get home. At what point do you think, with the amount of fuel saving he's doing, Norrie, at what point do you think James Scott will just turn the wick back up and really get back in the full throttle of this car?
The exact moment Corey Shepherd's going for a pass, which is about now. So he's going to be full throttle. If we get an onboard going up to 180, 130, right? You'll see that he's actually full tilt on this lap.
We haven't seen that in time. See Corey Shepherd just making sure that there is not an opportunity to overtake him. Just asking the question again of James Scott, whether he's going to let him through. Scott, of course, not going to do that. We'll start to check out the times as they come around this lap. Last lap, they were both 201s. That's Corey Shepherd at 201.16 to 201.76. Top James Scott at 202, but a 201 of Corey Shepherd, and they're about 15 hundredths of a second difference there. Yeah, big lift from Scott there, isn't it, coming to that corner? Because look how much he closed the gap there for Corey Shepherd. He's definitely understanding where Shepherd is and making sure that he keeps that line covered at the moment to make it difficult for Corey Shepherd to do that overtaking manoeuvre.
If they achieve this and pull this off, I want the calculator behind Corey Scott, because it is a miracle machine.
Where's this actually extra 10 litres? Wondering what they've modified this car with. I mean, I'll do trucks and they just put a bigger fuel line, truck fuel line, taking it out to a 3/4 inch fuel line instead of a half-inch fuel line or something like that, just to increase that fuel capacity, mate. It's got a big surge tank in the front, that's all it is.
Remember, they did take that second stop.
Yeah, but you would have...
Here it is.
Down. Done.
Well, this is interesting though, like, we spoke about it before with Briggsy, was he get behind a car and use the draft there to save the fuel. Now, there's an opportunity for James Scott to save fuel and then get aggressive on the final 5 laps of the race.
Lifting.
Fuel number, isn't he? Because super conservative when it comes to the corner there and definitely make sure it's safe.
Now, is this the thing? Does Corey build up enough of a gap so he can have a pit stop and keep running full rich on the way home? I reckon that's what they're doing at Premier.
It's a tough call to be able to do that one though, Norrie. When you consider that, you know, even with a full service stop, you're still looking at a bit over a minute transit time to get through the lane here, where you're going to see something in the vicinity of about maybe 15, 18 seconds for fuel going on board these cars. That'll cut your transit time to about 40 something, which is next to nothing. So it's negligible. He's going to need to really get on with business here and make it happen. But you know, to Scott's credit, he's not letting him get that far away. The gap's only 0.7 of a second, and we've already seen just how much fuel and saving James is still doing in that car.
Mind you, though, if you think championship points, he's not in a fight there with James Scott. So if he's talking Briggsy, who's a lot further down, and Nick from our broadcast team might be able to actually change that over so we know what the gap is to the leader. If you're talking 40 seconds, I mean, he would have to be that over Briggs at the moment. So if we're talking championship, in championship terms, if he can get out in front and put another 5 seconds on. No, he's not that far in front, is he? I thought he might have been a bit more than that.
It is growing.
He's growing, yeah. But, you know, you speak about what Dan does. I mean, it's going to put you back down in the Geordie City region, down in position number 17. If it's going to come, you know, 40 seconds for travel time and throw 10 seconds in there.
Yeah, but going full rich, that's time these other guys are not using.
I'll have to wait and see this one, though, because he's going to look at this last lap as they come around and see what the difference. He's had a lap in front of James Scott. He does a 2 flat 201. Well, so it's not even...
Johnson's in the lane.
He's a lap about 0.7 of... You know, Damien Johnson now is going to come and do the splash and dash, and this will be an... Checking the time, Norrie. I mean, you're down there in the pit.
10 seconds and he's off the jacks. If you didn't take tyres, that would have been a much shorter stop.
All right, so yeah, you're right. It's going to be... And where is Rick Kuznetsov in this one? So his last lap was a bit slower than James Scott, so he might be on the same strategy as James Scott. And it's not a bad way to be if you're teammates and you're looking at it from different angles. Is, you know, you take alternate strategies in this one to see what plays out, because if it doesn't work for Corey Shepherd, it might work for Rick Kuznetsov.
You need to run the Mercedes. You need to sacrifice one of your drivers to get the ultimate result.
Well, the thing is now, though, with Johnson having come in the lane for the splash that he's just taken, that's given everyone the yardstick of what they need to do to mitigate that time differential and see what they can do. So for Corey and Brian, that's all they needed, all the info they needed to work out where they stand going home.
And you watch, if they all start doing it, they'll all copy each other.
Pit stops breed pit stops.
Yep. So much lifting going on.
Well, most of us are locked out of the gym, mate, so, you know. If you lift during the race, lift. That's what I'm saying. Well, we come round to complete what is a lap 98 now. So we're on lap 99 of 111 down to the final stage of this one. And, well, looks like we're about 50-50. Whether they're conserving fuel or whether they're going to be going through. And we've got another one on the pits, do we, Norrie? Chris Barnes. Tank has decided he's going to grab the dash. And let's have a look at this one. We're all waiting to see how long he's going to be up on the stands. We saw before. Obviously for some of the boys, it's come from the splash and dash.
10.83, so still tyres for Chris Barnes, Tank SRT, and that's going to cost them points.
Yeah, but a fresh set of boots, though, that's going to pay dividend. The fuel on board, you're going to be able to get some good track pace out of it.
Granted, Dan, fresh rubber will help.
Yeah, so it's going to be a fine line between the time to put that fresh rubber on and the time to make the laps, and how much you've used your tyres to this point.
You wouldn't want to do it any less than 7 laps from the end.
Yeah, I was going to say, at what point is it then you're not going to get the advantage of the new tyres? So like,
Exactly. Yeah.
guys coming in now, it's probably going to pay dividends, but coming in, you know, like you say, 7 laps from the end, probably not going to give you enough dividends to worry about that. And Corey Shepherd, does he have the gap at the moment to make that happen?
Yeah, it's a tough one to say, but I think he's still going to be cutting it fine right at the back end of this race. Keep an eye here, though, on Adam Briggs. Now that he's kind of got to this 11 or 12 laps left in the race, he's starting to slowly pick the pace back up again. Last time by at 2:01.96, and he's right now in the draft with Jordan Ross and Brett Hobson as well. So this is going to help him a little bit more as he looks to work his way through to the end. And he's still got a little bit of a lift on that one, but not as much as what we saw earlier on.
Game, and they're definitely, we're going to have to hold our breath right down to the last minute. I reckon this whole thing looked over by Dyson. I reckon he'll be doing calculations in the background, definitely on the team radio, letting Briggsy know exactly what is going on and where they're putting the fuel load so he can just concentrate.
I just had a look at Damien Johnson. So his first flying lap up coming through for the first splash and dash, he does a 2:01. He was quicker than everyone else out on circuit, including Corey Shepherd. So the tyres are going to definitely pay dividends there on the light fuel load for him.
That changes things around again, doesn't it? So keeping in mind though, that means that Corey Shepherd needs to come in soon to take advantage of those new tyres. If Shepherd doesn't come in soon, he will not get the advantage of fresh tyres. So if he needs to pit, I think we're going to see the window close pretty soon on him.
Yeah, it's a finite window. No one has taken the pit stop on this light pass, so still holding the breath in pit lane.
Well, we're on lap 100. We've completed, we're coming around to complete lap 100. It's a huge race tonight. We've been going for 3 hours and 37 minutes, 650 kilometres around Suzuka, Japan. All thanks to our sponsors, of course, Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. Couldn't do it without those guys. I mean, Jinx Shifters make some fantastic things. You go and check out their billet shifters. They're doing for some real life cars as well now. All their electronic brake bias adjusters as well. RaceKraft Simulations over in Western Australia. Go see Johnny and the boys, and I'll set you up with some sim racing if you want to get into it and talk you through it, or if you just want to upgrade some stuff. And I know in conjunction with RaceKraft Simulations and simrigs.com, who supply some of their gear, we do have the drive of the day, which we are giving points to drivers, 3, 2, 1 between drivers and who we decide has had a fantastic race, and we'll be giving away a fantastic pedal set at the end of the season. Also need to shout out to Akira Industries, do a fantastic job when it comes to some of those risky access areas, ladders and all those things, and telecommunication stuff. So great to have them on board. AJ Insurance Services, if you need to check out your business insurance, you know, your motor vehicle insurance, stuff like that, great brokers, go and see them, see if they can save you some money. And also we need to shout out to Race Circuit Art Australia, Track Camps and Gourmets, and of course our mates over in the US of A. Team 126 Racing for being involved in the AOSC and sharing our stream over there and trying to, and inviting some races that we've seen tonight too, and getting Randy back out there behind the Team 126.
Yeah, slightly quicker stop back there for Geordie Cini, 9 seconds up on the jokes.
And did he take tyres? He wouldn't need to take as much fuel. Interesting there, and Corey Shepherd would be interesting with his tyre life. Again, we have completed 100 laps now, this 111 lap race, and we have not seen him go in the pitch yet. So waiting to see what goes on out in front. Hobson at the moment, Brent Hobson, Sim Racing, entry in position number 5. Got Jordan Ross behind him and Adam Briggs, and Briggs just seems to be cruising at the moment, using that draft. No surprise, James Scott has. Let's have a look at how much he's coasting down the end here. Look at that, clutch in.
Yeah, it's still a fair coast that he's got on that one, but
Adam
not
Payne
losing
did-
a huge amount of time either while he continues on doing it.
The pain train is pitting.
Well, Adam Hayne in the pit lane now. We'll see. This one could be interesting to see how long he's up, ticking over at the moment. Taking tyres, gone past that box.
Well, yep. Really long. 11 seconds. That's way too long.
Going to be speculation that he can start using that fuel again, or he is just banking on the fact that Corey Shepherd is not far enough in front. Can really push this thing. You can just see the aggression in the driving and driving all the way to the corner hard on the brakes compared to James Scott, who's accelerating but coming in the corners, clutches it. No RPM, you can see the light, taco lights go all the way down.
And he's not getting away as far and as quick as I would have thought he would as a result of doing what he's doing. I mean, when you consider that he's got past James quite a few laps ago, the gap's, yes, it's out to 4 seconds, but the lap by lap pace at the moment is not that different. It was only 0.8 of a second in favour of Corey going flat chat compared to James Scott lifting and coasting most of the lap.
And they're getting past that finite window that you were talking about, Norrie, really. We're on lap 103 now. Corey Shepherd has... I mean...
You're so right there, Cav. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen now, and they're just rolling on past that window. So the thing I'm thinking about here, maybe they've thought this strategy through, maybe they're not taking tyres, but as Dan was alluding to, that's still a transit time they're going to have to factor in. Corey's definitely not that far ahead of James at this point.
That's going to be, it's going to be interesting to play out. Well, it wouldn't be fun if we knew, would it? Let's be honest. We knew the strategy. It's more, you know, for us, we've got to keep guessing this thing, and we're doing the calculations in our head. We're looking at the times there, and yeah, I just don't think he's got this. It's a great improvement from where they were, considering they got pushed so far down the field for Brian Borg to work his way back through, do that nice aggressive drive. To see what Corey Shepherd has achieved in such a short time being back behind that wheel. Look, I think if they get a top 5 finish, they've had a great fight back tonight. Has he done enough? Maybe he'll get a podium somewhere. Maybe we'll see a third or a second. But I just don't think he's done enough for James Scott if he has to take fuel. I can't see a way with the lap he pitted on that they could take enough fuel to drive home that aggressively compared to everyone else.
I think it's just a little too much of a challenge to get that done. And you know, if we go back to Adam Briggs in the difference at the moment, the gap's only 17.7 seconds between first and sixth position. So it's really starting to get pretty cutthroat for these guys. And we're starting to see the times, if anything, go a little bit further back now in favour of James Scott. He was only 0.3 slower. 0.6 slower last time by, so he's been able to gain a little bit of an advantage here, and that fuel window starting to come back in his favour. Jordan Ross still able to save at the moment behind Bretton Hobson. So what is this doing for Hobson? Because he's having a very strong run, currently sitting in that 4th position. The teammates working together, trying to save the fuel. The pace is still quite subdued for those guys. 202.19, 202.16. For Ross, Adam Briggs a little further back, 202.43. So these guys are still trying to hit those numbers, get these cars home, and we're getting closer. 7 laps left in the books.
Kokoschki's pitting.
Be here, Kokoschki going down, but I mean, Corey Shepherd's halfway through another lap, so I'm going to go with this, Norrie. I'm going to throw this out there. This is probably the last lap where we're going to see Corey Shepherd take any advantage out of this one. The last possible lap would be to come in and pit on this one.
For sure, I'd agree with that, totally. Briggs is just in front of Hobson. Hobson, what?
Something's happened to Hobson. take a bit of a replay here, all thanks to Jinx Shifters. Number 88 car gets up on the wheels, over the curb.
Well,
Oh, he's lost it himself.
It's a tricky position there coming out of that track. If you get your foot down too hard, too much accelerator out there on the soft stuff, and
there's the bonnet gone.
really comes out from under you. Well, he's going to have to bring that home damage, isn't he, really? Unless the steering wheel's sitting at 90. And no, another lap. Going another lap.
Okay, these boys are running to it.
They're just going to
They're gambling.
take the gamble, and then you got a car on the inside.
It's Texas Hold'em at Premier, and they're holding.
Look, it's not a gamble for James Scott. I mean, the only downside is he's probably not lapping at his fastest pace. And saying that, like Dan was discussing or alluding to earlier, is they're not that far off. They're less than a second off each lap for a Shepherd, but they are definitely going to make it home.
Yeah.
Corey Shepherd was to run out of fuel halfway through the final lap. James Scott was just pretty fast.
And if he runs out of fuel, what's that going to do for the championship when it all cycles through? Because there's a 20-point difference in play here at the moment between Briggs and Corey. If they don't finish in a good position, it's only going to make things harder for the run home.
You took the words right out of my mouth. When does that fuel cut out, and how many seconds behind is Briggs? Only 20 at this point.
Well, how many hours have these guys done behind the sim this week to get this fuel down to this calculation? I am like, I mean, I know we have some rough calculations here, and I know, Nora, you do a fair bit of research on this stuff, but maybe, just maybe, their calculations are down to the last 100 metres in this racetrack.
Like I said, if Borgie pulls this off, I want his calculator, because it's obviously work.
Whoever they bring this home at the pace they're racing, we want whoever's doing the calculation to get on, come in, so we can have a chat with them tonight. It's
He's in.
well, there you
A
go.
lap too late. Oh, he's got. I
Lock.
reckon there's a penalty.
That's a
on
big
that.
lock up there.
That is a long lock up.
He was going.
If this goes over 10 seconds, it's definitely speeding.
Well, we're a bit of a silence there. We're all waiting, aren't we, to see where he ends up in this one. And Scott's gone past and going, "Yep, I was."
Briggs is through on him.
He's
gone past 10 seconds. Oh, he's
11.
10, 9, 8. That is it's a long stop this
That's-
late in the game.
That's got to be tyres on board, the 017.
Corey Shepherd, you are a qualifying king, so now it's time to go and retain your crown.
Well, like I said, considering where they ended up after some incidents throughout this race, Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd, you know, Borgie did a great job to get back through the field, kept the car in one piece, didn't get involved in any incidents, didn't cause any penalties in that sense. And then he had that late penalty, obviously, with we believe, was speeding in pit lane. So with that penalty, then they went back a heap more, way back, clawed his way back through the field again to give the car to Corey Shepherd, who's got out in front. Unfortunately, they knew they were going to take this pit stop. They've taken this strategy. They've stuck with it. Now he's got the opportunity with racing left in this, or 5.5 laps of racing, that he can still claw back into the top 5, possibly, if he can really put the foot down. He's got fresh tyres, he's got no issue with fuel, where everyone else is saving, which should make overtaking a lot easier.
Well, this makes me, as we see him just fly down past Loxton, this reminds me of the Life in 24. For anyone who's seen the Audi 24 Hours of Le Mans story, there was a comment with Tom Christensen in that where it said, "You're going to change one tyre, what do you do?" And the comment was, "Take all 4, keep the tool sharp." And that's what Corey's got. He's got a sharp tool here now. He can press on forward. There's no stopping. And I wouldn't mind betting he can at least claw this thing, at least, if not into second position, potentially back into, or maybe third, fourth.
Well, we'll wait and see. Sit on the edge of your seats because we've still got some laps left in this one. As they complete 106 laps, we're now on the 107th lap of this race. So we've got 4.5, 5 laps left to go here tonight. It's been 106 already. Well, thanks to Jinx Shifters, the AOSC11 round number 8 here from Suzuka, Japan. And it is edging so close to get the AOSC history, which will come next week. But at the moment, we've got to see this exciting race. It's been up and down. James Scott and Jackson Harlow have dominated the race throughout, but they are in fuel-saving mode to make this home. Rick Kuznetsov, who we know is super fast, is in second position. Can he get a podium tonight? Hopefully he can. He's on the same strategy, save fuel. His teammate, though, Corey Shepard and Brian Borg, didn't have the night that Rick Kuznetsov had. They've had to claw their way back through. They went on a different strategy. It was go flat out all the way. Use the fuel gun back into a splash and dash, take fresh tyres, and they're currently sitting in 7th position with his remaining laps. Can they claw their way back and grab a position? Jordan Ross now sitting in 3rd at the moment, him and Tom Freer. Now, Tom Freer had issues with his sim and got the car back to the pits, but lost so many positions and probably about 30 seconds doing that. So they are back in contention, but would expect their fuel saving in 3rd position. Adam Briggs is in the same situation, decided to go with the fuel system. His teammate Andrew Dyson lost his internet. Had to reset, had to get towed back to the pits. Briggsy had to do a number of laps. He was right at the back. Safety car came out at an opportune moment. Dyson went back in, went for the drive of his season, really. Although it's not the win, it was the drive of the season there for Andrew Dyson. They're getting those number of positions, the aggression that he took to it. Now they're in contention in position number 4. Can he bring that home? Or will Corey Shepard some way weave his way through in these final laps and take it to him in that final lap? We hope it is. It's going to be exciting racing here for this final race. We're watching us out on Facebook, wherever it is. You've joined us here for the AOSC. It is round number 8 from Suzuka, Japan, and things are about to get exciting in these final few laps, Dan.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just looking at the times going through. So last time by for Shepard, a 59.55. A couple of off tracks along the way. So the guys are going to need to just be cautious of those as well. We know there are some penalties coming if you hit 30, 60 or 90 incidents. So we'll keep an eye on those as they press on. But he was flying that first lap under fresh tyres and the fuel on board. He's now got a little bit of traffic ahead. He's got to work his way now through Hobson and Flock. I don't think it'll take him too long to get through, but it's time that he can't really afford to lose at this phase of the race. And as you catch someone through the Degners, very tricky spots to do. I don't think he's going to get either or both of these two on the run up to the hairpin, but let's stick on board, see what he's able to do with this car.
He's got to take a dive in here, doesn't he? Flock, no, he's just going to set himself up, mate, for the drive. Yeah, the hairpin now, they've just completed there, and he gets a nice exit out of that one. Just there, and wait for his moment to pull down the inside and get hard under brakes. Spoon curve, there we go, gets a nice dive. Flock is done. Next one on the cards is Brenton Hobson. Can we tick another one off the list? Hobson missing that bonnet after bringing himself unstuck, coming under the bridge a bit earlier and smashed into the wall, but limping the car home. He doesn't want to stop and take the fast repair. He wants to stay up as high a position as possible in this race, bring home some points for the championship. They're coming around complete lap 109, only a couple of laps left in this race.
Hobson not making it easy there for him. He just parks the car on the racing line. Keeps it in there. Keep an eye just ahead now. We've got Adam Briggs, the DPR entry, and that gap starting to shrink more and more, down to 4 seconds as the guys turn through turn 2. You're going to get a good glimpse here, and for Adam and the DPR guys, not probably worked out to their advantage at this phase.
And Shepard, on my rough calculations, does have the pace now. He's got past these two. He's lapping at 2 seconds. At least a lap faster of Briggs in the next lap and a half, 2 laps. So he can see him. and he's catching him. So this could be an exciting final lap in this race here. Of course, 108 laps are completed. He will have enough time to catch him with the final lap left to go here for Briggs in front. Now, they'll be watching their fuel calculations, mate. If they can go full throttle on the final lap, they will try and hold him out, and then they will do that and pick the pace up. How defensive and how much risk does Briggs want to take, though, and to maintain his championship lead? It's 20 points at the moment. That's all it is over Corey Shepherd. Brian Borg's not too far behind either on 16.55 compared to 17.50. So he's 95 points behind Adam Briggs. And although one position isn't going to make that up, you know, you got to fight it out, boys. We've hit the halfway mark in the championship, and this is where it starts to get serious. Every point starts to count. He's led the championship for 1 week, Adam Briggs. Can he come into this one and lead it for another one?
Corey Shepherd is fighting for a championship with this drive. Every lap so far has been clinical.
Hobson off in the background.
Dyson struggling to get, Briggs struggling to get the power down to the ground.
He's not going to put up the fight, is he, without having to burn the fuel.
Yeah, he doesn't have the fuel on board or the tyres at this point to keep hold of Corey, and Corey will dispense that one pretty quickly.
And next up, Jordan Ross. Yeah, you can see him too, and judging by the speed in which he caught and the time he made up on Adam Briggs, Jordan Ross needs to watch out. Hopefully his co-driver is talking to him, and hopefully they've got enough fuel that possibly they can just turn this up in the final couple of laps here. If 1.5 50 Ks tonight, it's been 3 hours, 56 minutes and 40 seconds so far, and we will hopefully have enough time to finish this race. 2 minutes a lap, we will be on the final lap in the 4-hour cutoff. I think we are going to make it, Norris.
No, I reckon you're going to get that lap in. You just got to wait for James Scott to cross the line and see if we're going to get it. But it's right there. I told you we'll be close.
Well, you know, if he stops coasting, we'll be fine. Netzoff could end up with the second position, his highest finish so far in AOSC and on the podium. Imagine if his teammate Corey Shepherd can get third. Him and Brian Borg have put such a drive in after overcoming all the obstacles tonight they didn't expect. Goes very wide that time though.
Got to give a massive prop to Thomas Freeman to come in and pair with Rick Kuznetsov tonight. He's done a fantastic job and hasn't put a foot wrong. That car 7 is where it is because of those two drivers.
Yep, they're on the alternates. Hopefully we don't see him pull to the side and just let Corey Shepherd go. It'd be nice to see these guys fight it out, because have a chance to get to Rick Kuznetsov. Just need to bring it out. The white flag is out now. One final lap. 2 minutes and 2 seconds for those guys that are saving a fair bit of fuel. Kuznetsov looks like he stopped saving the fuel that time. Getting into it. Not full burn, but definitely not the coasting that we saw from James Scott, who's leading us out. Scott with a 12-second lead over the rest of the field. I don't think anyone can catch him unless he makes an error. The question is, where will Corey Shepherd end up? He's in 4th position. Jordan Ross not far in front of him, but fuel saving. Rick Kuznetsov not far in front of him. Pace is picking up. They're on the final lap. They know what fuel they've got left. They've saved for so many laps. They came in. We said the window was lap 87. Safety car, lap 83. And said, we're going to make it home from here. We're going to fuel save. A couple others said, no, we're going to go flat out. We're going to do a splash and dash, take some fresh tyres towards the end, and we're going to fight for this one. That's how we're going to look at it. Corey Shepherd was one of those people. Now he's working his way back through the field in the Premier Racing team. He was leading this race. He got past everybody with that strategy. Went into the pits, came back out in 8th position. Now he's got past 4 people in front of him. How many more can you get by in this final lap as they come around this corner up to the hairpin? Oh, that's a big curve, sorry, as they go around. We're going down the back straight. Rick Kuznetsov is going to come home in second at this point. I don't think Corey Shepherd's going to get him. He might get Jordan Ross. Our leader, though, James Scott, the Logitech G AOSC Esports driver. is going to bring the win home here. It's Suzuka Japan, and what a race from him and his teammate Jackson Harlow. Fantastic job again tonight. Gordon Ross will not want to see this. Just trying to hold out Corey Shepherd to get on the podium after him and Tom Freer have had an adverse night tonight. They're side by side in the run out, and Jordan Ross will end up with the win there. Corey Shepherd in fourth, but what a drive from him and Brian Borg. Ross will breathe a sigh of relief at that point. Rick Kuznetsov in second. Big round of applause for him. What a drive from him. And, of course, Thompson, his teammate, they've done a fantastic job tonight. And I tell you what, we go down there. Adam Briggs comes in fifth with Andrew Dyson. Got lucky with the safety car there, but they've a bit of adversity from them too, with things glitching out and losing it, having to be towed back. Jordan Ross in third with Tom Freer, and Tom Freer having those issues with his sim and having to limp the car back into the pits, guys. I mean, so many stories to unfold from tonight.
Yeah, it was a cracking race right the way from lap 1 through to lap 111. There was action aplenty all the way through. Didn't matter where you started, whether it would be right at the back or all the way through. Plenty of awesome stories being told tonight. And as you say, I think you hit the nail on the head with all those mentions just then. Some fantastic drives from a lot of guys. We saw some fantastic lift and coast there from James at the end to secure a great win. Hats off to Rick and his teammate getting a fantastic second place for Premier. And Jordan Ross coming back after the issues that we saw for Freer at the end of his final stint there to bring home the Synergy entry into third position.
Just having a look at the championship, I'm going to do some quick calculations if those positions stick, because obviously we've always got to understand that possibly if anything's happened throughout the night, that we could see some of those positions change throughout the week. We normally get them updated pretty quickly for you. But I'm gonna plumb some figures, and I'm gonna do a bit of a Norrie at the moment and just a few figures in there and a few calculators into this one. So we look at Corey Shepherd, who came home in fourth, and we'll put some points in there in our little tally. And Jordan Ross coming home in third position. You can hear me clicking away in the background. Don't we love that? Rick Kuznetsov, who actually is in sixth position in the championship, I believe. So it's a good little night for him. He's going to pick up a heap of points there. Obviously won't catch up too much to his teammate, but it's always good to have a win. James Scott, no surprise. We're used to seeing the big numbers going into his, although he hasn't been here for all the races. So just having a look at that, James Scott, we won't worry about him too much. Rick Kuznetsov will go up to 1,578 points, which means he'll be 2 points behind James Scott. Jordan Ross here, he's going to be 1,850 points. And we're going to see Corey Shepherd go to 1990. And I'm just going to have a look at Briggsy. Where did Briggsy end up in fifth position? So fifth position there is going to be 250 points. So unofficially, he'll remain 10 points in front unofficially with the results there. All right, let's have a look at them as we go through for the results for race number 8 of AOSC11. Well, thanks to Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. Of course, it's going to be James Scott with the win with James Harlow there in number 1. Well, thanks to Logitech Giautis Esports. Next up was a Premier Racing team of Rick Kuznetsov and Thompson, who came in second. Jordan Ross and Tom Freer end up in third position for this one. So they're your top 3 on the podium. Corey Shepherd and Brian Borg. Oh, what an effort there. They managed to come home in fourth position. Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson. Well, they fought through the field. And Dyson, great to see him unleashed tonight. What a fantastic comeback that was from him in his times there, and Briggsy had to bring that home with the fuel save. Brenton Hobson comes home in 6th position, Sebastian Flock in 7th, Brett Loxton in 8th with Thomas Hins. Now, they came off the back row, so that was a fantastic drive from them to come from the rear of grid to get in there. Adam Blocker, Mark 1 Esports entry, obviously there with, was it Tan from the American guys who have got in 9th position. And what a finish that was from them, up 10 positions, because they were hovering around in the late teens. So to get that in the latter half of the race, that is fantastic. Damien Johnson in 10th, Adam Hayne and Todd Hayne in 11th, Matt Thompson in 12th, Jamie Dyke in 13th, John Lindsell in 14th, Simon Mazzomo in 15th, Stephen Kokoschki in 16th, Chris Barnes in 17th, Geordie Sini 18th, Alex Newton in 19th, Christian Smart in 20th, Matthew Monday in 21st, Scott Barton in 22nd, and Jeffrey Eddy in the Team 126 Racing came home in 23rd position tonight. But yeah, there's plenty to talk about, and we've got them sitting here in the waiting room, so we're probably going to drag them into the commentary box rather quickly tonight and have a chat with them. Big race tonight. Thank everyone who's been watching us. We'll get our winners in very quickly because we know everyone's been listening to the broadcast for hours. Bed. So we will let's get them in and have a quick chat with them. Of course, we're going to drag in Jackson Harlow and James Scott first. Our winners tonight here of race number 8, the Big Enduro. And James, you seem to only be here for the Big Enduros this season, but another fantastic drive tonight and that fuel save towards the end. It was pretty amazing to see the lap times you were able to replicate, considering how early you were backing off into the corners.
Yeah, obviously, I know with a few other things going on, making every round's been hard, but the enduros are certainly pretty enjoyable. So, and I guess that's sort of backed up by the racing we saw there with plenty of strategies going on at the end. But luckily, I think we chose the right one, fuel saving, able to sort of do it easily in the end.
Yeah, mate, it just goes to show how good you guys are when you get the car set up right and can make it through with that strategy. Jackson, a great drive from you as well. I mean, the times we saw, you're matching it out there with James Scott. How good is it to drive alongside of him?
He's an awesome driver. I've raced him in the V8 in E-Series and that all season, so it was quite cool to team up with him. The first stint wasn't the greatest from me. James was he couldn't find anyone to race with tonight. He struggled to find someone, so Jordan asked me if I could team up with him pretty much a couple hours before the race. I'd love to race whatever I can. So yeah, it was always going to be cool to team up with James. So first stint was about just learning the car around that track, try and do the best, give him the best opportunity. And the second stint I had an idea of what to expect. So second stint was a lot better, but that gap and everything we built up disappeared with the safety car. But yeah, James did an awesome job, fuel saving, keeping cool, and yeah, it just shows why he's one of the best, just to pull that gap while fuel saving.
Look, we're hats off to you guys tonight. I think, a great team. You put a great strategy together. Despite a couple of minor things there, it was a pretty faultless night from both of you, and you get yourself a win. And I know you're not really fighting for the championship, James, but it's great to come away with as many wins as, that you can show up for.
Yeah, 100%. I think sort of any race you go in, you should be aiming to win. So yeah, obviously it was good to come away with the win tonight, and obviously driving with Jackson as well. It's been awesome. Like he's been awesome. He's had awesome pace lately. Well, always, but he's been going especially good lately. So obviously I knew he was going to be fast. So yeah, it was good to put it all together.
And watching Corey Shepherd go past, did it question your fuel strategy at one point? Were you thinking about that while you were driving, or you said, "Nah, mate, I've got his measure"?
Nah, not really. I knew something happened. I'm not sure. With Brian in one of the last pit stops, was stuck in the pits. Maybe he got a penalty of some sort, or I'm not sure. But so they were coming from a long way back. So I knew once I seen how fast he was catching that he wasn't saving at all, and he would have had to have done a stop. So I knew, considering he was only just up the road when he pitted, we'd still definitely made the right decision.
No, it's good to know that in the final stages of the race. Congratulations tonight, guys. You need to run through any sponsors.
Just big thanks to all the Synergy boys. Once again, supplying us with the best package. Big thanks to James for teaming up with me. It was good fun. Big shout out to Matty Mascord, big old crew chief. Couldn't have done it without him. But good fun. Hopefully do it again another time.
Yeah, hopefully we might see you join forces again after tonight. It was a fantastic result. So congratulations, guys. We'll let you go, but can't wait to see you in the next race.
Cheers.
No worries. Just a quick shout out as well to my guys at Altus as well, with Simon and obviously Jordan at Synergy, and obviously Logitech, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, Own 3D, Race Tech Seats, Virtual Racing School, and Sam Blacklock Media as well. It's been a great night.
Mate, and we're going to see you next week for Daytona Road.
Not sure to be honest. I guess it depends on if Sydney's out of lockdown or not. Might have to. I don't think so. So yeah, but we might see. We'll see. If we got anything on. But yeah, we'll suss it out during the week, and if we do, we might do a few laps. But yeah, wait and see on that one.
No worries. Well, we hope to see you anyway because it's going to be a fantastic night. It'll be 200 race 200 in AOSC history, so we'll have to put a bit of a party on, virtual party at a distance. So hopefully we'll see you there.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, boys.
Well, our winners, guys, fantastic race, and yeah, a duo that teamed up and did a fantastic job tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen them together quite a few times over the season and didn't miss a beat at all.
So we'll wait to see who. Oh, it looks like we've got our runners up tonight in the chat. And Rick Kuznetsov, you've got yourself on the podium. You bought the car home. Alternate strategy to your teammate. How does that feel?
Mate, I'm pumped. Finally got a podium after so many races of trying. That was intense. Had to save like 8 liters to just make it to the end. So it was awesome. Tom did awesome. It was just a great race.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, your team up tonight didn't quite get the qualifying that you got last week, but you managed to really just maintain that pace throughout the race and not make many mistakes. So, you know, at what point do you think your season's starting to turn around? Because I've spoken about it, and I don't know if you watch the streams back. I've become a bit of a fan there, Rick, but you've had these moments of brilliance to put it all together tonight and do it with a teammate. How does that feel?
Mate, it's awesome. Like every enduro that I've done so far has gone pretty bad. Had a lot of bad luck lately, so finally get a good result. Yes, awesome. Lots of words, to be honest.
Yeah, and you've got a pretty good team behind you as well. I think you've got quite a few drivers there.
Yeah, I got super lucky to get picked up by PLT. They've helped me so much since I've been here. I've gained so much. I've learned so much. I've gained so much time driving the V8. So yeah, cannot be thankful enough.
I'm just going to jump in, which is really rare, Rick. In that last stint, it looked like you were going flat out and then all of a sudden changed to a fuel-saving strategy. Is that what actually happened?
Yeah, so when I jumped in during a safety car, I realised that if I want to make an NFL pit stop, I have to save about 8 litres of fuel. So I kind of panicked and instantly was just rolling every corner trying to save fuel. So yeah, when I saw the numbers, I knew I had to save straight away.
Yeah, it was a tough night tonight, especially with that safety car coming out on lap 83 when the window was really about lap 87, which Norrie was doing some calculations, weren't you, Norrie? So it made it tough for everybody then to make that decision at that point. And Dan, you were watching the pit stops. I mean, some guys were right on the edge, weren't they, when it came to coming in, whether they were going to make it or not?
Yeah, the pit stop strategies were incredibly close there, and I think with 5 or 6 laps to go, we were counting down the numbers left in the fuel window for everyone to do it. Rick, we thought you guys might have been a chance of coming in, and I guess a little uncertain what might have happened if Corey had got through. Would there have potentially been any team strategy to help in play there? We saw it earlier on in the piece where Corey was able to slip down the inside, but if he had got through, was it a race on to the finish?
Yeah, I reckon if Corey got to us by the end, I wouldn't have even been able to stop him because, yeah, we were just coasting so much. I let him pass before when I was saving fuel because I knew that I was playing a long game and I knew he was on a different strategy. So, yeah, just being a good teammate and just getting strategy sorted.
It was a fantastic drive from both of you guys tonight. And before we let you go enjoy the podium, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out and thanks to?
Yeah, I'd like to thanks RaceKraft Simulations for the continued support, and I'd just like to thank PRT as well.
Fantastic, guys. Congratulations on runner-up position tonight, race 199 AOSC. Hopefully we'll see you back out on track for round 200 next time out at Daytona.
Sweet. Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
It is great to hear some new names in there, isn't it, tonight? Excitement there from Rick, and hopefully we'll see him a lot more up the top of this series, and we'll see him interviewed quite a bit more as he goes along, and he just improves week after week in this series. And next up, we're going to get our third place position, though, is Jordan Ross and Tom Freer. They've joined us here in the commentary box. Congratulations, guys. A bit of adversity tonight to work through, but despite what we believe is a sim error from you, Tom, your sim playing up, you guys fought your way back and did a nice job to get yourself a third place in the podium.
Yeah, it's pretty eventful, I think is a good way to put it. Jordan obviously did the mega drive at the end to make it home, but a few technical dramas, along with some poor driving from myself, put us in that position. And yeah, luckily Jordan did the job and managed to fuel save really, really well to get us home.
And Jordan, you're mate, every time you jumped in the car tonight, you had a bit of a job to do, but you did it.
Yeah, no, it was all good. Car was not too bad, so yeah, no, it's pretty straightforward. When we got in the car, just go as fast as I can and see where we end up.
Talk us through that final little what do they call it, the Casio triangle. You're coming up to a lap driver. You got Corey Shepherd, inches away from your rear bar. How much did the heart stop then?
Yeah, I thought the incident limit was 35, and I did the whole final stint fuel saving and didn't get any incidents because I thought I would get a drive through, but then I found out post race it was 60. So I probably would have just moved him aside if I had that extra incident point that I thought I didn't have. But yeah, it was pretty full on. I was hoping he was just going to give me a toe down the straight and move over, but decided to stay there and yeah, made it real close at the end.
Yeah, mate, it was fantastic for us to watch it, just out of that little bit of excitement on the end. I mean, you guys, like we said, we knew something had gone wrong with Tom Freer's, or something we assumed with the sim race in there, and Norrie confirmed that. But to limp that car in, lose that time in those positions, work your way back through the field, a couple of safety cars in there, one of which probably helped. When you came in on lap 83 for that last safety car, did you know then the strategy was to save fuel, or did you just go back out and figure that out between you later on?
Yeah, pretty much. We just went out and I just tried to pass a few cars because we were a bit buried, and then I just started asking Tom, what's the fuel situation? Do I need to save? And then we realised we needed to save a fair bit. So we probably only started saving, a quarter of the way into the last stint. So, but no, all good. Worked out well. And Tom likes to beat himself up, but he did a mega job. Had some hardware dramas tonight, which hampered him, but no, it was all good. And the other team car got the win. Mega.
Yeah, and it's great to see those guys pretty excited too. So, yeah, mate, you've had a good night. You better run through all the sponsors for us.
Yeah, Tom can do that.
Cheers, mate. I've got to remember him first, Jordan. All right, so yeah, JK Signs, Posies, Mechanical, Smith and Sons, all those guys obviously help us out, and it's great to have them on the car and have their support. So it's a big thanks to them, and obviously a big thanks to you guys as well for the broadcast, and you guys do a great job and let us and help us have a series this good.
Mate, guys, congratulations on third place tonight. We hope you can replicate some of the luck you've had tonight into next week at Daytona Road, because we celebrate 200 races next when we come to that one, actually. 200 races when we come to Daytona Road for AOSC history. So whoever wins that one, big party.
Yeah, big party on your credit card, bud.
Well, I think it's on the boss's credit card.
Yeah, whoever. Someone's, but not mine.
Tell you what, it's going to be a big one when we get out of lockdown. I reckon we're gonna have to get in a studio like what RaceKraft Simulations maybe somewhere, and I think we're gonna have to have a big one for an end of season with Dan and the boys, and we'll get the team together.
I'm always up for a tin, so let me know.
All right, guys, congratulations on third place. Big shout out to all of our sponsors here for the AOSC, Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations, of course, fantastic supporters of season number 11. Dan, Norrie, anything else you want to go through tonight? Because there were some fantastic battles in and out. I think we went through most of them.
Yeah, I think we pretty much covered them all off. It was a fantastic battle right the way throughout the field. I think we saw some big issues along the way for a few guys. Some fantastic driving to come back through the field and claim some solid results. Cannot wait to see what the drivers and teams are going to put on for round 200 at Daytona. Really looking forward to that one, and cannot wait to see what goes on.
Yeah, it's been fantastic race. I beat Corey Shepherd up a bit last year about not being aggressive enough, but tonight was a brilliant strategy, fantastic pacing out of that car. And, bring on round 200 of AOSC. It's a fantastic championship, and we're blessed to have all the people we do have with us.
Well, we can't wait to bring you that one. Of course, our sponsors, Jinx Shifters and RaceKraft Simulations. Shout out to AJ Insurance Services, simrigs.com, Track Camps for Gourmets, Race Circuit Art Australia, Acuta Equipment, and Team 126 Racing. We'll see you for the next one, race number 200 in AOSC, coming to you from Daytona Road. Can't wait for that one. 300Ks coming your way. We'll see you then.